Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of coverage of the 2026 New Balance National Indoor Championships here at the track at New Balance in Boston, Massachusetts. I'm Mark Davis, and alongside me once again is announcer extraordinaire Michael Twist, and the fastest party on the planet continues to roll on for one more day. Over the past 3 days, we have been witness to some absolutely amazing performances, from Union Catholic's relay dominance to individual excellence from the likes of Caden Hullett, Katie Zhang, and of course the undisputed king of high school track and field, Quincy Wilson. We wrap things up in style today with our sprint and hurdle finals, some mile championships, our girls shot put, and of course one more exciting relay in the 4x400 meters. Michael, it has been quite a busy weekend, fun weekend, and definitely exciting weekend.
Yeah, what a journey it has been over the past 3 days. We've assembled some of the best fields in high school history here at New Balance Nationals Indoor, and they showed up with their dancing shoes at the fastest party on the planet. They showed up and they put on a show.
It has been very, very exciting. Again, the crowds here have been just amazing, packed house every day. Yesterday, during the 400 meters, you could literally hear, as the cliche goes, a pin drop before the start of both races, girls and boys, but especially Quincy Wilson in that 400 meters.
When Quincy and Jaden crossed the line, the building fell silent. No one knew who won until that result popped up on the board. It was incredible. The energy when his name came across, the new national record in the 400, and Jaden DeLeon also under that previous record.
Yeah, I mean, all due respect to DeLeon. I mean, he definitely gave Wilson a good fight there to the very end. 1/100th of a second separating those two amazing athletes. And again, we had some really great performances from some of the individual athletes that we've seen in some of the relays. We'll see some of those athletes again today in our finals, in our sprints and hurdles. And then again as well, we've got some exciting mile races, the finale of the girls shot put, and then we will finish things off just like in track style with our 4x400 meters. And we expect some very fast times for those. Right now, we've got the athletes getting ready to get on the track here today for what is a very unique event that not a lot of people get witness to or even know about, and that's the shuttle relay. Tell us a little bit, Michael, about what the shuttle relay is all about.
So this is an interesting event. Some states have gotten rid of it because it is a chaotic event. You have an exchange zone in the relay. When the incoming athlete enters the exchange zone, you're allowed to take off. Don't want to take off too soon, but we're going to run alternating lanes. So 1 and 2 will be a team, 3 and 4 will be a team, 5 and 6, and 7 and 8 will be a team. So it's a crowded track, athletes running head-to-head here. No lanes will be empty, and then you'll see our officials that are stationed throughout the center straightaway, ready to put up a hurdle. Because if someone hits a hurdle, there could be carnage. So these officials need to be ready to pop those hurdles back up and reset. And we're doing the 4x55. So we saw the athletes run the 60-meter hurdles at this meet, but we run the 55-meter hurdles here. That way you have room for that exchange zone.
Yeah, it's very exciting. You'll see basically they created a line that is that zone just before the finish and back at where the start is. And again, your teammate cannot begin until you enter that zone. So like you said, there'll be officials there. You can see the tape right there just beyond the start line, beyond the blocks. And that's a tape line. That's that zone line. And officials will be there to make sure that the teammate entered that zone before the next athlete took off. But it's four runners per team. And again, like you said, they will be basically going back and forth. It's very similar to what we see in like swimming when you see a relay, when you see athletes kind of starting from opposite ends sometimes. So this is a great way to start off our fourth and final day here at the New Balance National Indoor Championships here at the track at New Balance. We're going to start things off here with our boys 4x55 shuttle hurdle relays. We've got the teams getting out on the track. Again, there'll be 3 teams per heat. We'll start off with 7 heats. And obviously one of the highlighted teams that we want to keep an eye out for is Lexington Elite. They're expected to do very well here this morning on the boys' side as well as on the girls' side. Our meet record 29:31 from North Track Club. And our last year's winner was North Track Club that ran that 29:31. And our national record, East Orange, they ran 28:62 in 2017. So that record has stood a bit of a test of time.
Yeah, that record has been up there for a long time. And part of that is, how often do you see this event run with the true 4x55? There's some states that will actually run a little bit shorter. They'll run the 4x50. I've seen variations where we're running in yards and not meters. So the fact that we're running the true 4x55 meter shuttle hurdle gives us a chance to see if we can maybe take down that East Orange record.
Coming up here, Heat 1, we've got Hoover Elite, Walpole Track Club, and Island Express. And we're getting ready to get things going here. Day 4, New Balance National Indoor Championships.
This is also, it's tough because you'll see there's 2 sets of blocks at each start line. So the first athlete will have the blocks set when the gun goes off. The second athlete needs to set their blocks. They need to get ready. So now you see lane 2 moving very well. That's Hoover Elite. A great exchange there.
Yeah, Hoover Elite is dominating this. And this is the finale there. Great time there for Hoover Elite, setting the first time of the day, 30:29. Island Express 31:95. And Walpole Track Club 32:95. So not too bad. I mean, when you look at the last year's winner, 29:31, Hoover Elite was only a second behind that.
And to put into perspective how fast 30:29 is, again, that was section 1. To break into the top 10 all time for a school, it would take 29:82. So we're already pretty close to seeing a top 10 all time school.
And so we'll wait now until the next 3 teams come out and get set. Heat 2 here, we've got Williamstown TC Irish Elite. Very good name there for St. Patrick's Day weekend. And then we've got Egg Harbor Township TC. And again, respectively, lanes 2, 4, and 6. And yeah, you saw in that first heat, you saw right off the bat, athletes hitting the hurdles and the officials having to rush out there and make sure they get it set back up, at least until the other athlete comes back and the third has to go. So it is a bit chaotic. It's certainly, we're only running 3 teams here rather than 4. So maybe a little less chaotic than what you see, but I've not only witnessed, but I've coached shuttle relay teams when I was coaching hurdles at Wellesley High School, and it is certainly hectic, especially with hurdlers that maybe are still learning the event. I mean, a lot of these hurdlers out here are full-time hurdlers and / sprinters, and so they really know what they're doing. But when you're still teaching hurdles to kids and then they get in the shuttle relay, it can be a little, like you say, we keep overusing the word chaotic, but it can definitely be chaotic.
And we will have some sections that are very crowded, to say the least. We do have full sections coming up at the end of these sections. And if you look at the start list, you also see that the start list is littered with teams from New Jersey. New Jersey is one of the states that we consistently see this event run. So these schools have the most experience. The thing that I think is going to be interesting, though, is we have the 60-meter semifinals today. So when you're looking through, who do I go to? We also have the 60-meter hurdle finals today. So you got the 60 semis, 60 finals, 60-meter hurdle finals. When you're looking to put together a team here, are you taking one of your top 60-meter hurdlers and putting them in this? Or are you going to say, you know what? I want to make sure that you have the best shot possible at winning your individual gold.
I think it would be rare if they actually put in one of the, semifinalists / finalists in the 60 or the 60 hurdles in one of these events. These are probably more your second, third, and fourth, and fifth string hurdlers / sprinters that are probably doing this. But again, like you said, one of the teams, maybe Lexington Elite, might say, hey, look, let's throw, one of the big dogs in there. It just really kind of depends who ended up making the semifinals and possibly the finals. And you'd want to think that if they've got a really good shot at least getting that All-American top 6, then they would probably want to hold out. It's early in the morning. They still got a long day to get ready for their individual events. So it looks like we're going to actually shake things up here a little bit. We see our screens moving around. We'll try to get the graphics up on the board here, but we're skipping over Heat 2 and going right to Heat 3, and we are going to run 4 teams now. So it looks like we're going to have Lowell TC in 2, Pembroke TC in 4, Millville High School in 6, and then Irish Elite in 8. So we will run 4. And again, maybe that might have been a little bit of a change as athletes were checking in this morning. We were expecting certain teams in a certain number of heats, but obviously those teams might have been switched up based on yesterday's prelims in those sprints and hurdles. So again, Lowell TC, Pembroke TC, Millville High School, and Irish Elite. 4 teams. Our second heat, but we were going to call it Heat 3 because some of these teams were supposed to be in Heat 3.
Yeah, so it looks like we did have 2 teams scratched in that second section. That would have been Egg Harbor and Williamstown scratching out. Again, you see the athletes standing there with their blocks behind their first athlete. So, when we're looking at the 200s, it takes a while for these athletes to set their blocks. They do their pop out. With this, you only have a few seconds to set your blocks. So look, you'll see there the athletes run in right behind them, rush in, set the blocks.
Behind them.
And one of the athletes dropped a pedal there, so he's rushing. His blocks are crooked in lane 1, so this is going to be an interesting start here. Lane 1's moving
you just got to be ready to go.
See, you saw the start was a little bit slower for him in lane 1.
So we got Irish Elite doing very well there in lane 8, holding on here over Millville High School, and it will be Irish Elite.
I believe that was Zamir Jones anchoring for the Irish Elite. Moving to second overall, 30:43. Again, very, very fast time, and we are only in section 3. We have 7 sections, and it is only going to get faster.
There you see that anchor leg there blowing Irish kisses to the crowd and the camera. So we're seeing the replay here.
And on this replay, I really want to highlight, look at the blocks. It's really coming down to that exchange zone. That start is what's going to make the difference for these teams. The Irish Elite just really having perfect exchanges, perfect starts. Again, these athletes are not used to setting the blocks that quick. That is not an easy thing to do.
No, and like I said, it's very quick, and you have to be very precise. I mean, all 4 athletes have to get their starts right. All 4 athletes have to get their hurdling right to really, and that's when you really get that smooth transition, and you get those faster times. One one athlete goes down, and that, it's very similar to the relay. Obviously, all 4 exchanges in a normal baton relay have to be really good to not only perform well, but to run fast.
So let's talk a little bit about the strategy here. You see now on the screen the first athlete and the second athlete, they're getting to work on their starts. They're getting to do the pop-up. Do you put your best starter, your best block starters, first and second so that they have time to really perfect that start, do the pop-up, and get ready? Or do you put them third or fourth, knowing, hey, you're going to have to set your blocks quick. I trust you. I know you have it.
Yeah, I think you kind of alluded to that. I mean, maybe the athletes that need a little bit more work on their starts might be the ones that start things off because, again, like I said, they get to practice a little bit more before the start. So we're coming up here on heat, technically 4 of 7. You see the teams there up on the screen. Newburyport TC, Hopkinton Track Club, Bloomfield TC, and Brockton Boxers.
I'm also surprised that you don't see more athletes try a 3-point stance in this. Kind of like you see in swimming. Keep a little bit of that momentum with the arm drive.
All right, underway here. Heat 4 of 7. Newburyport TC, Hopkinton Track Club, Bloomfield TC, Brockton Boxers. And it looks like maybe Bloomfield TC has that edge.
Those Matthews for Bloomfield really just pulling the team ahead. This is going to be a quick one. Look at that clock. Could we see the first sub-30 here?
Very smooth there for Bloomfield TC, but coming on strong, Hopkinton Track Club. Very good final leg there for Hopkinton Track Club, but not quite enough. Bloomfield TC 30-93. Hopkinton Track Club, Hopkinton High School here, beginning point for the Boston Marathon. Can't ever have a track meet or any sort of running event here in Boston without mentioning the Boston Marathon, especially with it coming up here in just about a month. So exciting times here in Boston in April, but they come up just short there to Bloomfield TC. So again, Hoover Elite still leading there from our first race there with that time 30:29. Irish Elite from our second race, but technically our third heat, running 30:43 as runner-up. So a couple more heats here to go. Again, we haven't seen Lexington Elite yet. Now we will see them in the second to last heat, and they'll be racing against IMG Elite, who produces obviously some very good sprinters and some pretty good hurdlers as well. So that second to last heat might be quite the barn burner.
I think it's going to be quick, but I'm never going to count out the dogs from Jersey. And I think the interesting thing to look at in our 5th and our 7th sections, 3 teams from New Jersey will be in each of those sections. So you're racing guys that you have seen all year long. You know exactly what that guy next to you is capable of. Mark, how do you think that changes, the mental side of this? Is that going to be helpful, or is that a hindrance, knowing exactly who's next to you?
I think it helps. I think it helps relax you a little bit. You know what they can do possibly, and that relaxes you a little bit, even if you know that they're going to go be really well. So here we go. Next heat: Christian Brothers Academy in 2, Marauders in 4, Paramus Catholic TC in 6, and Woburn Track Club in 8. Again, the athletes are starting in 1, 3, 5, and 7, but they will be finishing in 2, 4, 6, and 8. Doing really well there, Paramus and Woburn. Looks like Paramus Catholic has that edge. Just barely there. It's going to come down to these two teams here, Paramus and Woburn. Oh, tough hurdling there for Paramus, and that leaves the door wide open there for Woburn Track Club.
But
just got to finish strong.
Coming back there. Look at that.
Christian Brothers.
Whoa.
They're third and fourth runners. My goodness. They came on strong. It wasn't a fast race, and some mistakes by Paramus as well as Woburn at the end opens the door wide open for Christian Brothers Academy to take that heat. Not quite a fast time there at 32:25, but still a good win for Christian Brothers Academy.
And, that's why we run the race. That is why we do this. We don't just submit the times and say, hey, you're faster. Because if you look at this replay, you'll see that it was the tiny, tiny mistakes that add up. You need to be perfect in this event if you want a shot at breaking 30.
You could see that Woburn Track Club anchor didn't quite have the form of a hurdle that we normally see, so that might have been an athlete that was still kind of learning the sport, not quite the form, low form that you see in a hurdler, or at least an experienced one.
So, Mark, all weekend we've been talking about the fields that we've been assembling, how fast they are. Our top 3 teams in the nation will be in our top-seeded section. So Crofton at the Yacht Center in Philly ran 30:31. They're third in the U.S. right now. Deptford, I believe this was at the Toms River Bubble, so if you're familiar with that track, not a very fast track. They ran 30:13. And our current leader is 29:98 North Brunswick, and they ran that at Ocean Breeze. So now we're meeting heads up here on a very quick track. We know that if you run faster than 29:82, you are one of the top 10 schools in history.
Well, these teams are going to have to run at their best there to get ahead of that time from Hoover Elite 30:29. And up next is our second to last heat here. St. John's Prep, IMG Elite, Lexington Elite, and Bergen Catholic. These Lexington and St. John's Prep athletes should be familiar with each other, having raced here locally in Massachusetts throughout the season. So again, St. John's Prep, IMG Elite, Lexington Elite, Bergen Catholic, 2, 4, 6, and 8, respectively. And they're off here. Fairly even there. Lexington Elite looking really good, and all that athlete from Bergen going down. But now it's IMG Elite pulling ahead, and that second runner. And it's all IMG Elite right now. Bergen Catholic just giving up on the relay altogether. And it's the clock that IMG Elite is running against, but some tough hurdles there. Hamstring. Oh, you can see that runner holding on to his hamstring. 29:70, just off of our meet record. And that was with that athlete pulling a hamstring, probably with about 2 hurdles to go at least. We'll wait to see the replay there when it looked like he was tightening up.
And that's the 9th fastest school in history now. And he pulled his hamstring. He pulled up at the end there, grabbing his hamstring, and he still anchors his team to be the 9th fastest team in history.
Well,
Look at this replay.
I hope that his meet is over with, because if he's still got competition to do, that's going to be a tough thing to do.
You see what happened to Bergen Catholic there. He stutter-stepped and then hooked the hurdle, and you're going to go down.
We'll see this. Right, let's see. Right there. You can see right there. Right in. So 1, 2 hurdles at least he still had to go over.
To hold it together like that and run such a fast time, my oh my.
Let's hope that young man is okay, and if his weekend's over, then great. Hopefully no lasting injury with that, but definitely something to keep an eye out for. And
we should note that it is hard to hurdle this early in the morning. It is 9:20. this is early for a lot of these athletes to be sprinting. A lot of them are used to practice after school meets. It's 9:20 in the morning on day 4 of the national championship.
Well, yeah, and some of these athletes have been doing multiple events here, whether it's jumps, sprints, high jump, long jump, short hurdles. I mean, when you get here, a lot of these good athletes, especially the sprinters, you see hurdlers that are also running in the sprints and vice versa. And they're also doing probably long jump because, again, they've got that power and speed for the long jump. And some of them got some really good hops, so maybe they might be doing high jump as well. So really good athletes will probably qualify in multiple events. You might even have a multi-athlete out here doing other events as well after they do the heptathlon.
Absolutely. And now let's take a look at the field that we have here. Again, Crofton Track Club out of Maryland. They are currently sitting at 3rd in the United States. Then it'll be North Brunswick in 4th. They are your top team. They've run 29.98 already this year, and that was at Ocean Breeze. So a pretty fast track. And then you have Deptford Township. They're currently ranked number 2 in the United States. They ran 30.13 at the Bubble in Toms River. So for those of you not from New Jersey, the Bubble is the high school gym in Toms River. It is not a very quick venue.
It's not like this kind of track.
No, it is certainly not like this kind of track. So, Mark, I think that we should keep an eye on some records here.
Again, the time to beat 29.70 IMG Elite in the previous heat. Again, you really need to get all 4 athletes dialed in here from start to finish, every hurdle. It's not just one straightaway having to get every hurdle right. It's 4 athletes have to get every hurdle right, every start right.
And this is interesting. Look at the strategy that we're seeing North Brunswick use. There's only one set of blocks there.
Interesting.
And it looks like Deptford might be running the same strategy here with one set of blocks as well. Curious to see, are they going to set themselves up in that block, or are they pulling it away?
Well, looked like you saw them run up to the blocks. Oh, now they are switching the blocks. You can't see that on the camera, but
they're getting rid of the blocks. No blocks.
Getting rid of no blocks.
No blocks for any of the teams.
When the camera comes back.
I think that's better. And wow, North Brunswick way out front. Mark, look at that clock. North Brunswick, a great final zone. North Brunswick flying down the stretch. It is North Brunswick over the final hurdle across the line. North Brunswick. 29.88. North Brunswick will take 2nd to IMG Elite. Wow.
Like you said, interesting strategy. Was it for the best? Was that going to be the best they were going to do if they didn't use blocks in the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th runners? I guess, we'll never know.
I mean, 18.
But very interesting. I've seen that before, them not use blocks. You see that right there. Even the 3rd runner's not using the blocks. 4th runner's not. And they ran fast, but unfortunately not fast enough to overtake IMG Elite.
18 100ths. That's a tight gap between IMG Elite and North Brunswick. So you have to wonder if they put the blocks in, would that have made up the difference?
Oh, and you see the IMG athletes, the winners here, coming out to the track, and you see the anchor leg there already in a wheelchair. So obviously he can't even walk right now.
But you know what? If you're an athlete and someone gave you the deal, you will be the national champion, but you're going to go home in a wheelchair. I think you take it. And we have Devontae Ford trackside with IMG Elite.
Your shuttle hurdle champions. Let's give it up. Make some noise for IMG one more time. All right, boys, what was the race plan coming into the meet today?
We didn't really have any expectations, but we just wanted to win. That was all that was on our mind.
And so are all you guys pure hurdlers?
No, I'm a multi-athlete. Yeah,
We
I
had
had
two
the,
decathletes with us, and then we got 2 straight hurdlers with us.
I'm supposed to be in the finals, but I'm about to miss out on that one.
Oh, my goodness. In a tough race, you injured yourself, but would you say it's worth it now?
It was worth it. I would have broke my leg off for this race. This means so much to me. Oh, my gosh, man. This is the best day of my life, I think.
Great day. Well, best day of your life. How are we going to celebrate, boys?
do a 4x4 and hopefully podium on that.
All right, well, then, good luck. We look forward to seeing it. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Huge congratulations, y'all. Let's hear it.
Thank you, Devontae.
Wow. I mean, he's sitting in a wheelchair, but still wanted to make sure everybody knew it was best day of his life because now they're national champions.
You know what? When we talk about anchoring a relay, you want a guy who has that dog in him. And to look like you pulled your hamstring and you still have a few hurdles left, and you still are one of the top 10 teams in history, you're the national champions at 29.70. He has that dog.
Well, hey, it would be the best day of my life if I was that kid's age and back there in high school because, again, I mean, you're walking away with a national championship and, asking him if was it worth it? Yeah, it was worth it. It paid off. I mean, now if it didn't pay off, if they didn't win the championship, I guess, maybe it'd be a different story.
Mark, keeping an eye on the chat here, people heard us say, there's things such as fast tracks. So when we're talking about a fast track, what makes a track fast? So, people talk about the Ott Center in Philly, Ocean Breeze, the Armory in New York, the track at New Balance. What makes those tracks fast?
Well, it's a bit of a combination of obviously the materials that they use. We can get into the science of the construction and everything. It's the top surface material. Sometimes it could be the structure foundation underneath. I remember, racing in Atlanta, and that track was lightning fast, and that's because the track surface was about 1/3 of an inch tall. So it was very little track, and it was just all concrete underneath. And so it just made it hard and fast, and it really tore up the distance runners during the Olympics there in '96. But the sprinters all just ran like, huge fast times. I think it was like 7 out of the 8 or 8 out of the 9 100-meter runners all broke 10 seconds. And, again, that was 30 years ago.
Yeah.
Now we see that a lot. But back then, and, you think back to all the times that Michael Johnson ran there in the 200 and 400 at the Atlanta Olympics. So it's a combination of the science and structure of the track itself. But to be honest with you, Michael, when it comes down to it, what makes fast tracks is big competition.
Absolutely.
And so even some of the slower tracks out there in the country and even globally, sometimes what makes fast tracks is putting together excellent fields so you can have fast tracks.
So,
and you can have slow tracks.
This is interesting. The hurdles are staying at the same height, which means that we have another section of the boys.
Well,
there's
it
currently
looks
a protest.
Like Lexington, there was a protest, right?
There was a protest. We're going to have 2 teams, it looks like. Sorry, 1 team. That is Lexington setting both their blocks. He's going to move those blocks over. But Lexington is going to get another shot. So Lexington ran 32.35. Mark, did you see what happened with Lexington?
I did not.
Because I would expect Lexington to have run a little bit faster than that.
Well, yeah. Again, we were previewing that before this event started. That they were one of the teams to look at on the boys and the girls side. Again, we'll see the Lexington Elite girls team later on once we get through this individual heat. But I'm not quite sure what happened. We'll see if we get any information. But regardless, there was a protest filed A protest was won, and so now the Lexington Elite boys are going to get a chance to win. And here's a scenario here. What if they run faster than IMG Elite? I mean, I would feel really sorry for IMG Elite.
I feel sorry.
Especially that young man that said it was the best day of his life.
Yeah.
So they're probably sitting in the wings, standing in the wings.
I'm going to see if I can get an eye on IMG because you know that they're sitting somewhere trackside.
Well, they could be watching, or they could be just huddled somewhere, saying we don't want to see this. But if it was a protest that was won, then it's legit. I mean, it'd be one thing if it wasn't legit. So, but obviously
we should know
we have great officials.
We have the best
yes.
officiating crew.
So if they saw
here.
something and Lexington are going to run again, IMG Elite has to respect that. They may not like the result here, or they may say it's justified. But we will see here as Lexington Elite will get another crack.
And Mark, we should note that when you win a protest like this, your previous time goes away. So if you run slower, you can do worse. You don't get to keep that time. So it is Lexington Elite. He had a little slow start, a little bit of a slow start there. You got to think about the fatigue. They just ran this, and now they're coming again, running it for a second time here. And we're 14 mid at halfway, so we are going to give IMG a run for it here.
This will be very, very interesting to see what this final time is as the anchor comes down, trying to do everything he can. Let's see what the time is. And that final time, 31-22. Lexington Elite giving it all they could.
All they could,
so
but
no
it is
change.
seventh. No change to the podium.
No change in the podium.
But you want to end the season with a good time.
You see the athlete there. They're doing their little camera wave here, and they tried everything they could. 31-22, not enough to overtake IMG Elite, even with a second chance. And even that anchor leg for Lexington seemed to be kind of struggling a little bit, maybe with a hamstring issue. So, again, maybe that might have been after having already had to run this event just a few minutes earlier.
Yeah.
But we now move on to the girls' side here of the 4x55 shuttle hurl relay. And right now we have most of the early rounds being 3 teams, and then in the latter rounds having 4 teams. We'll see Union Catholic and Bullis going head-to-head later on, as well as IMG girls. This may switch around again like the boys did, depending on who declared, who scratched, what have you. But right now, the hurdle team is out there because not only do they have to change, here's the interesting thing, not only do they have to change the height of the hurdle, but they have to change the location of the hurdle. There's certain marks there for a girls 55 that is different from the boys 55.
Yeah, absolutely. Different hurdle heights, different hurdle positions. I'm going through our entries right now. I'm looking who's here, and Winslow Township has a season's best of 34.61, and that's from the Ocean Breeze Holiday Invitational back in December.
That was a long time ago.
That was
folks.
a long time ago.
That's almost a whole other season ago.
We've seen the Winslow Quartet run some very quick hurdle races on their own.
We'll see them in that final heat. Again, right now they're scheduled to race against Bullis along with Team War and Union Catholic. Again, we'll see if any of these heats as we go along get shaken up a little bit and are stirred up.
I put this question out there during the boys' race, and we didn't see it happen. But on the start list right now for the championship 60-meter hurdle finals, one of the best hurdlers to ever do it in the state of New Jersey, Jasmine Jackson of Winslow, is in. she will be in lane 4 in that championship final.
Well,
8:21 in the prelim.
Scheduled.
No, in the championship final.
Oh, the
in the championship final.
But
She
you're
will
saying
run. She's scheduled
to run
here.
this, but whether, again, like you said, whether you want to, once she made that final, whether you want to risk at that point, risk her in this. Maybe you want to get, shake out the cobwebs a little bit in this morning. But again, we're going to start things off here. 2 teams, the Wave in 2 and Legacy in 4. Heat 1, girls shuttle relay, 55 meters each. Pretty close there. Looks like Legacy has a little bit of an edge.
Well, this is tight coming into the
on
zone.
here strong, the Wave. Oh, and a fall there from the Legacy athlete, and that delayed the third athlete from getting going. She kind of fell into the zone
She
and
rolled
kind of had to
across the line.
roll into it to get going, and that opened up everything for the Wave. But Legacy
a strong back half. I mean,
she was determined to get back in that race.
I give that second leg from Legacy a lot of credit because third leg, because the second leg rolled across the line and basically impeded her start. So she had to kind of jump over
You saw
her.
her. She started. She had to literally jump over the legs.
That messes up your count. You've done your starts. You know how many strides before your first hurdle. And she adjusted like a pro.
So you see the Wave athletes walking off the track as other athletes are entering. And again, that time, 36:89. You see there on the screen, Legacy 36:92. So those are the times that the following heats will take a crack at. And we're getting ready to start off our second heat here. Ipswich TC, Crofton TC, and Willingboro. So 3 teams in this heat.
So the other thing that I think we're going to need to keep an eye on as we progress, I don't see, and I could be missing it, but I don't see a performance by Bullis this year. So you are allowed to submit cumulative times to get into this.
Right, but that being said, all the records are all Bullis.
I mean, if
last year's winner, the meet record, as well as the national record, all set by Bullis. So last year, Bullis set that meet record of 31:36.
4 of the top 10 times ever run in this event are held by Bullis. So when you talk about a team that is more than capable of showing up and running the event for the first time, Bullis.
Yeah, very, very similar to some of our longer distance races where athletes were able to submit 2-mile times to get into the 5K, or I think even possibly 3,000 meter times, rather than having to submit an actual shuttle race run. You can submit a cumulative time based on your star hurdlers, the individual hurdlers. So again, Ipswich Track Club, Crofton TC, and Willingboro in 2, 4, and 6. At least that will be the lanes they will be finishing in. Start off in 1, 3, and 5 again. Good start there for Willingboro. Pulling out ahead significantly here in just the first leg. Coming up there, though, in 2, Ipswich Town Track Club. That third leg there for Ipswich. Getting back in, but all that work undone there
Not what
with
you
the
want to
third
see.
leg. And now it's back to all Willingboro. And you have to feel for Ipswich Track Club there. Their second athlete really getting them back into the race. And then unfortunately the third hitting that hurdle. 36:29 for Willingboro. And again, like I was saying over and over, this isn't just one. This isn't just about one athlete getting their start and their hurdles right. You have to have all 4 athletes with their starts, all 4 athletes with their hurdles, and you even have to make sure that you still also have that smooth transition. I mean, maybe you have to, get close to that line a little bit. Obviously not cross the line, and no pun intended, but get close to that line where the second your athlete breaks that plane of that zone, you go. Now, you don't want to go too quick. You don't want to get DQ'd. But, again, not waiting until the athlete's completely past you to actually get going. Again, all of that can just shave off tiny little tenths and even hundredths of a second.
So, when you say that, you got to push the line a little bit.
No pun intended again.
No pun intended. But that's one of the criticisms that people often have about this event is that if you're running this on a Thursday night after school meet that has only a handful of officials, maybe we're talking about who can whisper the loudest here with getting away with something.
Right.
I have never seen so many officials watching a shuttle hurdle relay as I'm watching right now. You are not getting away with anything in this.
No,
event.
you've got officials right in each zone. You've got a couple of officials on both sides in each zone, and like you said, not only do you have that hurdle crew, but you've got at least 4 or 5 officials on each side keeping an eye on things. Only a few of them actually have flags, but if any other official sees something, they're going to shout out to the one with the flag, and you'll see that flag go up. Again, hopefully we don't see that.
Hopefully we don't see that, but
hopefully we don't see that
there's nothing else happening on the track right now.
No,
you don't see that normally at other
no
meets.
pole vaults, no long
Other
jump, no triple
meets,
jump, nothing. It's all the hurdles.
There's no oval. This
all
is
eyes.
just hurdles. You see the track is dropped, so they actually have a run out. They're not running into a wall.
On
great
both
venue
sides.
for that.
Both
sides are dropped.
this morning
you
are
don't
actually
normally
dropped,
see
which
that.
is interesting. So we got here our next heat, Heat 3, Windsor Track Club, Paramus Catholic TC, and Treadles. That's a nice name there, Treadles. Oh, already right out Paramus. Just not comfortable with hurdling, and that poor young lady just walked off the track, just not feeling it. And it's very close here between Windsor and Treadles. Windsor with the slight lead, some stumbles there from Paramus. Sorry, not Paramus, from Treadles. And Treadles now very smooth in that 4th leg. That was a hurdler.
That was textbook hurdle for me.
That was your hurdler, and she's kind of, you see her leg wrapped there, and she was kind of grabbing on that. So I don't know what it is about this event here today, but these athletes are all having some hammy problems. And great job there from those 2 young ladies, 2 of the quartet there from Treadles, taking Heat 3, 34-47. Now we're starting to see a pretty good time there. Again, nothing like that 31-36 that Bullis ran last year, and we'll see what Bullis can do this year. But Bauer there anchoring very, very well for Treadles. Definitely the hurdles. And again, you might even have sprinters still maybe testing the waters.
Let's look
of
at this
being the
replay here.
hurdles.
Look at this start. A stutter step before that first hurdle, and that just ended it for Paramus.
Yeah. I mean, and again, that she might be. I mean, it might be just very, very new to the hurdles, and just not feeling it, not being comfortable. And look at how smooth that is from Bauer there.
I think that comes down to you're using blocks that you have maybe never used before. That's not to say that these are not good blocks. These are very good blocks. But if you're used to running with your own blocks, it changes things.
See the results there. Treadles 34-47. Windsor TC 35-49. As we get ready to get into our next heat, looks like we will have 4 teams here. Lexington Elite. Again, one of those teams that we want to keep an eye out for. DF3 TC, Irish Elite, and Woburn TC. Woburn as well might give Lexington a pretty good run for their money. And again, those first leg athletes, and second leg for that matter, getting maybe a little bit extra time in practice prior to this race start here. But see some of the athletes enjoying themselves, waving to the other side of the track, waving to their teammates, saying, hey, let's have some fun with this.
We're about to have some fun here. Section 4 of 6. Lexington Elite Track Club, DF3 Track Club, the Irish Elite, and Woburn Track Club.
Again, that time to beat 34:47 Treadles from the previous heat.
Lexington Elite with a really, really good start, but it'll be DF3 Track Club with just perfect hurdle form on the back half of that leg, picking up the pace, making up for the slower start, and now it is DF3 Track Club out in the lead. But keep an eye on Irish Elite. They're coming back strong. They have a shot here. DF3 Track Club out very, very well, though. This is all DF3 now. DF3 coming to the final hurdle and across the line, DF3 Track Club. 33.88, that is your new leader.
I tell you what, looking at the form of DF3's second runner, that was pure hurdler right there. That was very, very smooth. That's what really helped them pull away there. That second leg, and from there it was just holding on to the lead. So we see the replay here. DF3 getting out very strong there. But like you said, Irish Elite was in it, but then here you see that second leg, and now the anchor. Doing very well there at the end to take it home. 33.88, Lexington Elite 35.67. So that moves DF3, as you said, into the lead. That puts Lexington Elite into fourth overall. But again, we still have a few more heats to go here and some really good talent to be showcased.
As we're getting ready for Section 5 of 6, I do see our top seeded section making their way to the track. That's Section 6. Winslow Township is there. Our brilliant stat man, Dylan Brilliant, is here, and I'm going to ask him to keep an eye and see if Jasmine Jackson is down there for Winslow. Because, again, we've talked about that. If she's here, Winslow has a realistic shot at taking down Bullis's meet record.
But do you sacrifice the final that, you know, that she needs to prepare for later on this afternoon? I mean, that's not until 2 o'clock. But, you know, do you want that early morning run shakeout? I mean, do you tell her to go in there and say, hey, just 90%, it'll be enough, you know?
If I'm from a public school in New Jersey, I want to go to school tomorrow, and I want to tell everyone that I took down Bullis's meet record.
Yeah.
Everyone, even people that are outside the sport, know about Bullis. So,
well, we've got one more heat to see how that unfolds. Lake Braddock TC in 2, Ewing Blue Devils in 4, Newburyport TC in 6, and IMG in 8. That, again, will be the lanes they will finish in. So we'll see how this unfolds. And they're off here. Heat 5 of 6. Out strong there, Ewing Blue Devils. Ewing Blue Devils. See there in lane 4, but on the outside, IMG Elite coming on very strong there in the second leg. And now IMG has pulled out ahead, but Lake Braddock's giving them a run as well. Oh, now it's all Lake Braddock. Lake Braddock TC, their third and fourth runners. They were not in there. It was all IMG Elite and Ewing Blue Devils in the first two legs, but then it was all Lake Braddock in the third and fourth legs there. And 32-92. Look how happy they are. They cannot believe how well they ran. 32-92 official time there over IMG Elite. And they're probably thinking to themselves, we beat some good athletes. IMG Elite produces sprinters and hurdlers like it's going out of style. I mean, that's one of those teams like Union Catholic. IMG shows up and you realize that they're going to be good, but Lake Braddock takes them down, runs a very fast time, puts them up into the lead, but we still have one heat to go here, and these are the big dogs.
And before I introduce the field, I just want to go through the top 10 all-time list. The top 10 times all list, Bullis has the national record at 30.44. Then it is Western Branch, Chesapeake, Virginia at 30.63. Then it is Bullis, Western Branch, Hoover, Alabama, Bullis, and Western Branch. The top 10 performances all time are by just 3 schools. So when we talk about Bullis, it is not us just being Bullis fanboys. Bullis has earned the right for us to 100%. Lose our minds without them even having run this event this year.
There's expectations that everybody has and knows that everybody's going to have when you see a Bullis, athlete out there. I mean,
absolutely.
You just know they've got great coaches, great philosophy, great attitude, and that ends up producing great athletes.
And because they have not run it this year, they are in lane 1 and 2. So Bullis Track Club, not on a preferred lane. It'll be Winslow Township from New Jersey. Again, we're looking to see if that's Jasmine Jackson. I believe that if she's in it, she's going to lead off. Team War will be in lane 6. And then on the outside, it is Union Catholic. Another school
is
that
Jackson. I can see from here, if you look down there, right when she turns there and to get in the blocks, that is Jackson leading things off here for Winslow Township. And bold move. Very, very bold move there.
I like it. I trust Winslow Township. I trust Jasmine Jackson. I trust that we're about to see a record.
I trust you're going to see an amazing first leg here in the shuttle relay and probably maybe even put this race out of touch in one leg.
Expect Winslow to go immediately to the lead, and then it's going to be a war of attrition.
Bullis TC, Winslow Township TC, Team War, and Union Catholic TC.
And it is silent here at the track at New Balance. Yeah, look at that start. I mean, it is Winslow Township with a great start. Across the line, beautiful. Look at it. This is Winslow Township and Bullis.
Bullis, though, pulling ahead there in leg 2. It's now all Bullis.
Oh, this is Bullis' race now. Again, this is why we always talk about Bullis like this. They're out well in the lead, clear of the field, and it is going to be quick. This is Bullis coming to the final hurdle. Bullis hanging on for the win. It is Bullis running 31:41. That is a new meet record. Ladies and gentlemen, Bullis now has 5 of the top 10 times all time.
And hey, like you said, it's not about necessarily being Bullis fanboys. It's just about understanding that this is a team of excellent athletes. Again, amazing coaches, obviously, an amazing program, and the athletes that they produce, both female and male athletes, are always going to show up and always put on a show. And honestly, they put on a show against a very good team. And they end up walking away with, once again, a new meet record and once again, another national championship in the 4x55 girls shuttle hurdle relays. And we expect to talk to these happy young ladies here in just a moment. And
Devontae Ford is trackside with Bullis.
New national record. How are we feeling emotionally, girls? I mean, I'm so sorry. New meet record. How are we feeling, girl?
We're feeling great. Like, we put the work in, so we just wanted to come out here, run with heart, and have fun. So, yeah.
All right, it's not every day as a hurdler you get to run a relay with more hurdles. So how crazy is it to come out here and see the hurdles back and forth?
Well, we didn't have that much practice, and we just trusted each other, honestly. And we just came out here and have fun and focused on what we had to do.
And so you got to watch your hurdler come in. You're watching all the action and chaos happen. What's going through your head watching the teammates come through?
Just to stay focused and to do our part. And for me, just to redeem myself from my individual event. But ultimately, we all wanted to just run for each other and, win. So.
All right, a new meet record. Best team to come through New Balance. How are we celebrating tonight?
Seafood boil.
Seafood boil. All right, we'll go get you some lobster and shrimp, girls. Congratulations. Give up a round of applause for these girls one last time.
Excellent performance by Bullis.
I love to hear the athlete talk about, how they didn't get to practice this very much, but all they needed to do is just trust in each other. And again, that's part of that program philosophy that that Bullis has that produces athletes like this, trusting each other in moments where even if you don't get a good chance to really work on what it's going to take to win a national title and break a meet record, but that trust is that foundation, and it's great to see that, and congratulations to Bullis, another national title here at the 2026 New Balance National Indoor Championships, and you see the girls there celebrating in style, very happy. They're going to head off and get that seafood boil celebration, and we will clear the hurdles here. We will keep the track. We're going to keep the track nice and flat there for our 60-meter semis, but we're going to take a look in here on our girls' shot put. Going through a little almost team exercise here with all the individual athletes. But I think they're just kind of, the official there asking the athletes to kind of show all their hands, maybe check that everything's kind of square. Kind of you look at the bats in baseball, or you look at the spikes before they come onto the track, and giving them final instructions here in that amazing secondary facility there that's just actually below where we're seated outside of the track. But absolute cauldron of excitement there watching the boys weight throw yesterday. Caden Hullett literally almost hitting the wall opposite end. They just cannot make a facility quite big enough. And so the girls' shot put will be going on there today. And meanwhile, we're back here to the crowd and to these exciting 60-meter semifinals. And we are going to have 3 heats. 8 will advance to the finals. 2 from each heat plus the next 2 times. So we want to keep an eye out on who those first 2 runners are. And then we'll also want to keep an eye on, again, the bubble times that we will have for that 7th and 8th final places there in our 60 meters. And then they will run later on today at 1:48 and 1:54. Those are the scheduled times there for the finals. But we expect some pretty exciting performances here from these semifinalists. 24 athletes coming out of what seemed like an endless supply of heats in the prelims. And we're going to kick things off here soon. We're just cleaning up after the hurdles. They got to pick up all the tape marks where they had all the hurdles for moving the boys and the girls' hurdles around. but we can see the athletes now in Heat 1 getting warmed up and testing their blocks and testing their starts there.
So as we're getting ready for this next event, I want to continue that conversation from earlier because I know that there were some questions about it. This track is hollowed out underneath the runways and the straightaway. So when you run on this, it feels almost like a trampoline. Like just walking around on this track, you can feel how springy it is. That is something that the sprinters and even the distance runners like. It's a little bit easier on the leg. So when Mark talks about the concrete tracks back in the day, they still had the all-weather surface on top. It's allowing the spring to basically compress underneath your foot. So if you want to learn more about it, read up on it. It's very interesting stuff. You can do a deep dive. You can learn about why the Harvard track here in Boston, why Boston University, why those were always regarded as very quick tracks. And it's because of that plywood construction with the fast surface on top. And when they were building the track at New Balance, they looked at those tracks and they said, what did they get right and what can we do better? And let me tell you, this track at New Balance got it right. That combined with the modern footwear that we've been talking about all week, that's where these lightning fast times, in part, are coming from.
Well, and again, all of these amazing athletes wanting to come here and compete against the best. You see, again, going back to that 400 meters last night, De Leon really pushing Quincy Watts. I mean, he beat De Leon, but he may want to thank De Leon for pushing him to that national record.
Absolutely, and he did. Quincy Wilson did thank him after the race. He said, you know what, we've gone on college visits together, we know each other, and we work together to bring that competition to the next level. And it took a time of 6:89 to earn a lane in this semifinal. So we're going to see something pretty quick here. Zane, Caitlin, Luke, Geyer, Creed, Weissenhunt, Mecki, Rather, Mule, Raku, Antwi, Connor Coons, Ty Malone, Gavan, Ornitra, your field for Heat 1 of 3. And what we're doing here is the top 2 from each heat, and then the next 2 fastest times coming back. I always love seeing who decides to jump and who decides, you know what, I'm ready, I did my warm-up, I'm just going to get into the blocks. And Mecki Rather of Sprint Factory, no jump.
Yeah, you see almost all of them always jump. It's very rare to see an athlete not do that big hop there right before they get in the blocks.
I love this event here at the track at New Balance because we're sitting just above the finish line. They're going to run directly under us, and they're charging at us, flying. That is lane number 4, Mecki Rather of Sprint Factory. And he looked comfortable. He looked smooth. A Maryland #1 time, 6:73. Mecki Rather, followed by Creed Wissenhunt of Yanis, Texas, 6:78. So those guys guaranteed a lane in the final.
Yeah, again, the top 2 automatically going regardless of time. And you will see most likely, as they see these athletes in the semifinals, very similar to how they see the athletes in the prelims, and what we will see them see the athletes in the finals is more than likely there's a 90%, 95% chance that your winner is going to come out of either 4 or 5, and probably a 98% chance that it's going to come out of 4. That's typically your top seeded athlete. They earn that right from the previous round, whether it's the prelims or the semifinals. They earn that number 4 coveted lane.
And the thing that is maybe interesting or maybe what people are expecting is when we had the 200 and the 400 prelims, we only took the 8 fastest times because we had a lot of heats.
Over 200 athletes on the boys' side.
In this, we have safety for our top 2 athletes, which that changes the strategy a little bit. If you're one of the top guys, you don't necessarily need to give it 100% right here.
Got to save a little bit for later on for the final. So we're getting ready here for Heat 2 of 3. Zayden Horn in 1, Jack Pollock in 2, Will Jacobs in 3, Wyatt Lee in 4, Javon Legister in 6, and Radner Rollins in 7. Interestingly, Saunders and Tobia, both scratches out of the semifinal. So we're going to keep an eye on Wyatt Lee there, Flying Angels Canada. And he is flying, getting challenged there from Jacobs. But it looked like that was Wyatt Lee, and it was the Flying Angel from Canada. The senior running 6.72. Will Jacobs gave him a real good run for his money there at the end. Comes up short in 6.75, but will be automatically going on to the final. And that bubble time there, 7th and 8th, Zayden Horn from Heat 2 there. And then Zane Catlin from Heat 1. Those are currently the 2 athletes sitting in the hot seat of 7th and 8th. But Wyatt Lee running the fastest time so far today, 6.72, just ahead of Prather there from Heat 1. And so those are the top 2 athletes as we get ready to head on into Heat 3. And very solid race and a very solid time there for Lee.
Yeah, really solid race. And in the replay, you can see him look back and say, you know, I got this, shutting it down early.
Yeah, very confident look there at the end. I mean, I don't know if it was a little bit of showmanship, but it was definitely very, very confident. Like, yeah, I just won. Yeah, I'm the guy to look for in the final.
And we should
Or one of the guys.
Zamari Sanders, he's crashed.
Yeah.
And you know what? If you're the first seed, you know, the top prelim in the 200, and you're only the 5th in prelims in the 60, you got to pick your battles.
You got to pick your battles, and we do have those 200 finals later on today here at 2:30. And so clearly the coach and athlete and maybe even a little input for the parents might have just simply said, you know, look, let's save it for the most important thing, which is going to be that one lapper later on today.
Absolutely, but now we're going to see who is going to make the final. Evan Williams, Anthony Boykin, Michael Walker Jr., Rohan Calder II, Manny Martin, Miles Outerbridge, Nathan Lennon, and Manny Blake.
Again, those 2 times that you want to keep an eye out for, 6.83 from Horn and 6.86 from Catlin. Those are the 2 athletes currently sitting on time in 7th and 8th.
Correction, it is Luke Geyer at 6.79. Nabil Dracu Antwi at 6.81. Those are the 2 bubble
those are
times
the
right
2
now.
cues. Yes, you're right. You're right.
Flying down the stretch. It's a closer race here, but it will. Looks like it was lane number 4, Rohan Calder II of IMG Elite, but no, Anthony Boykin getting it on the lean. Wow, out of lane 2.
Very impressive there from Boykin.
6.75, and Manny Martin of Clayton, 6.76. Rohan Calder of IMG Elite, 6.77. Miles Outerbridge, Montverde Academy, 6.79, but that'll be in. So both
but we'll have to
of our
look
time
here.
qualifiers will be from this section.
Yeah, but however, we've got Luke Geyer at 6.79, and we've got Outerbridge at 6.79.
Oh, yeah,
so
you're
that's
right.
going to go down to the 1,000th of a second. The officials will need to work that out right now. So officially, and it looks like, nope, they're still working on that.
Let me see. I think I have it.
The officials.
It'll be Miles Outerbridge.
It will be Miles Outerbridge.
It'll be Miles Outerbridge. 6.783 to 6.789. 6/1000ths of a second. Miles Outerbridge, Montverde Academy. getting in over Luke Geyer. So 679 to make the final. Led by Wyatt Lee of the Flying Angels out of Canada, 672. Becky Rather of the Sprint Factory, 673. Anthony Boykin, 675. Will Jacobs, 675. Manny Martin of Clayton, 676. Rohan Calder the second, 677. Creed Wissenhunt, 678. And as I said, Miles Outerbridge, 679. So that's going to be a really good final.
Coming up here now, we move over to the girls here again. 8 advancing, 2 from each heat. Next 2 best times. Aubrey Lilly, Janaya Brown, Vanessa Waite, Cameron Tatum, Skylar Cunningham, Nadia Ford, Deasia Reed, and Willow Mason. And we're going to have the athletes come up out of the blocks there. Officials didn't quite see something that they liked here. Hopefully it's just something for the whole field and not an individual athlete. We do see the officials standing in front of one of the athletes, but it doesn't look like any individual infraction. Just probably maybe a reminder to keep still in those blocks.
And we should note, it took 8. Oh, sorry. Let me give you the time from the prelim. What?
Also, it looks like an athlete might, in fact, have been DQ'd there at a lane 7. Deasia Reed is not in the blocks. So we didn't see that from this far being on the other side of the track, but it looks like Deasia Reed is out. So, but it's still going to be a very fast race there in the middle. Looks like lane 4 there, Cameron Tatum, Michigan Mustangs, and it is in fact 740. Cameron Tatum just ahead of Janaya Brown from the house, 741. And then Skylar Cunningham with a very solid time there, 742. Just misses out on the automatic spot there in the final. And Deasia Reed, I can't tell if she originally was lined up or if she was DQ, because I'm seeing DNS there.
She's not listed as a DQ. She's
not listed as DQ, so Deasia did not start the race. So there was no official DQ that we know of. Reed
and again,
just
that's
decided
another
not
one of
to
those
run.
decisions. She is going to be in the 200 final.
Yeah.
She was only 17th in qualifying here. And she ran the meet record in the 4x2.
I know it's a tough call because the athlete earns the right to get into the semifinal, but I wish I wish they had maybe some sort of program where maybe the athlete declares sooner than later that they're not going to go to the semi, and then they bring another athlete up. That's all I'm saying. I know that's a debate in the sport, but that's all I'm saying.
When I see an empty lane
in a semi
at the USATF National Championship, and I see the guy who could fill that lane as the next fastest guy sitting in the stands,
it breaks your heart.
Breaks my heart. So the time to get into this, 7:62. That was the last time taken to the semifinal. Akia Barnes, Okari Marshall, Nina Kai Boyi, Zoe Holt, Lee Peters, Samantha Mandwa, Diamond Bryant, and Tiffany Garrett now coming down the stretch. That is lane number 5, Lee Peters. Lee Peters of Foundation Academy Lions. The senior, 7:35.
Wow, 7:35.
Of Bears, 7:40. So those are our 2 fastest times of the day so far. And that'll move the bubble time to 7:42 and 7:43. Skylar Cunningham and Nina Kai Boyi of the Metro Cobras sitting in the hot seat.
Wow, that was a very fast time there from Lee Peters. And again, one of those unique situations where you have an athlete outside of lane 4.
Look at that replay. Look at, not the best start.
But you know what? A good drive phase there.
Was
the drive phase for Peters was really good. It was just building up
fighting.
a little bit more speed there in that opening 10 meters, even though she didn't quite jump out of the blocks as quick.
When we talk about shutting it down, she did not. She ran all the way through the line there. So if I'm getting ready to race her in the final, I would say, yeah, you ran really fast in the semi, But if I know that I was a little bit, 90% in the semi, I'm feeling pretty good.
Okay, all right, folks, here we go. Heat 3, we see the results there from Heat 2, but now we're going to move on to Heat 3. Again, as Michael mentioned, that bubble, 7:42. That's what those athletes in 3rd and 4th are going to want to be ahead of. But meanwhile, on the track, Kamara Lane, Azamiya Thomas, Sanaya Craven, Sayani Wynn, Elizabeth Tanis, London Atkinson, Demelade Anakanamiya, and Kaylin Strawn.
Sayani Wynn, one of the best to ever do it.
And Wynn coming down here for the win. She's holding off all challengers there. And Sayani Wynn takes it in 7:31. Tanis in 7:42. And Craven and Strawn not quick enough to get ahead of that bubble time of 7:42. So it will be Cunningham and Ibrahim who will be going on to the final there. So we do have our 8 finalists.
Look at this replay. Look at Sayani Wynn. Just how smooth, how comfortable, how confident. She knows I'm the fastest qualifier.
Barely a little
at
lean
90%.
there. That was a nod. That wasn't a lean. That was just a, okay, on to the final.
Talk about an athlete that has just rewrote the history books in New Jersey every time she has stepped on the track. Every time I've had the honor of calling one of her races, I have had to keep my eye on the record books.
And she's got 2 races here today that she needs to think about because she is the fastest qualifier, winning her heat yesterday in the prelims in the 200 meters. So we could see quite a day for Sayani Wynn in both the 60 and the 200 meters.
Let's check in on the shot put. Girls Championship shot put well underway now. We are on to our second round of flight number 1. Ebrechi Zakpour of Flagtown, New Jersey, leading at 11 meters 42. That is 37 feet 5 3/4 of an inch.
And back to the crowd. This arena starting to quickly fill up here. We'll have some pretty amazing finals coming up here in the boys 60-meter finals. And again, another shot there of the girls' shot put.
And
we're full of puns here
to
today.
the cage now, Isabella Caparco of Hamburg, New York. She's currently the 24th best thrower in New York, 10 meters 93. Nice glide form there. So you'll see the difference between rotation and gliding there in the shot put. Electing to go for the glide there on her second attempt. Isabella Caparco of Hamburg, New York, waiting for that mark to be measured.
Yeah, you've got the glide and you've got that spin technique. I've even seen the somersault, but I don't believe
I don't think we're allowed to do that anymore.
Not allowed to do the somersault move anymore.
$10 76. So a pretty consistent series, but not as good as her 10 meter 93, which is 35 feet 10 and a half inch. Up now, Adair Para of Denville, New Jersey. A good throw, but I don't believe that's going to be better than her 10 meter 26. So you see them using the laser there. Helps speed up the competition immensely.
Yeah, you're not having to, tape measure everything, and very quick turnaround there with marks. So the competition can get going, and again, very accurate as well.
So that's 9 meters 72. Now in the cage, Debrechi Zakpour of Flagtown, New Jersey, your current leader. A great throw. Our official having to get out of the way there. She's already thrown 11 meters 42 today. And this is just flight 1 of 3. So our top-seeded athletes are coming later. You could sneak into the final. That will be a foul. But you could sneak into the final here out of flight 1. Nala Williams of West Springfield Track Club. Now, I like this. We're having 2 officials mark all the throws. So you see the gentleman that is holding the reflector for the laser, and then you see the gentleman that is holding the stick. So we have 2 officials working in tandem to make sure that the marks are 100% accurate here. No questions about where the mark is. And then you also see the athletes, there's chalk on their shot. This way, when they throw the shot, it leaves some chalk on the ground. It lets the officials know, hey, this is where you need to mark. Makes everyone's lives easier.
Well, and again, when you're talking about fine margins of who gets first, second, third, or even who gets 17th, I mean, you want to make sure that you get everything accurate.
Everything perfect.
The technology's there to do it. The officials are there to do it. All the athletes have to do is just throw as far as they can.
The Leah Bell of Bloomfield Bengals. There you see the rotation. But again, that's what's tough about the rotation. You got to make sure you time that release perfect. So it'll be outside the sector, so no mark. But if she can time that, I can see her moving up. She's currently in 11th with 10 meters 49, 34 feet 5 inches. Emma Tiemann of Grassfield Track Club, Virginia, getting ready to go. Getting ready to make a pass off here to Dave Milner. I am Michael Twist. Thank you for joining us here in the morning. Been with Mark Davis all morning. Mark, you're going to stay on for a little bit. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you and call these races. I'll be heading back over to the PA mic.
Pleasure's all mine. It's been great working with you, and I'm excited to continue some work here with Dave Milner here as we get ready to go into a slew of mile races while we continue to watch the girls' shot put go underway. Those mile races getting ready to go underway in a little under 10 minutes. Again, in the meantime, though, we've got the girls' shot put being highlighted here on your screen.
So that the folks at home know, they're still setting the track. There are no miles going on right now. You are not missing anything. They are raising the track, putting the railing back up, getting everything set, and then we'll cut back to the mile. Dave Milner and Mark Davis with the call. Thank you for joining us here at New Balance Nationals Indoor.
That was Emma Morgan there, currently sitting 13th from Monarchs Track Club in the girls' shot put. And her throw, 10-11, does not improve on her 10-31. And next up here, we've got Teresa Knuth, currently sitting 6th with a throw of 10.97 in her first throw. And that looked pretty solid there. That might be an improvement on her 36-foot throw from her first attempt, the Greenwich TC athlete. And they'll mark up that throw there. We'll wait to get officials writing it down officially, showing our other officials what that mark is, and they'll get that put into the system, and we'll let you know what that throw is. And that was an improvement for Knuth, 11.05, and up next, Abigail Francis. She's currently 4th with a throw of 11.17. And we're going to head back to the oval here and welcome my good friend Dave Milner. Dave, how you doing here today? How you doing after all that excitement yesterday?
I got to tell you, yesterday was exhausting, but in the best way possible. Looking forward to calling these mile races. We got 14 boys races, followed by 13 girls races. So if you're a fan of the mile, you are in for a treat because we got 27 consecutive heats.
And upwards of 17 or 18 athletes per heat. So we got a lot of milers out here, a lot of athletes that have already run, say, the 5K or the 2 mile possibly, or maybe even the 800 yesterday, are going to be in these mile rounds. And again, like throughout the meet, we'll save the best for last.
Yeah, but for sure, a lot of tired legs, to your point. A lot of kids, this is their second or perhaps even third race of the weekend here at the track at New Balance.
And I'm excited in this first heat to see who is becoming a local legend here, Silas Gartner. I had the pleasure of working Falmouth Road Race every year, and he and his brothers are Falmouth gods down there. I mean, he's got a slew of brothers that have been running very, very well, at least regionally, and always a pleasure to see Silas Gardner and the rest of the Gardner brothers. But
Silas is scratched.
So right when I say that, I was so excited to see it, and now we see that unfortunately Silas Gardner's is scratched. So forget everything I said. We'll see Silas in another day.
We're going to pick favorites, then I'm going to go with hip number 8, Gabriela Mondegi, whose sister I coached in high school. Bella now runs for Notre Dame. So
okay,
we'll
give it to you this time. So too bad. I will see the Gardner brothers in August down at the Falmouth Road Race. But meanwhile, we've got other athletes here on the track in Heat 1 of our boys mile. Just making sure we've got everything set with our ramps that we had to bring back up after those semifinal sprints and our shuttle hurdles. The officials checking all the lights as they need to reset those lights once they put the railing back up. Once they bring the ramp back up, they got to make sure those pacing lights that we've been seeing throughout the weekend are all set. So we see a view there of Heat 1. Some of these athletes, this may be the first race of the weekend. They've been waiting a long time to get onto this track and show what they got here, at least in Heat 1.
It's like they're still correcting the rail, adjusting the pacing lights, so these guys are going to get a little bit of a run out here.
Yeah, I mean, you don't want to stand around while the officials are doing something. And you'll probably hear your coach, from the stands going, okay, go. But you also want to make sure that it's okay to do that from the officials. So the meet record here in the boys mile, an incredible 4 minutes flat .47. So not quite under that 4 minute barrier that we've been seeing, but your national record well under that 4 minute barrier, 3:56.66. Owen Powell from last season.
Yeah, I think, we've never had a sub 4 minute mile at New Balance Nationals indoors. I think this might be the year. We're going to have a couple of paces in there, apparently going 1:59, and then he's going to tow another guy that's supposed to go through 1,000 meters in about 2:29, in addition to the pacing lights. So I feel good about the possibility of us cracking 4 minutes in that 14th and final heat.
One of the benefits maybe of not being an officially high school sanctioned meet, even though these are high school athletes, is you have a little leeway to put in rabbits in that final. And again, we'll see that in the last heat. But meanwhile, you can see the start list here for section 1 of 14, as Dave mentioned. Wait, is Silas back in there? It looks like.
Yeah, I think so. He's wearing hip number 1. I think he did start. We'll find out.
We'll find out when they come back around here. But meanwhile, we do have 18 athletes on the track here. And again, we have that waterfall start because of so many athletes. They have to stay in those outside, at least in lane 3, before they can come in. And you see those athletes now coming in.
So it looks like Madam Rutherford from Edmond, Oklahoma is your early leader. It's Finn Riley from Union Catholic, tucked in behind him in second.
And I did not see Gardner or Dempsey come through. So Silas Gardner is a non-starter as well as James Dempsey. So that takes that field down to 16 athletes, all tightly packed there. Rutherford still kind of controlling thing. He did really well on that outside waterfall start there to get the lead, but seems like they're just kind of taking things a little easy here in the early stages of Heat 1.
Well, they were about 62.5 through the opening 440 yards. They were 63.39 for that first split, but remember that first split's a little bit long. It's 409 meters.
Correct.
We're getting after it. We're clicking off 32s here. Pacing lights are set for 421 for this one. You can see they're ahead of those red lights just in your shot right now. It's Marshall Brown from Rye Country Day Track Club that's moved into the lead as we approach 880 yards. I'll try and get you a unofficial 880 yard.
In second, I believe it is Owen Heelman on the heels of Brown.
So we're about 208.5 through 880 yards, so running about 417 pace currently.
So halfway around 211, so roughly that's probably about a 209, maybe 209 and a half. So Brown still out ahead, Heelman on his heels, and that's Riley, Union Catholic, currently sitting in third.
And now we got two Bullis runners in the top four. Bullis not really known for their distance running prowess, much more of a sprint powerhouse. They got two milers right up in the mix so far.
Well, again, like I was talking with Michael earlier, I mean, I think that just overall program breeds excellence no matter what the discipline. And it looks like Brown is trying to make a move here a little bit with 2 laps to go, trying to get a little bit of distance there from that pack of 6 athletes, again, which include those 2 Bullis athletes, Heelman and Walensky. And Brown's got a little breathing room here.
Yeah, the New Yorker turning the screws on the field.
Bell lap coming up.
And we are 3:47.5 at the bell.
So it's Walensky now leading the chase pack. But here, once again, comes Rutherford, your early leader. But Walensky kind of holds him off, but not for very long, as Rutherford now goes around Walensky. But can he get up on Marshall Brown?
I think Brown's going to bring it home. It's going to be the New Yorker that takes his first section of the boys' mile in 4:18 and change.
So pretty even there, 209 and then 209. Maybe closer to low 209 or possibly high 208, 209.71. And then a finishing time of 4:18.70. To take the first heat there. Rutherford second. Finn Riley, Union Catholic TC. Again, Union Catholic not necessarily known for their distance, though they do have one heck of a TMR team.
Especially for the girls, correct. So here's a replay of that first section. Marshall Brown from Rye, New York, coming off the turn in the lead, and he holds off the opposition to take that first section of the boys' mile.
Next up on the track, Heat 2. Pacing lights will be set again at about 4:18. And we'll look at the 2 groups of athletes there, one on the lower section, one on the upper section. And as soon as they get around this second turn there, there'll be a set of cones. See the start list there now on the screen. There'll be a set of cones. As soon as they pass those cones, they'll come together, and that's that kind of little nervy moment where the entire field, the very reason why they separated them is because it's a large field. That entire field comes together there. And it looks like it is Fletcher Rodbro from IMG Elite who's going to take responsibility for leading this field through the early stages. Harper Huckabee and Reese Cubison Jonesboro and Juniata Valley Striders, respectively.
So running the second place, that's Reese Cubberson from Juniata Valley Striders. He was part of the DMR team that won on Thursday night. So keep an eye on him. He's an experienced runner, knows what he's doing, and he's happy for Fletcher Rodbro to set the pace for him right now.
Yeah, interesting that he's, as good as he is, seated in the second section. But again, it's the sum of all the parts that really made that DMR team. Solid time there for the first quarter of this race. 101.94 for Rodbro, 102.14 for Cubberson. And they've got a little bit of a distance there, about 3 or 4 meters on the chase pack there. Nash Howard, Bellevue, Washington. Long trip there from all the way from the West Coast, Upper West Coast for Howard. We'll see what he can do to make that trip worthwhile, but it's really Rodbro and Cubberson. You can see now starting to get a little bit of distance again. But that chase group, one of those athletes might feel that once they get a little too far ahead, I might need to try to bring them back a little bit, and that's actually Moises Salazar Jr., who's maybe thinking about bringing that chase back up to those 2 runners.
It's Rodbro from IMG Elite keeping this honest. But Cubberson looks super composed in second. He ran a really impressive, he ran the leadoff leg on that winning DMR team. And actually, I think he split 3:07 or so, as I recall.
So Rodbro looked like Cubberson was coming up on the shoulder there, and then Rodbro just kind of made that little bit extra effort. He wants to control this race, and it looks like Cubberson is willing to do, but no longer, as I say that. Cubberson has had enough. Back-to-back 33 splits there for Rodbro, and Cubberson is just not quite comfortable with that slower pace. And he's going to pick things up here with 2 laps to go. Rodbro not giving up, though.
Cubberson's looking smoother. Actually, I was right. He split 3:06.7 on that DMR.
Wow, that is very impressive time there. And he is going to try to pull away from this field now with 300 meters to go. And he's getting himself some very comfortable distance here on the rest of the field. And now Rodbro is being caught. And that's Salazar again trying to make a move. He made it once, he's making it twice. And they're trying to catch up to Cubberson, but I think Cubberson's just going to have too much.
Salazar's closing fast, but I think he's going to run out of real estate, don't you, Mark?
I don't know. His turnover's pretty good, but there goes Cubberson. Just that little effort by Cubberson there in the last 20, 25 meters. It's almost like he kind of knew Salazar was coming, and it was just, oh, okay, whoa, I got to finish this thing.
I did see Cubberson, it seemed like he glanced up at the screen with 100 meters to go, but I don't think he realized that Salazar was closing quite as fast as he was in that last 50 meters.
Yeah, I mean, it was really only when they passed what their view shot was at that big screen did Salazar start to really kind of bring it on there, and you can see, and then just you can almost see the little effort, like, oh, juice, I got 10 meters to go. Do I want to win this? Salazar coming on really strong there. And Jason Robbie, who we didn't see throughout much of the race, comes up in third there in 4:17. So 4:16.51 for Cubberson, 4:16.85 for Salazar. So that gives us our top 2 times so far in these heats, but still a long way to go.
Right, so the pacing lights will be set for 4:16 now. That's the time to beat set by Cubberson as we get heat 3 underway. So 16 runners in this third heat.
Looks like Greer is a scratch, so we're down to 15.
That's Arjun Bhatt from DC, your early leader, and he's through very fast. He was about 29 seconds through the opening 200 meters, and he's opened up quite a gap already as we got a couple of guys.
Oh, you see that on the back stretch. Again, these larger fields, sometimes these kids are used to it, sometimes they're not used to it. And, somebody wants to make a move, and they typically make it on the straightaway. Tends to tangle things up here, but
60 seconds through the opening 440 yards. A little ambitious here by Arjun Bhatt. Bearing in mind that most of these guys, have PBs in the 415 to 418 neighborhood. So going out in the 60 is a bold move.
Yeah, not sure what him and his coach had decided for this, but as a junior, you typically don't see these types of potentially risky moves. You see them usually from a freshman or a sophomore, but again, we don't know what type of training Pat went into going into this meet. He just may be ready there. And Sean Stevenson has decided that Pat is just a little too far ahead, and so he may be wanting to drag this chase group back into the mix. They got to be thinking of, Pat's going to slow down at some point.
Yeah, his PB is 4:19.68 set a couple of weeks ago, so I think he's in a little bit over his head right now with that early, searing pace through the first 600 meters or so.
Yeah, I kind of saw Pat when he was coming around, just kind of real deep breaths blowing out like, whew, whew. And yeah, I think that's that risk is not going to pay off here. And with 3 laps to go, it looks like he's going to get caught there.
That's Ryan Monahan from New Canaan, Connecticut. That's about to make the pass.
Stevenson made a good move getting the pack going, but he did not go with Monahan when Monahan went.
Yeah, I think that early pace set by Bhatt has had a bit of a domino effect on the rest of the field. Everybody got dragged out probably faster than they would have wanted to go.
And Monahan's actually clipping off, even though his third lap was kind of slow when the general pack slowed down. He's been cranking off 31 highs.
Yeah, he's looking smooth, looking composed. Arms pumping. Good knee lift still. And he's got 300 meters left now. It's all Ryan Monahan as he approaches the finish line. He'll see 1, and here's the bell. 200 meters to go now.
And he's ahead of his best of 4:20.62 with those lights set at 4:17. He's not only going to get a win here, seemingly, he might even be able to walk away from a national championship. While it's only a heat win, he might be able to walk away with a personal record. As I say that, those lights creep up just ahead of him, but again, only probably by about a half a second or a second.
Yeah, he's got a personal best of 4:20, or at least he did up until just now. He shaves 3 seconds off his personal best.
Good day. Good day for Monahan. Good day for a good Irish name there.
So that's an early St. Patrick's Day gift
for
Ryan Monahan.
Monahan, the name of the town that a good friend of mine who owns a local pub here called the Phoenix Landing, where is the home of the official Liverpool Supporters Club of Boston. And I am missing that game today against Tottenham to be here with you, and I am just happy to do so.
Well, if I wasn't here announcing with you, I would be at the Leeds United pub, which is the Banshee in South Boston.
Oh, I know the Banshee well.
Actually, Arjun Bhatt hung on pretty well despite that really fast opening place. He got 4:19.79 in that second heat to just shave a tenth or so off his personal best. But we're ready now for heat number 4.
Heat 4 here, you can see on the line again the 2 starts, the lower and upper start here for heat 4 of 14. And they're off and underway here. Our pace lights set at 4:16, so those pace lights will get faster and faster as we get deeper and deeper into these 14 heats. And we've got, it looks like 16 athletes on the track for this heat, and they'll come off that turn and, as we see, come together as one group and get a feel for where everybody is here. And that's going to be Braden Palmer, Fort Smith, Arkansas athlete that will take charge here over Tobin Connolly from Barron's TC. Palmer has got a personal best of 4:19.65 that he ran just in January. In the field, allowing Palmer to control things up front there. Logan Hurley, personal best of 4:19.60. So very similar between those two athletes up front, Palmer and Hurley, looking to hopefully improve on their best. If they can keep up with those pace lights, they will do so. But still a large pack here as they come down the home stretch. 5 laps to go here in Heat 4 of the boys' mile. Now in the mix as well is Brendan Eichner from Tornado Track and Field, joining the leaders, but no real big front runners trying to run away with this thing like we saw in the early stages there. That might be Tristan Fancher. So Eichner now up in the lead, and that's Eli Boilius from Hanover, Ontario. Again, our northern neighbors putting on a show here in the national championships here at the track at New Balance. And so now you see that group of 3 pulling away there. So very strong lap there from Boyas, who's pushed the pace here, dropping a 31 seconds to help Hurley and Eichner pull away from everybody. And you got Palmer there now in kind of no man's land ahead of the chase pack. But it's really these 3 athletes, Boyas, Hurley, and Eichner, that have decided they're just going to make it a 3-man race. They can continue this pace here with 2 laps to go. And Hurley now trying to make it a 2-person race. Hurley and Boyas getting some distance there on Eichner. So it's all Hurley now pushing the pace, and Boyas hanging on there. 300 meters to go. And Hurley and Eli Boyas. Hurley now with 1 lap to go, not only chasing the lights, but trying to chase away from his Canadian neighbor, Eli Boyas. Logan Hurley, Buena Vista, Arkansas, on the backstretch there. You can see digging in. He's really working hard there to stay ahead of Boyas. Can he do it, or can Boyas pick up another head of steam? And there's other players now coming up from behind, but it looks like Hurley is just going to hold on. Logan Hurley, valiant effort there at the end of the race. The last few laps there looked like that was hurting.
Yeah, for Logan Hurley, that's a 2-second personal best. He actually runs for Bentonville High School. My good friend Mike Power is the coach, and his teammate Brian Burns will be in the fast section to come. But that just shows the depth of that program. They were one of the best 4x8 teams in the nation last year. But for Logan Hurley, a 2-second personal best, he's going to be thrilled with that, and he takes that section.
You can see there in that replay, that head starting to bobble like, whoa, just get me to the finish. Get me to the finish.
In fact, if that finish had come about 20 meters later, I think he would have got overhauled.
Yeah, we talk about real estate all the time. Those other athletes needed about another 10, 15 meters of it if they were going to catch Hurley. But Hurley holds on, 4:17.39. You can see there on the screen. Connolly comes up strong there at the end, 4:18.09. And DeYoung, who, again, we weren't talking about early, great finish, 4:18.30.
So as we get set for our next heat, Reese Cupperson still has a time to beat out of Section 2 at 4:16.51, and that's what the pacing lights will be set for. So 16 runners in this 5th section of the boys' mile. So your early leader is Max Weber, and he toes the field through in a pretty swift 30 seconds through the opening 200 meters. Bjorn Blankenship from Oregon is tucked in behind him, and then it's Brooks Mello from Illinois in 3rd. So we'll eyeball you a 440-yard split. Looks like it's going to be 61 low. So pretty fast opening clip here. You can see we are, well, the lights aren't even barely in your picture. Those lights are set for 4:16, and these lads chugging along at closer to 4:09, 4:10 pace so far. Still Weber in front, Blankenship in 2nd. It looks like Brady Leitenberger has moved up into 3rd. So 135 through 600 meters. It's Wyatt Lendon that actually moved up to 3rd from Ohio. So Max Weber from Illinois leading the way. 2:08 through the half. So right on those pacing lights set for 4:16. Weber, Blankenship, Lendon is your top 3. From Illinois, Oregon, and Ohio, respectively, as we approach 1,000 meters now. 1,000 reached in 2:39. Remember, the splits on your screen are a little bit long. That's 1,009 meters. And Blankenship looks like he's going to try and go in front, perhaps. No, settles back in. So 3:13 at 3/4 of a mile. So the pace has slipped a little bit. Now they're running closer to 4:17 pace. But Blankenship moves into the lead. The junior from Bend, Oregon, leads with 300 to go. And Wyatt Lendon is off his shoulder. Lendon moves into the lead at the bell. Wyatt Lendon from Ohio is leading down the back stretch. About 150 to go now. Weber trying to get around Blankenship, and what he does, moves into 2nd. It's Weber chasing Lendon. And it looks like Weber's going to get around him, and Max Weber gets the win. 4:15.42 with a 29.7 close. All right.
Here we go. Heat 6 of 14 now underway here on the track. Got 16 athletes. Top time now there from that previous heat. Max Weber, 4:15.42. That's the time to beat for these athletes. And coming through your early leader there, Reed Robbins, XLR8 Iowa Track Club, 30:47. So they're starting to get out here in these early laps. I mean, you're going to start seeing those first lap times.
Last couple of heats have gone out 30 for the opening 200 meters.
For sure. I mean, they're going to want to get out and get away from the traffic.
So we're almost halfway through the heats, and now these guys are mostly in the 4:15, 4:16 PR range.
So Reed Robbins still leading there, about 101 through a quarter of the way. Official split there at 409 meters was 102, and that's still Andrew Sharon on his heels. Safaye from Woods up there in the mix as well. And the athletes are strung out now over about 10 or 15 meters. And it's still Robbins up front there, 32.76. They've definitely settled down a little bit from those early laps of 30 and 31. And it's just going to be a matter of whether these athletes want to settle and for how long they want to settle before they start really racing here in the remaining laps. Getting ready to come up on halfway here with Robbins. Montagnesi now up in the mix there ahead of Sharon. And Montagnesi looking really good there off the shoulder of Robbins. Again, another high 32. And Montagnesi has had enough of those 32 pace laps and takes over there with Joshua Palmer following him in this surge here in the latter stages of Heat 6.
So we are 207, about 207 low through the half, so right on track to run 4:15 pace here.
We've seen Joshua Palmer throughout the weekend. We know he's got some good talent, and he seems to be the only one going with the pushed pace there of Quakers, TC's, Jonah, Montagnesi. And they're starting to pull away from this field here, but they still got 2 laps to go. They're now starting to drop down into those 31-second laps.
We'll see what Palmer has left. This is his third race of the weekend. He ran the 4x8 and the DMR.
We've seen him a lot, seen him plenty, so he's either really well versed with this track and warmed up and ready to go, or he may have some tired legs here at the end. But it's definitely coming down to 2 people here. Robbins leading the chase back. He might still have something left in the tank. And now it is Palmer making that move with a lap to go. Montagnesi's holding him off there, holding off that surge, but I think Palmer might have one more surge here. He may need to do it here on the backstretch if he can, but really, Montagnesi making the surge now with 100 meters to go, going into that last turn, and it's just going to be too much. He looked really good in the middle stages there, very comfortable, and now he has a very comfortable win, running a new Pennsylvania number 2 time and a new U.S. number 39, running 4:12. He was on a DMR team that finished 26th overall, and he finished 14th earlier in the program in the 2 mile, running 8:58. And today he takes his heat in 4:12.90. Joshua Palmer holding on there just barely in 4:14.28 over Danny Curran. Again, sometimes we don't even see some of these athletes until the very end. They're almost kind of waiting and hiding back in the pack with just a very quick kick to get up in the top 3. Next up on the track here, heat 7 of 14. We're going to get halfway through our boys' mile in this race.
So mark the time to beat, 4:12.90 by Montanese. That's what our green pace lights are going to be set at. You can see these guys are well ahead. It's a very swift opening pace, 29 low through 200 meters.
And unlike Bat from earlier in the heat, these guys can go out on 29, and they're going to hold on. I mean, they're going to keep going. We're going to see a lot more 30s and 31s from these athletes than we've been seeing from those 32s and sometimes 33s from the earlier heats.
So your early leader is Maddox Roach from East Liverpool in Ohio. And
Wait, did you just say Liverpool?
Again, I know.
I know. You hate saying Liverpool, don't you?
Kickoff time for you soon. So Roach toes the field through 61 seconds through the opening 440 yards. This is our fastest split with the exception of Arjun Bhatt, who went out really fast in that one heat.
So Roach finished 117th overall in the boys' mile, but still ran a 156.85 in the half mile. I mean, that's amazing that you can run a 156.85 and only finish 117th.
In the 800?
Yeah.
So we're coming up to the halfway point. And it's still Maddox Roach has led every step of this, the Ohio runner. And he comes through halfway in about 2:06. Kiefer Wilcox from Lake Tahoe, California is still in second place. And that's Nehemiah Johnson from Alabama that's moving up on the outside into third, all in black.
Wilcox has also got some mileage in his legs from this meet, having run the 2 mile earlier. So we'll see what he still has in the tank if he can stay up here. Colin O'Donnell, who's now up in there, was on his team's 1,600-meter SMR that finished 15th overall. Not too bad in a stellar field of SMRs that we saw the other night. So we've got McDonald now up in there, not to be confused with O'Donnell. Henry McDonald, St. John's Prep. He was on his DMR team that finished 29th overall.
And now it's Nehemiah Johnson from Alabama that's moved into the lead. A big move at 300 meters to go, and he's going to lead at the bell.
Johnson has not raced at all this weekend against guys that have got 2 miles in them, other 800s, relay races in them, so he should be the freshest, but can he hold on here? On the backstretch, it looks like he's getting challenged.
Yeah, it's Aiden Asen from Florida in the white that's moving into second to challenge Johnson. He's right off his shoulder now and makes the pass. Aiden Asen from Winter Springs, Florida. Looks like he's going to take this 7th section of the boys' mile.
Again, another athlete. This was his first race and pretty much probably his only race of the weekend. So, again, another one of our fresher athletes taking this heat.
And Asen closes with a 62.3 last 400 meters.
Very strong there, almost breaking 30 seconds. Definitely the fastest close that we've seen so far. Not ultimately the fastest time we've seen so far, but definitely a very good close. Moves him up into 9th overall in the compiled results. All right, we are past the halfway mark here in our heats of the boys mile. Next up on the track, we've got heat 8 of 14.
So our pacing lights will be set for 4:12.90. That's the time to beat established by Joe Montanese out of heat 6. But if you're just tuning in, this is heat 8 of 14 of the boys mile. We're getting faster as we go, although our progress hasn't been linear necessarily.
Looks like a pretty solid time here going out. Might be under 30. Definitely under 30 for 200 meters.
This is by far our fastest opener so far.
Yeah, for 209 meters, they ran 29.7, so it's probably closer to a low 29 for Sean Gonzalez from Texas there. Cameron Collier from Atlanta, Georgia is heading up that chase back, but it's all Sean Gonzalez right here. Again, his first race of the weekend, putting it all on the line here in the mile. Collier had ran the 2 mile earlier, finishing 7th overall in 8:55. And when I say earlier, the other night.
61 through the first quarter mark. Gonzalez making this an honest race.
But this is typically in the race where we see things start to settle a little bit. And how much they settle will be up to not only this lead runner here in Gonzalez, but also that chase back. And it does settle significantly.
Absolutely, 33.0 for that lap.
Hey, but he's still got a few steps on the field. I mean, the rest of the field apparently were perfectly fine with running 33s as well, because nobody's really made too big of a move. So you see them starting to make this move now on the outside. It looks like the pack is going to try to pull up a little bit. At least that first athlete there, and that's Bryce Cunahan from Lincoln Way Central. And he drags 2 or 3 other runners up with him, including Clay McKinney and Benjamin Burkle. And now they pass Gonzalez, and maybe just a little too much in the beginning stages there for Gonzalez.
That's Cunahan from Illinois that leads at 1,000 meters now.
I tell you what, Cameron Collier, I think looks really good out there. He's just been hiding in the back there.
And now he's moving up nicely right now into second place.
You typically see the athletes that are making the right moves make them right about right now. If you're leading and you're really strong, and you can still win it. But the athletes that are making moves are the athletes typically sometimes that have the best shot. It's the other ones that are just kind of settling and waiting for everybody else to make the moves. But, you see Cunahan now digging in, and maybe digging in a little bit too soon there. And now it looks like Mark Mester, who is now making some big moves.
As Meister in the Stars and Stripes singlet, who's reeling in Cunahan, who made a tremendous move with 2 laps to go.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like he was starting his kick 400 out, which is maybe a little soon in this mile. And Meister now reeling him back in.
Meister looks the smoother of the two
wow.
right now.
You can see him now just go around Cunahan very comfortably there, and nobody else really in touch there of Mark Meister from Tampa, Florida. 31:47 for that previous lap. We'll see what this is, and he's going to take this. Nobody else has got enough to challenge that move there with about 300 meters to go for Mark Meister. And he runs a 31:46, the senior from Tampa, Florida, to take heat 8. 4:16. Like you said, our times aren't improving linearly. You're going to have that odd heat there where it's maybe just a little bit more tactical. But probably I would say in the next 2 or 3 heats, we're going to see that first sub 4:10 at least.
I agree. But they see confirmation of the results for Heat 8. 4:16.24 from Mark Meister with a 63 flat close over the last 400 meters. A really well-timed move by the Floridian. As we line the boys up next for Heat number 9. So once again, a field of 16 here in this 9th heat. The time to beat remains Joe Manzanese's 4:12.9 out of section 6. So it looks like Newman is your early leader. Jacob Newman from Westlake, Ohio. That's Bob Kennedy territory.
They breed very good runners up there, very tough runners up there. Bob Kennedy, legendary American distance runner, was one of the toughest I ever came across myself.
Any of you youngsters out there, if Bob Kennedy was before your day, he was the Foot Locker national champion back when it was called Kinney. Was the NCAA champion at Indiana, and I believe the first non-African to break 13 minutes for 5,000 meters.
I was in that stadium in Stockholm when he did that. It was absolutely brilliant. I mean, the mechanics of his splits, it was just literally like 236, 236, I'm saying 1,000 meters. It was just so efficient. The Deanne Gollan meet there in Stockholm, and it was just absolutely, I was in shock. I could not believe somebody had run that fast from the U.S.
All right, so your new leader is Clayton Jarrow from Bend, Oregon. He saw his teammate Jorgensen have a good run a couple of heats ago. And Jarrow has injected a little bit of pace. That was a 31.1 for the third lap. Now we got another change in leadership as we approach the halfway mark. It looks like Mazzeo. It's actually the Mazzeo twins. Alex and Nicholas are 1-2 right now.
Again, these middle laps there, 32s and 33s, though it is starting to pick up now a little bit more. But it's just amazing how much they settle down there in that second, third, and fourth lap.
All right, unfortunately, they both have Mazzeo, but I think it's Alex in front and Nicholas behind him. They're identical twins. This is an announcer's nightmare.
So that is Alex in front and Nicholas in back. They may go by Alex and Nick, but Alexander and Nicholas.
And now it looks like Nicholas moving into the lead. Thank God for hip numbers.
I do not think there's going to be any brotherly love here with 2 laps to go. I think it's every bro for himself.
Nicholas and Alex in second, and then in third place, Jacob Newman, our early leader. But it's the twins from Pennsylvania, 1-2 right now with 300 left.
I think of the two, if you look at the pure stride there, it's Nicholas that has a much stronger stride there. You can see Alexander just kind of rolling his shoulders a little bit more, which means he's maybe working a little bit harder than he can handle.
Yeah, Nicholas looking good. It looks like he's got the better of his brother here. But Alex, not out of it yet.
That turnover, though, for Nicholas, you can see just the stride turnover is so much quicker, which means Alexander's extending his stride probably more than he should. Oh, but now he's picking up a little bit of steam here coming out of this last turn. And oh my goodness. And I think he got him. Do you see? Nicholas was looking to his right. Alexander came in on his left. Wow.
Alexander gets it by 400ths of a second.
What, do not do that. Do not do that. Don't leave lane 1 open like that and then look to your right.
It's going to be an interesting ride home back to Pennsylvania for those two.
Yeah.
But good to see the brothers go 1-2, 4:13.19 to 4:13.23.
Now what's becoming the cliche in the sport, Cole Hawker move on the inside. You see him, you see him look to the right, and then it was too late when he realized his brother had come out on the inside. Look, he's looking right.
Yeah, he drifted out into lane 2.
And he looks right again, and then you just see the little peek to the left. He didn't look to the left, but it was a peek, and then the smiles on the face of his brothers.
On the face of our winner there.
All right, well, that was entertaining. And we hope this one is equally as entertaining as we get into Heat 10. And so far, again, the time to beat 4:12.90. We might be able to see something below that time now that we're into the meat of things here in the boys' mile. Sam Lividiri, we've seen racing out here today, this weekend. So he's in this race, but it's Michael Mahoric, Newburyport TC, taking things out there, and him and Joseph Murray.
Yeah, keep an eye on Murphy from Hershey, Pennsylvania, better known as an 800-meter runner. He's one of the top 10 to 15 in the nation at that event. So if this race does lag a little bit in the middle, he's going to be dangerous.
30:44, somewhat tame for this late in the program here in the boys' mile.
Also up there in third place, that's Sean Wright. He was a middle school champion in the mile a couple of years ago, just a sophomore.
So a sophomore mixing it up there with those two front-running seniors. And you can see Mahoric and Murphy trying to move away. It's more Murphy just getting closer and closer up on the shoulder there, Mahoric. And now Murphy makes his move going into the turn with 5 laps to go. Again, a big settle there on that lap. 32:33 for Murphy, 32:62 for Mahoric.
So Murphy's going to be looking for some redemption. He was a DNF in the 800 yesterday. I think he got nudged off the track, as I recall.
Yeah, there was a lot of calamity going on in those 800s yesterday, and athletes going down, athletes getting pushed and shoved. Again, we talked about that yesterday, about how that event can sometimes be so volatile with the speed and strength and the tight quarters here, this indoor track all together ended up creating those things. But right now, Murphy is owning up to that redemption as he holds about a 10-meter lead here.
And the 1,000 meters reached in 2:36. That's our fastest split so far. Murphy has a PB of 4:14.75, but right now he's running closer to 4:11 pace.
He's looking very good there up front. He doesn't look like he's straining really at all. Well ahead, or just ahead at least, of that 4:12 time of our leader there. And now he is coming into 2 laps to go, the ultimate 400 meters. But coming into the mix here, Eric Robertson.
Actually, I think that's James Gurley from Louisville.
James Gurley, Louisville, Kentucky. The sun is so bright, he's got to wear shades here indoors, apparently.
I think Murphy sensed the danger. I don't know if he can do anything about Gurley's challenge here.
Gurley just flies around Murphy on the home stretch with the bell lap to go. But you see Murphy dig back down a little bit, at least for about 10 meters, but it's not going to be enough. You see that's how quick Gurley's legs are getting down on the ground, using the track to continue to pull away. It's a shorter stride for a taller runner like that.
Yeah, choppy stride, but Gurley surely has to sewn up. He has about a 15-meter gap entering the home stretch now.
He's working really hard here at the end, but after a couple of really good laps, he almost gives us our first sub 4:10 mile. Not quite enough. A 30:57 after a 29:60.
And he
second to last lap.
hacks almost 5 seconds off his personal best. Tremendous run by Gurley.
And it was all in that second to last lap there with that, again, that 29:60, and then he follows it up with a 30:57. So roughly about 60.1.
Impressive. That's
for
our
our last
fastest
400
close.
meters. Yep.
Our fastest close so far for the final 400 meters.
It was hurting a little bit at the end, but it was certainly enough to get the win. 4:10.83 you see there, 4:12.95 for Murphy, and 4:13.31 for Zarian. Again, once again, that third place runner in almost every heat. You don't hear about him almost the entire race because he just sits back there a little bit and then pounces at the end.
So Gurley goes top of the heap so far after 10 heats at 4:10.83 as we get set now for heat number 11.
By the way, that time for Gurley, a new U.S. number 21 time. So very impressive there, 4:10.83. I have a feeling we're going to see a lot of new U.S. times, though, in the next couple of heats.
So your early leader is Bryce Cook from North Carolina. And he toes the field through in 30 seconds. Zarian Rodriguez from Arizona is in the yellow singlet, tucked in behind him in second. And it's Justin Landis from Pennsylvania in third.
I do not miss those days of training at the University of Arizona in Tucson. There were some warm days. Not too bad in December, January, and February when everybody else is freezing, but definitely good all year training there in Arizona.
So we're 61 through the opening quarter, so swift opening pace here.
And Cook looks good up front there. I mean, very comfortable stride for a 61 opening. Just looks like, almost kind of looks like he's just really taking it easy up there. But again, if he starts to take it too easy, the rest of this crowd will sense and pounce.
I like Banner Barnes from Indiana in third place. Looks really relaxed. He's got some strapping on his quadricep and knee. But he's now moving up to slide in behind Rodriguez.
All right, coming down here, 4 laps to go, halfway through. And that's Rodriguez now taking over, the senior from Chandler, Arizona. About 2:05, 2:06 through halfway there for Rodriguez, but he's now being challenged there. I think that was Bryce Cook now taking over the lead. No, it's Wilborn, Jack Wilborn, Evansville, Indiana, with a surge of 31.74 to get this race going. Again, they ran a 33.28 in the middle there.
And now Thomas Isanovsky is pulling alongside Rodriguez and almost like looking over at him, like they almost made eye contact there coming up to the quarter. And now Barnes, who I called out earlier with the strapping on his leg, moves into the lead.
400 meters to go here, or less than. Getting ready to come up on 300 meters to go. Rodriguez looks like he wants to keep going with Barnes here a little bit. At least he's got to keep him within sight for this final lap. Barnes really digging in there. You see his head start to wobble a little bit going into that final lap. So he's working. Rodriguez not completely out of it there. Colin Asen is also trying to make a move. He gets into third place there on the backstretch. So, but Rodriguez now, here comes Rodriguez. What a kick there for Zarian Rodriguez. And Barnes looks like he just went a little too early there. And Zarian Rodriguez, Chandler, Arizona, 28.97 for his final 200.
That's our fastest
finishing
close so
speed.
far.
Wow. And again, combined with the lap before of 31.56, that's about a 60.4 for his last lap. Or last 400 meters, last lap of an outdoor track at least. 4:11.86. It does not best our top time of 4:10.83 set previously by James Gurley, but we're in now 12 of 13. 2 more heats to go before we get to our seated section. And we're getting ready to get underway here, and we are in heat 12 of 14.
So the time to beat is still 4:10.83, set by James Gurley in heat 10. This is heat 12. So will we see our first sub 4:10 of the day?
It's got to happen in one of these heats. I don't see us going from 4:10 all of a sudden to possibly a sub 4. There's going to be some runners in here. I know that they're going to be 4:0 something. And taking things out here, Peter Mitchum, 30.06. Not blazing, but solid. Cade Cresswell, as well as Matthew Dodds. Dodds now looks like moved into second. Some jostling there.
Well, keep an eye out for Cresswell, because Cresswell has run under 4:10. He's got a personal best of 4:09 outdoors last year. He's back in fourth right now, wearing the pink singlet, I believe.
Yeah, Mitchum's best only 4:12.75 compared to that. He may not be up in the lead much longer, and he isn't.
Yeah, Cresswell had a disappointing run in the 800 at this meet. Only ran 1:56, so he'll be looking to get some redemption here at the distance he's slightly better at. Back in fourth right now. Actually, he's dropped back to fifth now, because that is the South Carolina and Jackson Tuck that's moving up through the field with the long flowing locks.
Samson Palmer, Charlottesville, Virginia, trying to lead a group of 4 there, you can see, away from the main pack.
I like Jackson Tuck. He's hugged the rail and moved up steadily through this field. He had a really good run in the 2-mile, as did his brother. I think they both won their respective heats.
Yeah, and they literally ran almost the same exact strategy, so it'll be interesting watching Tuck here, how he races. And then I believe his brother is also in possibly the next heat, and see if his brother races the same. Right now they're ahead of those pace lights that we talk about, 4:10 pace. But more importantly here, we've got a really great race up front here between Palmer and Mitchum. Tuck right behind them, just a couple of meters. So 2:03, 2:04 for Palmer through 800, and now about 2:34, 2:35 through 1,000. Jackson Tuck starting to fall back a little bit here. And we got 2 laps to go. And that is now John Hayes, who's moved up into third, right behind Mitchum.
Palmer. So Hayes from Vestavia Hills Track Club, that's the high school Ethan Strand went to.
Big shout out to the Strand family.
So Hayes following in some big footsteps out of Birmingham, Alabama. But Palmer looks to have this under control right now.
Bell lap to go. Looking very comfortable there. Mitchum not quite keeping up with Palmer. And Hayes now, John Hayes now, the only one that's going to be able to challenge Palmer here coming off the final turn. Palmer has got to turn on the speed here at the end if he wants to hold off challengers. And he is super excited going across the line. 4:09.18. Thank you, Samson Palmer, giving us our first sub 4:10. John Hayes, very strong at the end there with a 29.60 closing 200, but not quite enough there to catch Samson Palmer. Peter Mitchum ends up holding on for third place, early leader for the majority of our race. And now we have the second to last heat, heat 13 of 14. Definitely have some very good talent in here. Garrett Fott, Oregon Distance Project. Nathan Lee, Greenwich, Connecticut. Hunter Robbie, local boy here. John Bianchi from Natick High School. Just a slew. Lucas Tanner from Wisconsin. A lot of very good athletes in here. I think we might even see something around 4:05, 4:06. If this race stays honest. And this is where everybody's jostling around, making sure that they get into the right position when this field comes together. And those surges there, you can see when they come together. And I mentioned Garrett Fott there, Oregon Distance Project, the sophomore going out in 30:51, not blazing, but he's holding his own about 10 meters ahead of the rest of the field there. Jeswinski the third. And then I mentioned earlier as well, Nathan Lee. Fott has got a lot of miles in his legs here. Ran the 2 mile. He got 9th overall in 8:56. And he was also on the 4x4 mile team for his school that got 4th overall. So Fott has been fighting like a champion throughout this entire weekend as he leads this field by about 10, 15 meters now in the early stages.
Keep an eye on Nathan Lee, though. Lee is an experienced 2-miler. He's gone under 9 minutes several times. Currently in third, just about to move into second place, the senior from Connecticut. And he knows what he's doing. A more measured approach is his style.
He didn't break 9 in the 2 mile here. Got 25th overall, running about 9:03. But like you said, he does have experience and some fast PRs coming in here. As you see now, Lee leading the charge to run down Garrett Fott, who went out pretty good there in the first 2 laps, 30:51, 29:14. So almost back-to-back 29s for Fott, and that may be too much for somebody who's already run a 2 mile and run on a 4x mile leg team at this meet. So now Lee dragging other runners with him, including Lucas Tanner and Trent Daniels.
So we are 2:03 through the half. This is likely to be our fastest section so far by a good second or two.
Again, all 3 of those athletes up front there with the matching outfits. They don't run on the same team. They're just wearing those nice New Balance singlets that they get for being athletes here. And Nathan Lee, Lucas Tanner, Trent Daniels going back and forth, switching up lead.
It looks like Daniels now in front, right?
Yeah, that is Daniels in front. And I tell you what, Tanner looks good. Tanner now getting right back up on Daniels' shoulder on that backstretch, getting ready to go with 300 meters to go.
That was a 30.6 split to bust this race wide open. And it's Daniels and Tanner, and Lee is now about 12 meters back.
And there goes Tanner making that move coming off of the turn here with 1 lap to go. Lucas Tanner, the senior from Wisconsin, dropping another 30 point there. And he's rolling away. Daniels has nothing left. Daniels is completely shut down. It looks like he's going to get swallowed up by Lee and the rest of the field. But it is all Lucas Tanner out front.
This is going to be one of the top 10 times in the nation, I think.
He is rolling down there, folks. Keep an eye on the clock there. 402, 403, 404, 407.01.
That is number 9 in the nation.
Wow. I was hoping for a 405, 406, but I will take a 407.01 any day because that was a really good race. If you look at his last 3 to 4 laps, right after the 800-meter mark, he went 31.2, 31.0, 36.4, and then closed in a 29.86.
Yeah, 202 high for the final 800 meters.
Yeah. I mean, that is very, very impressive.
So pretty even running throughout that race for Tanner. He really just moved up through the field nicely. All right, showtime.
Like you said, Dave, it is showtime here. Our top-seeded heat. I'm looking through these names on my screen, and this is going to be amazing. I got a big shout-out before you say anything. Rocco Culpepper, son of Shane and Alan Culpepper. Again, we saw Goucher's kid race earlier in the meet, and now we got the Culpepper's kid, Rocco Culpepper, in this race. And I'm big fans of the Culpeppers. I raced against Alan many a times. Shane and Alan are just absolutely the nicest people in the world, and it's so great to see their kids racing.
Also, Rocco's big brother, Cruz, was a 401 miler in high school.
Yeah, so big shout out to the Culpeppers there from Colorado.
So we've got 14 runners slated to contest this mile, along with 2 pacers.
And again, all eyes probably on that trio of Brian Burns, Caleb Winders, and Carter Smith. That's the number 2, number 3, and number 4 runner in the country, all here battling it out at the New Balance National Indoor Championships.
So the stands are filling up, at least in the home stretch, ready for this fast section of the boys' mile. We've never had a sub 4-minute mile here at New Balance Nationals indoors. 9 boys have gone under 4 minutes indoors historically. Will we see number 10 here at the track at New Balance here in Boston?
Yeah, we were treated and teased of it a couple of years ago when Clay Shively ran 4 flat .47, just 4.7 off of that sub 4 mile. But we might be able to see it today.
And then last year we had this incredible field lined up, but nobody went with the rabbit, and ended up being a sit and kick affair that Robin Lefebvre from Canada won.
Yeah,
in
real strange
slowest
that race
time of
last
4:05.
year. Yeah, real strange last year.
But we got a couple of guys who've already ran 4 flat this season, and they're knocking on the door at making history. As you see them lining up there for a Kodak moment.
Oh, that's great. Look at that. All smiles, even before the race. See the girls stage there too. They'll be next here after this championship seeded final of the boys mile. Also want to keep an eye out for Jamison Pfeiffer Jr.
Son of Stephen Pfeiffer, who is a pretty decent miler himself.
Yep. And Pfeiffer ran a high school world record for 2,000 meters.
Was that the sound invite?
Yes, that was. Took over 5 seconds off of Nico Young's previous record. And Nico Young, I guarantee you a lot of the young folks listening to this and watching this know of Nico Young. They may not know Bob Kennedy, but they definitely know Nico Young in recent times.
I was chatting this morning on the way into the track with Mike Power. He's the coach at Bentonville High School. Mike was an Olympian for Australia back in the Sydney Olympics in the 5,000 meters and a legend at Arkansas. He stayed local, lives just around the corner from campus, and he's been the head coach at Bentonville High School, a distance powerhouse there over the last decade or so. And Brian Burns, his athlete, will be running hip number 14. Burns has ran 4 flat 38 this year already, just a couple of weeks ago. In the same race, Jamison Pfeiffer ran 4 flat 61, just a couple of tenths behind. So those are the two main protagonists, I think, in this 14th and final section. But keep an eye out for Caleb Winters. He won the 800 meters last night. He's a 146 runner. If the pace lags at all, he's going to be lethal.
Recently committed to the University of North Carolina, Winders. So obviously going from one good program to a powerhouse program in North Carolina these days. And get a view of this beautiful facility here at the track at New Balance. Just getting everything set up here nice and smooth for these just due introductions of our seated section in the boys mile. And like you said, crowd really starting to fill in here. Got some exciting races coming up. I mean, the finals in the 60 meters, finals in the 60-meter hurdles, the 4x4 relays. I tell you what, the crowd will come alive for the 4x4 relays. Absolutely, probably my funnest part of any track meet, and probably of a lot of people's track meet, is the 4x4 relays to close things out.
Especially at this meet, we have some of the regular teams that are always here: Bullis High School, Union Catholic, Archbishop Carroll, some of the best programs ever. And they'll round out day 4 of the action here at New Balance Nationals indoors at the track here in Boston. So it looks like we're going to get ready to lower the lights.
There you go. You can see the lights dim down here, get nice and dark, strobe lights going, and we're going to meet our finalists in the seated section of the mile.
All right, so here's wearing hip number 1 from Lexington, Kentucky, a Syracuse commit, 4:08 just last week. That's Xavier Richardson. So from Lafayette High School, just around the corner from University of Kentucky. Next up is Noah Bontrager from Topeka, Indiana. He's a Notre Dame commit. Much better at 2 miles. He's ran 8:46 is his personal best at 2 miles. But he's ran 4:02 for 1,600. Maxwell Miracle wears hip number 3 from Central Point, Oregon. He ran 4:12 earlier this season. Henry Burge from Knoxville, Virginia wears hip number 4. He's a 1:49 800 guy, and he's also ran 4:07 for 1,600 this season. Preston Sangley from Boca Raton, Florida, 12th in the 800 meters last night. He's another one that's going to be dangerous if the pace slows a little bit in the middle of the race. Max Friedrich from Cleveland, Ohio, went 4:08.60 down in Nashville last month. He was the Ohio State champion just last week. Jackson Miller from St. Louis, Missouri, 4:08.38 this season. He's currently number 11 in the nation. Chase Capes from Sarnia, Ontario, up in Canada, just 16 years old, 4:08 for the mile, has good range, also 27th at the World Cross Champs in January. And your aforementioned Rocco Culpepper, 4:03.80 is his outdoor personal best, the son of Alan and Shane, a couple of Olympians. Carter Smith from Lewistown, Pennsylvania will wear hip number 10. He was second in the 800 last night behind Caleb Winders. Number 5 in the nation at 4:02.71 over the mile. And there is Caleb Winders, our 800-meter champion. Ran 4:02.56 at the New Balance Grand Prix on this very track last month. He's heading to UNC in the fall. There's Grady Lynn from Des Peres, Wisconsin, currently number 8 in the nation. Just ran 4:06 this year. He'll be heading up to Madison to become a Badger in the fall. Jameson Pfeiffer wears lucky number 13, number 3 in the nation at 4:61. Actually our top returner from last year. And Brian Burns wears hip number 14 from Bensonville, Arkansas, 4:38 this year, just down the road at BU. He's also ran 1:49.30. He's going to be one that's going to be dangerous if this turns tactical as well. But my money's on Burns and Pfeiffer with the 800-meter champ, Caleb Winders, to mix things up. What about you, Mark?
I was going to say Pfeiffer, but it's just you look at the statistics and the times that some of these athletes have run, and more importantly, what they've run recently. Not back in December, not even early January, but some times recently. You got to suspect that there's going to be at least 4 or 5 athletes in the mix. Again, we want to hope that it stays honest, that it gets going, that it doesn't turn into a tactical affair. And if it doesn't, they are going to light this place up and possibly give the crowd a surprise St. Patrick's Day present of a sub-4 mile.
But definitely going to be a changing of the guard here. Our top 2 protagonists, Jameson Pfeiffer and Brian Burns, were only 16th and 20th last year, and then they're in fact the top returners from last year's race. So this is a completely new cast here in this boys championship mile final. And
we don't want to necessarily rely too much on that light system that we talk about all the time. We do know that it's going to be set at 3:59, but I think it's more going to be about the race here.
So we do have a couple of capable paces in this one. So Nico Pukut is going to pace the field. Oh, we're going to recall him, I think. Somebody went down. Didn't see who that was.
A trip up there, and as long as it's within the first 25 to 50 meters.
Maxwell Friedrich that went down from Ohio. So to my point earlier, we got 2 paces in addition to the pacing lights. Nico Pukut is going to tow the field through in 1:58. Michael McNew is going to follow behind him and then try and go another lap and tow the field through 2:29 through 1,000 meters.
Okay.
The pacing lights, the green lights, will be set for 3:59. And we're going to try and get our first ever sub-4 minute mile here at New Balance Nationals indoors. That meet record, as Mark mentioned earlier, it's 4:47, set 2 years ago by Clay Shively.
All right, so we're going to get all the athletes back onto the line here. May just be a little bit of a talking to here from our starting official, basically telling them, all right, guys, let's just, let's keep it clean, keep the arms in, no pushing, no shoving. Again, a lot more athletes there in the lower area than you have in the upper area, so you typically have that as soon as they hit that turn.
Well, I think our 2 paces are down on that lower tier.
Oh.
Nerves are going to be jangling now.
Yeah.
As we get our second recall.
Let's see. Let's hope we do not see a red card.
I don't know that I've ever seen anybody get a red card in a mile. Have you?
I don't believe so.
At least not for our
start. So it looks like the athlete's just going to get a talking to there.
It's Pfeiffer.
Well, it's Winders as well, I think.
They're getting a slap on the wrists. Well, he got a green card and then a yellow card. Was that for dissent?
Yeah, it's a warning, just like in the beautiful game. It's a little bit of a warning. No red cards here. Not going to miss the next game. So yeah, it looked like Pfeiffer and Winders both got a little warning there.
All right, clean start this time. So we'll see our pacers jump out to the lead from that lower alley. So we should see Nico.
They definitely got to get out, those pacers, because the rest of the field's going to want to get out as well, and
Absolutely.
They need to be out in front to do their job.
So it's Nico and Michael, our pacing duo, and they're supposed to go 158 through halfway, or at least through 800 meters. And they're doing a good job. They got to the front nice and easily.
So Rocco Culpepper leading the main field there behind our pacers. Burns, Culpepper, Pfeiffer, Bontrager, Sangley. And they're getting after it. Not terribly fast, though. 31:34 for the first 209 meters.
Yeah, we've seen 2 or 3 of the previous heats get out faster than this. But now we're getting back on track with those lights. That was a 29.6 second lap.
So Pfeiffer Jr. now deciding that we're going to really get things going here. So 2 of the big players up front there, Pfeiffer and Burns.
And it's Bontrager in 3rd place.
So you again still see those 2 pacers in front just ahead of Pfeiffer. Another sub 30 second lap. So back-to-back 29.67 and 29.71.
So it's Pfeiffer, Burns, Bontrager, Culpepper behind our 2 pacers. That's the top 4 right now.
And interestingly, Winders well back in 6th place, just sitting nice and comfortable, playing it safe.
So they're about 159 through 880 yards. So we are definitely on track for our first sub 4. Nobody has gone under 4 minutes so far this season among high schoolers. 4 flat 07 is the national lead set by Caden Leonard of Texas.
So we've got our last pacer, and then we've got Pfeiffer, Burns, and Bontrager. Culpepper dropped back after those first couple of laps. So it's all Pfeiffer, Burns, and Bontrager. That was a 29.60 after a 30.33.
I'm liking our chances of a sub 4 here, Mark. And that big 3 have about a 12-meter gap now over Carter Smith.
Pfeiffer,
3 flat at the bell.
Pfeiffer looking like he's working really hard there to stay ahead of Burns and Bontrager. And Bontrager, we didn't really talk about that much. It's very impressive. He's up there and he's making a move on both Burns and Pfeiffer. So Bontrager now pushes the pace to get ahead of that sub 4 mile.
And now Burns moves into 2nd place. Burns has 149 speed. Can he reel in the 2-mile specialist?
Here we go, folks. On the backstretch here.
We were 3:29 at the bell mark. We are definitely on for a sub 4 here.
Pfeiffer now dropping back. It's only Burns that's going to challenge Bontrager. They're both ahead of the 3:59 lights. We might even see something close to the low 3:59. Oh my goodness, here comes Noah Bontrager. Yes,
and did we get 2 under? Bontrager for sure, a sub 4, 3:59.
3:59.48, a new meet record, obviously new U.S. #1, and for the first time, a sub 4 mile at the high school national championships here at New Balance.
And that's the 7th fastest all time by a high schooler indoors.
My goodness. Burns just missing that 4-minute barrier, 4 flat .09. Bontrager just making a huge move there right before a lap to go and just did not look back. Burns was the only one to challenge him at the end. And Bontrager just powered home. You see him there, how excited he is. What an amazing accomplishment for Noah Bontrager. Again, we didn't talk much about him at all. We're seeing the start replay here. But I tell you what, he put on a show, and what a great opportunity for these folks to see a sub 4-minute mile high schooler.
And they see Bontrager's move. He went pretty early, played his cards with about 400 meters left, which you might expect from a guy that's better at the 2 miles, but Notre Dame is going to get a sub 4-minute miler up in South Bend in the fall.
Wow, look at that. Just powering home there. Look at the look on his face there. So excited. He may or may not even know that he was going to break 4. He just gets under. And indeed, 3:59.48 for the senior from Indiana.
You got to feel
So
bad
happy
for
for him.
Brian Burns missing that magical 4-minute barrier.
At least
by
if he
just
would have broken
9/100
4,
of a
maybe
second.
he could, be a little happier, maybe getting runner-up position, but just misses out so close. So we'll hopefully get a chance to talk to your new national champion, new sub-4-minute miler, new meet record holder, new U.S. #1 miler in the country from Indiana, Noah Bontrager. We'll get chatting with him later as soon as he catches his breath. But next up on the track, one of 13 heats in the girls' mile. As you see the officials lining up our first heat. Again, our final heat will be the heat to look for with our seeded athletes. And we're underway here, heat 1 of 13 in our girls' championship mile. That 13th heat, again, going to be the super fast heat that we'll be looking for later on. Again, Katie Zhang, who just lit up the stadium the other night with that 2-mile national record, breaking Mary Kane's record.
And we will see a national record attempt in the 2 miles. We're going to set a pacing up for that a little later on. So we'll build up to that. We still have 12 more heats until we get to that point. This first one's going to be set up for 5:07.
So we've got the girls off and underway here. Lana Brugman from HP Distance taking the field through in 35:07. Hannah Gregory, Athletic Track and Field, as well as Harper Shirley, who we've seen at the meet here earlier, representing Red Hot Track Club. All of them in the 35s there for the first 209 meters.
Keep an eye out for Gregory. She's wearing the yellow and black uniform in 3rd place from Canada. She had an amazing run to hack more than 5.5 seconds off her 800-meter personal best last night.
I do remember that last night. Very brave front running from
Just a
Gregory.
10th grader, too. She's from Alberta, but content to sit on the rail here in these early stages as Brugman continues to lead.
And so they're rolling on here. Settled down into paces of right around 37, 38 per lap. Lana Brugman still leading, though it looks like Lily Lyons now wants to take over some leadership duties here. Looks like we're going to talk to our 2-mile winner here. Coming up.
So I'm here with the boys' mile winner, Noah Bontrager. Sub 4 minutes. I think that was the first sub 4 mile we've had at New Balance Nationals. Coming into today's event with that stacked field, what was your expectation, mindset?
The expectation was just to go and execute, no matter who's there. I know they're going to bring me to a high standard of running, and so I just had to keep with it, stick with the guys, especially Brian, as he fought me off every single turn. So it was just awesome running beside these guys.
You have so many guys trying to fight for position. 2 starts had to be recalled. What's going through your mind getting to the line for the 3rd start?
I was just stay calm, stay calm. I got out first 2 times, really solid, and I was like, okay, let's just replicate that again.
Congratulations on a 4+ second PR and a sub-4 mile, one of the first sub-4 miles here at the New Balance Nationals. Congratulations to Noah.
What an amazing accomplishment for Bontrager. Sub-4, meet record, national championship. Boys mile did not let us down. And right now, Dave, we got, as you mentioned, Hannah Gregory pushing the pace much like she did in the 800. And it's our early leader, Brugman, who's decided to try to go with her in this push here in the latter stages of Heat 1 of the girls' mile.
So Gregory from Alberta leads at the bell. Lena Bruggeman, our early leader, is in second place, but it's Gregory you want to have her money on right now with 2:10 800-meter speed. And she looks full of running.
Bruggeman's more of a 2-miler. She ran the 2-mile the other night, so she's obviously also got that in her legs. So this is definitely set up here for Gregory to bring it on home here. Will she get under 5 minutes? Looks like she just will there.
Wow, so we're sub-5 in the very first heat of the day. That's a great start.
That's laying down the law early here for the rest of the heats for sure. 4:58.09 there for Gregory, 4:59.20 for Brugman.
71 close for the last 400 meters.
Yeah, very impressive.
For the Albertan.
Brugman running a new Indiana number 6. And Shirley in third. Harper Shirley, Red Hawk Track Club, running a new Connecticut number 2 time for the junior. But again, very impressive for the 2 sophomores up front. You see take some time to get these tired athletes exited off the track there as they go down the steps. And then right away, as efficient as ever, they get the next heat ready to go here on the line. Final instructions. Starter will call you to line. You need to keep still. All the necessary stuff to make sure that this is a clean start.
It's got a big field in this second section. 19 runners. The pacing lights are set for 4:58.
And 19 athletes. Wow. They really stacked this heat up here.
So all of these girls looking to break 5 minutes for the first time. Once again, those pacing lights are set for 4:58 in this section. These girls are out fast, 35 mid through the opening 200 meters. It's Maeve Agras, another Canadian from Etobicoke, just outside of Toronto, leading the way early on here.
My wife was telling me when I tried to say that the other day, I was pronouncing it completely wrong, and I won't do it again, certainly on air. That's a tough one to pronounce when reading it.
You and I both have Canadian partners. Like, yes. one of us should at least get it right.
Yes, exactly. Just to call back again to Gregory, her personal best in the 1600, which is just shy of a full mile, was 5:38. So for her, really, that was definitely first sub 5 minute mile.
Yeah, more like
Gregory.
a 3 or 4 second personal best.
Yeah. So very impressive. Her best indoors was 5:10.
Well, Gregory inspiring her countrywomen, because we got Canadians 1 and 2 right now in Maeve Agras and Kiva Birmingham, both from the Toronto area, leading the way. They were 72 through the first 440 yards. So maybe a little ambitious. 4:48 pace early on.
T.O. is in the house here.
Maeve Joyce from Albany, New York, has moved up to join the Canucks in the lead.
So again, a lot like the boys' races earlier, solid first lap, okay second lap, and then they settle for the next couple of laps. and then you start to see the moves. Then you start, wait a minute, we slow down, or wait a minute, I got to get in position, and we'll start to see some of those moves.
Yeah, I think the more experience we get, you see a more even pacing throughout, where some of these runners are a little less experienced. They tend to go out hard, settle in the middle, and maybe save a little bit too much for the last 200 or 300 meters.
Panic sprint at the end.
Whereas the more experienced athletes are able to sort of like expend their effort more evenly.
So Birmingham's countrywoman, Agries, now takes over leadership duties here. The sophomore.
So Agries ran 2:12 in the 800 meters yesterday to place 30th overall. That was a personal best for her. And she's coming off a 1,500 meter PB of 4:42 in the Canadian Indoor Junior Championships 2 weeks ago. So definitely in form at the right time.
Yeah, there's always that differing opinion on how an athlete should be coming in off of really fast times recently, or maybe they're on the tail end of all those fast times and now they're going to start kind of falling off a little bit. Or maybe it's just too long of a season and they get to this point here and it's just too much. And then you have the other argument, well, yeah, maybe it's better to run that PR, or season best, get it out of the way in late December, early January, and then just train through the rest of the season and come here really sharp if this is really going to be your focus.
All right, we've seen Ella Solazano of Union Catholic move up into third now to join our Canadian friends. And it looks like Solazano is going to move into second now.
Yeah, I mean, Agra's now dropping back after leading there for a couple of laps. Maybe went a little too much.
And now Maeve Joyce is the one turning the screws on the field from Albany, New York.
Yeah, Solazano saw that move by Joyce and tried to go after her, but it just seems like Joyce is just pulling a little bit ahead here. Agries not completely out of it. And now look at that move there from Agries around the outside of Solazano. And here comes Agries with a burst of speed down the home stretch. Some other players coming up in here, but Agries, what a kick there. What a response for the young sophomore from Canada. 36:20 last 200 meters. And Beller, also a very fast last 200, 35:30 from Kohler, Wisconsin, to pick up that third place. And I know I said it earlier. We talk about these top runners in these individual fields and who's at the end there, and it's going to be between this person and this person, and then all of a sudden some third place runner comes out of nowhere that has been sitting back in 8th, 9th place. So we don't want to ever disrespect that person that gets third, but sometimes you just don't see them all of a sudden until the last 100 meters.
But Agries takes that second section with a 36-2 close. We've got two heats so far, both won by Canadians.
And both 2 sub-5 minute times here so far. And Gregory and Brueggemann, 4:58.09 is the time currently to beat. Agries' time, 5:03.51, puts her 10th overall right now. But we do have 2 sophomores leading the combined results.
So keep an eye out for hip number 12 in this one, Abby Downen from Pennsylvania. She's the daughter of Matt Downen, the standout at Wisconsin. And in fact, her uncle, Andy, is currently on the mic, on the PA right now. So we'll see if he shows any favoritism or can remain neutral. So definitely, if Downen is in the mix with a lap to go, she is dangerous. She's a 2:06 800-meter runner. Not quite as strong at the mile as she is over the half, though.
Yeah, she was on that team that got second in the 4x8, 8:55.20.
So early leader is Caitlin Hathaway Right behind her is Madison Hantuba from Bentonville High School. Actually, as I've said that, Blanchard has moved up into second.
So yeah, Hathaway, Blanchard, Hantuba, Reed, Gabrielson. Those are currently your top 5 there, though 4th and 5th is exchanging here as we speak.
Hathaway had a good run in the 5,000 meters on Thursday night. She ran a new personal best of 17:23, so she's had a little bit of time to recover. But definitely a strength runner who's going to want to keep this honest and set a steady pace.
Yeah, of those early leaders here, Hantuba, Gabrielson, and Reed are some of the athletes that this is their first and possibly only race of this championship. The other athletes haven't been on either 4x8 teams, maybe even run a 2-mile or a DMR. So maybe, again, maybe an advantage because they haven't run anything, or maybe a disadvantage because they still got all those nerves pent up from that first race at a national championship.
Stella Blanchard from New Jersey, from Princeton, leading the way.
So about 220, high 227, maybe 228 there at 800 meters for Blanchard. Halfway through there for the junior. Got 3 juniors leading the field here and 2 sophomores in tow. So some little bit more youth in this heat in the front.
And now Hantuba, I mentioned earlier, from Bentonville High School in Arkansas, has moved back into second place and looking pretty strong right now as she moves up into the shoulder of our leader.
Avery Carlson now moving up into 3rd position.
So Hantuba's got a personal best of 5:05. If she can hang in there with our leader, she's going to absolutely shatter that mark.
So here comes our leaders down here. Blanchard, Hantuba. 2 laps to go here. And Molly Hardwick, we mentioned before, had made that move on the backstretch just prior to this lap. And now on the backstretch continues to make moves here with sights on Hantuba. But it looks like Blanchard now is starting to get a little bit of space between her and Hantuba. Getting ready to go in and hear that magical bell ring to tell you that you only got 200 meters to go from victory.
Blanchard looking good at the bell. I think we may have 2 people join the sub-5 club for the first time here. Blanchard and Hantuba both have personal bests of 5:05 coming into this race. But certainly Blanchard looks like she's going to go sub-5 here.
Hardwick now on that backstretch trying to build up a little bit of steam to catch up to Hantuba. Going into that turn, you can see Hardwick there just out of your screen and now in your screen getting ready to go around Hantuba down the home stretch, but it's all Stella Blanchard down the home stretch there. 4:54, all 3 athletes going underneath 5 minutes.
So a big personal best for all 3 of those young ladies. 4:54.66.
So 3 under 5 minutes. Again, Hardwick really kind of coming out of nowhere in the last couple of laps there and running down Hantuba, running a 34:26, but not enough to catch up to the 34:32 that Blanchard threw down.
So a 70-second close there for Blanchard. So as we get set for our next heat, which is heat number 4, the time to beat is at 4:54.66 you just saw by Stella Blanchard. So we have 5 runners under 5 minutes so far. So if you're just joining us here on the stream, you're listening to Dave Milner and Mark Davis. And you're about to watch Heat 4 of the Championship Girls Mile. We're getting faster as we go. We've got our big section to come in about an hour or so.
Just slapping the face
Helena
crazy.
Barco
like,
trying to wake herself up.
Yeah. I can't say anything. I actually one time cut my forehead open, punching it. I had a ring on at the time, and I was punching my forehead before a race.
They let you start the race with blood streaming down your face?
Yeah, a little bit. It wasn't much. And then one time, I think I was kicking a fence before a race while my coach was trying to talk to me, and some other people thought we were arguing, but it was just me getting psyched up. So.
Have you tried maybe just drinking coffee instead?
Yeah, I did. Definitely got into that. I had my double espresso before races. I called it my double EPO. So here we go, folks. On to the action on the track rather than the history of running. Heat 4 of 13.
As Anna Hastings from New Mexico leading early on here, and she's got herself about a 5-meter gap over Kira Mellon in second place.
Yeah, that strung things out pretty quickly there after the first 200 meters when you get that one or two runners that try to get things going quickly early.
This is by far our fastest opening split. She was about 33 seconds through 200 meters, so that's a little quick. 4:25, 4:26 mile pace early on.
So again, Hastings still leading here. Mellon in second. Sorry, no, it's Barco in second. Fulks in third. Mellon dropping back to fourth after being up there early, but Hastings, the senior, with experience, is deciding that she wants to make a big move early on in this race here. 5 laps to go. Do you think it's maybe a little bit too much?
I think so. I think she's going to get reeled in eventually. I think Taylor in third place, Larkin Taylor from Carmel, Indiana in third place looks very relaxed to me and composed.
So right there in your camera, Hastings, you have to keep pulling back to show where the rest of the field is, because it's all Hastings up front here with about a 30-meter lead on the rest of the field halfway through. 2:24.49 for 809 meters, so about a 2:23 low for 800 meters. 4:46 pace that we see there from Hastings. And when you're talking about an athlete that hasn't broken 450, again, that might be something just a little bit too much and maybe catching up with her at the end. But hey, you never know when you might pop off a good race.
It doesn't seem like that chase pack has really eaten into Hastings' lead
like
at all.
Giving up on her.
Now it's Sitzma who's the one to do something about it, though.
Well, they've got to start going now. I mean, they probably should have started going about a lap ago.
Krista Sitzma from Indiana is the one trying to bridge the gap.
Because really, I mean, Hastings is running high 37s, low 38s, and the rest of the field were running 38s and 39s. I know that part of that field could be running probably 36s and 37s if they wanted to. They just didn't, and they're now maybe choosing to do it a little bit too late.
I think Hastings is going to hang on. She's got that, head bobble reminiscent of the great British runner Paula Radcliffe, but her arms are still pumping. She's still got plenty of knee lift. I think she has enough of a gap where she's going to hold on.
Well, it's Taylor right now, Larkin Taylor, Carmel Chaos Track and Field, who is now trying to close down. And once we get a shot there of Hastings, you see that head movement. That's the telltale sign. Once the head starts kind of swiveling on its axis there, that you know that they're just kind of starting to grind maybe a little bit more than they should.
So
and
Taylor only 2 seconds back now.
Is coming on real
fast.
strong here, but it's more so, unfortunately, Hastings going backwards. Hastings now running a 39.25 in that last lap, and Taylor finally running a 36 to close things down here with 100 meters to go here. Hastings trying to hold on, but running out of steam as Taylor gets ready to go wide and goes wide, and that wakes up Hastings. My goodness, look at Hastings respond. And Hastings responds out of nowhere from going backwards to all of a sudden just kicking like there's no tomorrow.
Well,
that was impressive.
Anna Hastings saved me from looking like a fool. I called her to hang on, and then she looked dead in the water with about 150 to go, and then
she looked dead in the water with about 40 to go, and then it just literally, when Taylor got right up on her side, Hastings just literally clicked and just kind of went, oh, shoot, I got to start kicking, and just out of nowhere started kicking.
So we're getting ready for our next heat on the track. So this is heat number 5 of 13. The time to beat remains that 4:54.66 you saw out of section 3 by Stella Blanchard. So the pacing lights will be set for that mark. 17 runners in this 5th section. Now we're down to some runners that have already broken 5 minutes, so we should be seeing some times in the low 450s here. Maybe even sneaking into the high 440s.
Now you'll see that field once again come together with the top part of the field coming down. Athletes having to run out in lane 3 just to kind of get position here. Try to get a good spot either just on the outside or close to the rail.
So Macy Thompson leading the way. Alexandra Jackson currently in 2nd. Keep an eye on Leah Banovac. She's a 4:52 miler from Tennessee. She's back in 5th right now.
So Macy Thompson, about 110 through 400 meters.
So it's Thompson, Jackson, Sinke from Calgary, Alberta has moved up into 3rd place. She's the tall runner in the blue singlet and black shorts.
So it looks like Thompson trying to push the pace a little bit, either that or the rest of the field settling, trying to get a little bit of a gap there on Jackson. And the chase pack now coming up on Jackson with still Macy Thompson from Indiana out with about a 5-meter lead.
Now Alexa Novak from Glen Ellen, Illinois has moved up into 3rd place. But the pace has settled a little bit. That was 37.8 for that most recent split.
So it's still Macy Thompson out in front, halfway through here. 4, 5, 6 athletes there. Jackson, DiMartini now in there, Overby, Novak, all in that tight pack.
DiMartini now moving into 2nd, the tall runner in all blue.
this field, allowing Thompson just to get a couple of meters almost every lap here now with 3 to go. Thompson looking really good up front there, very comfortable. But again, DeMartini doing well to at least keep within some distance of Thompson.
Yeah, but they've let the pace lag a little bit, and they were 3:06 at 1,000 meters, which is exactly 5-minute pace. So we may not get a sub 5 out of this section at all.
We saw that in the boys' race where the times kept progressing down, and then all of a sudden it stopped for a little bit, and some of the times were slower. But it's definitely all Macy Thompson here. 2 laps to go. She looks very strong there. Again, we're having to show you 2 different screens here just to show you the rest of the field with Thompson with this lead that she has over DeMartini and the rest of the runners.
So 300 meters to go, and Thompson has about a 25-meter lead currently.
Yeah, that was a solid lap before that for Thompson to get things going and really create that distance with a 37 when the rest of the field were running 39s. And now Thompson goes into this final lap here very confident. She's got 30-40 meters. It's really just going to be a battle for the rest of these runners in back to see who gets second and third. But with about 100 meters to go, Thompson starting her kick here. The rest of the field are going, and they're going fast, but they're not going to be fast enough to catch Macy Thompson because she has just completely separated herself from the field as she comes down the home stretch, kicking very strong and confidently. Macy Thompson from Indiana finishing a lot stronger than those middle laps, and in fact, getting under 5 minutes for the mile, 4:54.83.
What a great weekend for Macy Thompson. She went 10:36 to score a new personal best in the 2 miles, and then shatters her personal best with 4:54 with a 71-second close over the last 400 meters to take that 5th section in emphatic fashion. And Esme Sinke also getting under 5 minutes in second place, clocking 4:58.75, and Alexandra Jackson getting under 5 for the first time, clocking 4:58.92 as you see the results pop there for section 5.
Yeah, that time for Macy puts her into the second place there behind Blanchard. So Macy Thompson, 4:54.83, just behind Stella Blanchard's 4:54.66.
So we have 10 runners that have gone sub 5, all of which have done so for the first time here at this meet. So that's exciting to see so many girls notch new personal bests as we get set for section 6.
See the list of athletes that will be competing here in section 6, the girls' mile.
So a slightly smaller field in this 6th section, 16 runners.
So previewing a little bit here of our championship seated section. Again, I mentioned Katie Zhang earlier. I mean, the show that she put on last night was just absolutely incredible.
I think she's going to be the big X factor in our final heat. Paige Shepard probably comes in as the favorite on paper with a 4:35 mile, but Katie Zhang, I mean, she came through halfway in 4:41 during her 2-mile national record. You got to think she can run 4:35 without too much trouble.
All right, underway here, heat 6 of 13. So we are just almost halfway through. Halfway through this race, we'll be halfway through these heats.
Zoe McNabb is out to a swift start there in the red singlet, black shorts in the outer alley. And then on the inside, that's Alba Antunes Perez. She had a good run in the 800 meters last night where she notched a new personal best, 2:13. But McNabb getting after it early on, Mark. 33 flat through the opening 200 meters.
Yeah, I mean, we see this strategy randomly in these distance events, and it doesn't often pay off. So I'm surprised when we still see it. It's rare. You make a big move in the middle of the race, and usually you can then hold on, but typically making those big moves literally from the gun have been costly.
So McNabb from Vermont comes in here with a 5:03 indoor personal best. But she's out at something like 4:40 pace early on here. So McNabb leading. Looks like Maddie Carney and Annabelle Pollett. Pollett now has moved into second.
I actually have to say it. I just got a wonderful text from Alan Culpepper saying, "Great job announcing and thanks for the shout out." So I all due respect to them, absolutely. So that was sweet. I just had to mention that, folks.
So Alan and Shane's son Rocco was 5th in the boys mile, clocking 4:05.51. But we return our attention back to the girls mile.
And yes, that field has caught up to McNabb. So not quite sure if that strategy is going to work out. We don't know if she'll be able to stay up now with this pack that has caught her.
We're about 226.5 through 880 yards, so tracking 4:53 pace currently.
So now instead of one lone runner out front, we have 9 athletes all bunched up within about a second of each other. But interesting, McNabb still in the front, still controlling. The pack got up on her, and I guess just seemingly wants her to continue to control.
Hey,
Samantha Nietzsche, we've seen her run well before.
Yeah, Nietzsche looks smooth. She's moved up the field nicely. She's gone from 7th after 600 meters right up to 2nd. And now moving up on the outside, Alba Antunes Perez from Florida into 3rd place now.
Again, a lot of these athletes have already ran 2 miles. Again, maybe some 5Ks, some relays. So they may be racing a little bit differently than they would if this was just their only race here.
So leading into the backstretch now with 300 meters to go, Samantha Nietzsche from Virginia. Looking strong, but our early leader, McNabb, still hanging in there. They breed him tough in Vermont.
Yeah, but she's now getting challenged there by Antunes Perez. And now Antunes Perez, with a big burst of speed on the home stretch, pulls away from Nietzsche and McNabb, and she's looking really good there on the backstretch. Just really pounced there, went around McNabb, and just took out Nietzsche all in one fell swoop. As she goes into the final turn here, not looking back at all. Alba Antunes Perez, Palm Beach Elite Track Club, down the home stretch here to take Heat 6 of the girls' mile.
Wow, Antuna Perez takes more than 6 seconds off her previous personal best. Came in with a PB of 5:80 and absolutely crushes that with a 70.7 final 400 meters.
Yeah, 34:22 for the last 200. That was very impressive.
But Zoe McNabb hung in there for 2nd place after doing the spade work early on, getting that race going. New personal best for the Vermont runner in 2nd, 4:57.18, and then Samantha Nietzsche was 3rd in 4:57.57. So we saw 4 girls go sub 5 in that one.
And with that time, Antunes Perez takes the lead in the compiled results there, 4:54.13, just ahead of Stella Blanchard's 4:54.66. So we at this time now have 14 girls under 5 minutes, and we're only just barely halfway through.
And I think, if my research is correct, I think every single one of them broke 5 minutes for the first time. So it's exciting to see these girls break that 5-minute barrier. Once you get over that, then that's a big mental barrier for a lot of these girls. They've ran 5:01, they ran 5 flat so many times, it can be frustrating. And once you get in the fours, quite often you never look back.
Yep.
All right, 16 girls ready to slug it out for heat number 7. A little over 8 laps of the track at New Balance here in Boston. If you're just tuning in, we are halfway through these girls' heats, building up to our championship final heat, heat number 13, which will take place in about 35-40 minutes or so.
At the action here in the track at New Balance, but all the action in the city is going on in the famous Boston St. Patrick's Day Parade in Southie right now.
Yeah, I saw a couple of people already started drinking early, and a couple of people wandering around in kilts.
Yes.
As I got my Uber over here.
Yes, they definitely get into the spirit here in Boston for the Sunday St. Patrick's Day Parade. So we get ready here now for heat 7 of 13. Off and running here. Maybe that barrier we're looking for is that 450 barrier, since we've had plenty of 454s and 455s. So that's going to be that 450 barrier that we're going to want to start looking for soon here. As again, that upper tier group gets out really strong and has strung this field out immediately in the first 200 meters. And getting out there very quickly, Madeline Sanders, Williamsport Area High School. Wow, 33.50.
Yeah, Sanders from Pennsylvania leading this one out fast.
Don't know if you know, but Williamsport is very close to Liverpool, Pennsylvania.
You cannot start talking about Liverpool. Have they kicked off yet?
They have kicked off.
So Liverpool
but I'm
playing
focused
Tottenham.
on my job. I'm focused on my job. Don't worry.
So Sanders has a personal best of 4:58.71. She knows what she's doing, but she toes the field through in a very fast 68 seconds through the opening 440 yards mark. So Sanders, Wester, and Muller, that top 3. But keep an eye out for Reese-Ladder from San Antonio. She wears hip number 11, the sophomore. She and her sisters are just an amazing group of runners.
So we've got this pack of 3 with 2 chase coming down the home stretch here. Saunders, Wester, and Mueller, and then you got Lotta and Trent just a couple of meters behind this pack. And it's still Saunders, again, going from 35s down to 38s. They're in that settle period where they're just settling down in, and now the rest of the pack catching up.
So Sanders still leading. Muller, Wester, Reese-Ladder, who I mentioned earlier. Her elder sister, Elin, has run 4:36 mile. It's a homeschool group out of San Antonio, Texas.
So coming down the home stretch, we'll get that half mile right around 2:24, 2:25. So sub 450 pace for Madeline Sanders, Muller, Wester, and Lotta, as well as Trent and Wilcox.
Now it's bunching up a little bit, and that's allowed Lotta to move up towards the front. And she's moved up into 3rd place from 5th now.
Yeah, this is where we're probably going to start seeing the signs of moves. And indeed, on the home stretch here, Saunders is going to lose control over this race from Muller. And Lotta now going with Muller. Great move there from Madison Muller to take the lead. And then, as you picked earlier, Lotta going with her.
And those two are getting a little bit of separation now as Muller has injected some pace. And Muller is the one eyeing those pacing lights. They're set for 4:54 mark.
Trant and Wester also getting up in there. Sanders just getting ready to go backwards here, unfortunately. She's trying to hold on to that group. But Muller looking very strong here. 2 laps to go. And that's Trant in third now. So Muller, Lada, Trant going down the backstretch.
Trant's moved up the field nice and steadily. She looks full of running. I think she's content just to sit behind those two and maybe pounce when she feels the time is right. But it's Muller, Lada, Trant from Florida, Texas, and Virginia, respectively, entering the home stretch for the penultimate time now.
So you saw that move, like Lada went to the outside a little bit, and Trant thought about going on the inside, but then she realized, I don't want to get trapped because I've got to make this move here with a lap to go. Muller controlling, Lada in second, Trant in third. That's Madeline Lane as well up in the mix there, but it's still Muller up front, Lada holding on, and there are still moves to be made here. Trant holding on for third, Lada still second. Muller starting to pull away here. She's getting some space between her and the 3 other runners, but coming around on the outside. Madeline Lane coming around the outside, but it's not enough. Madison Muller holds on, Sarasota, Florida. She made that move with 3 laps to go and just controlled it from the rest of the race.
So Muller takes a 2.5 seconds off their personal best she set last month down in her home state of Florida. But Madeline Lane goes sub-5 for the first time, as does Reese Latta in 4th place.
And you see her Muller just holding on there. Interesting, you see the athletes with watches constantly stopping their watch at the end there. But you can see the results there. Madeline Muller, 4:57.16.
So we added 6 more sub-5 performances. Now we are tallying 20 sub-5 so far as we get ready for heat number 8.
We've seen earlier in the week many of these athletes. Amelia Wharton running the 800 and the 4x8. Kayla Devine running the 4x-mile and the 2-mile. Molly Barber running the 800 as well as the DMR. So again, a lot of these athletes finishing out their weekend with their second, sometimes third event of the weekend. So the runners are on the line here, heat 8 of 13. And they're off here. Looks like we lost 3 athletes, so we're down to 13 in this heat.
So the time to beat still 4:54.13. That was set by Alba Antunes Perez out of Florida in heat 6. You're watching heat number 8 right now. Keep an eye out for Avery Barden from Utah. Her dad, Brad, was a standout runner for Weber State, and actually at a meet I directed, set the over 50 mile world record, ran a 4:19 mile at the age of 50. So Barton has inherited some solid genes, and she's from the rare air up in the high altitude of Utah. But Barton ran 10:19 in that 2 mile a couple of nights ago.
So we got the leaders now coming down the front stretch here, 6 laps to go. This is typically where we see the field slowly settle down a little bit. And that's Rua Franzman Simmert. And talk about having some mileage in your legs. She ran the 5,000 meters, got 38th overall, and then also ran the 800 yesterday. So she's got about 4 miles in her legs before she even steps on the track today to run this mile. And she leads his field and is leading by about 3 or 4 meters over a pack of 3 or 4 runners. Amelia Wharton, Kelly, Morgan Miller, Avery Barton. So stringing things out here early on. Franzman Simmet.
Now going into the backstretch, Morgan Miller from Kitty Hawk, North Carolina, has now moved into second. But I mentioned earlier, Avery Barton, she's just tucked there in the rail in the orange singlet. She's the best 2-miler in this field, probably the strongest runner on paper, having run 10:19. But she needs to get herself up in the mix here before too long.
So Franzman Simmert getting ready to come up on the 800 mark there. It's about 224, 225. We've been seeing plenty of those in the last couple of heats. So we're not expecting probably a sub 450 this race.
So actually, I said the wrong Kelly. It's Julia Kelly that's moved into second. Morgan Miller is in third.
So coming up here on 3 laps to go, and it looks like Julia Kelly wants to push it a little bit there, but didn't quite get around Franzman Simmert. And Avery Barton as well has now joined the twosome up there as they head down the backstretch.
Yeah, Julia Kelly from Downingtown, Pennsylvania, just content to sit on the leader's shoulder, but now it looks like she's moving into the lead. And Avery Barton from Utah, who I mentioned earlier, is coming up to join the party with just over 2 laps remaining now.
Barton ran a solid 2-mile the other night, finishing 14th overall, running 10:19. So she's got some credentials to be up there. And now her and Kelly head around Franzman Simmert and start to push the pace here with 2 laps to go.
I like Barton's chances. I think she's timed her move nicely. She didn't expand herself too early. She hung back when the first couple of laps were very fast. And I think she's got the strength. If she can be in front when the bell sounds, I like Barton's chances.
Well, they're getting some good space between them and their early leader, Franzman Simmert. Bell lap here. Kelly, Barton right on her shoulders, just waiting to go. And it's probably going to be on this backstretch that Barton makes that move. And she does make that move on the backstretch. A little bit of bump there on Julia Kelly and Avery Barton. But Kelly not letting go. Takes back the lead there going into the final turn. This is going to be quite a race now coming down the home stretch there. Kelly and Barton and Kelly. Barton shoulder to shoulder, and Kelly just holds off. Your pick, Avery Barton. What a great race we just saw. Almost sub 450, 450.98.
A big personal best for both of those girls. Kelly just showed amazing composure just to hold off challenge after challenge after challenge by Barton, who was just throwing the proverbial kitchen sink at the Pennsylvania athlete. The 10th grader from Downingtown, Pennsylvania. And there you see in the home stretch. Like, it looked like Barton was going to sneak past, but Kelly was like, not today, ma'am.
Yeah, I mean, Barton made a really good move on the backstretch to try to go around. And then Kelly just fought her off there going into that turn, and it kept holding her off all the way down that home stretch.
A big personal best for both of those young ladies, and they were all hugs after the race. 450.99 for Julia Kelly. So they see confirmation of the results of Section 8. Julia Kelly, 450.99. Avery Barton, 451.04. So that means that after 9 heats, we now have 28 runners under 5 minutes. And we're just getting faster and faster as we go, as we get set for heat number 9. So 16 girls ready to slug it out here over a little over 8 laps of the track here at New Balance.
Again, a lot of familiar names in this heat because they've been called out throughout the weekend, having run multiple events. Bashirs, Caldwell, Friedman, Ritter, Reed, Hamilton, Velkoop. I mean, all of these athletes are now well known here for performing at the New Balance National Indoor Championships as the athletes come down to complete their first lap here.
So we actually have 4 scratches, one of which was Velkoop, as well as Gwen Hamilton, who's a really good 800-meter runner. So we're down to 12 runners from our original slated number of 16. Lauren Banovac from Brentwood, Tennessee is out in the lead. You saw her sister Leah run earlier.
And her and her sister ran in the 4x-mile, finishing 7th overall, running a very solid time, 2022.
I think I probably called about 2 or 3 dozen of these girls' races. They're just in my neck of the wood, just south of Nashville. In fact, I used to coach at Brentwood High School back from 2005 to 2008, many moons ago. But Banovac looking strong down the backstretch, and only Jennifer Friedman from Valley Project Track Club has gone with her thus far.
And then the 2 behind them, Sanders and Reed, kind of in between the bulk of the pack there, and these 2 leaders here is Banovac, after coming through about 107, 108 for 400 meters, runs a 36. We were seeing a lot of 38s in our earlier heats for that 3rd lap, but that's a little bit more respectable.
Yeah, I do think that early pace by Banovac, she may live to regret that. And I think we'll see that chase trio perhaps reel in the front 2 right now.
Yeah, there were 2 there up front. Now there are in the chase back, and there now is 3. Now it's Saunders, Reed, and Bashirs. So about 221, 222 for Friedman and Banovac.
Back in 4th place, Bashirs just looks really smooth. Her sister Lily is an outstanding miler and 2-miler. But this Bashirs, Hadassah, has run 4:57.
So the freshman Friedman already having run a 4,000-meter DMR relay where they finished 7th, and as well as a 4x-mile. So this is a 3rd event for the freshman in 2nd. Jennifer Friedman now starting to lose some distance there on Banovac as Banovac starts to build up ahead of steam here in the remaining laps.
Banovac was through 2:58 at 1,000 meters, our fastest K-split so far. And she still looks full of running right now, but I think that Sanders and Bashirs are gradually eroding that lead, but they're going to have to get it going and get around Friedman if they're going to have a chance at catching our leader from Tennessee.
Yeah, that's a big distance to go, and as good as Banovac is still looking here with 2 laps to go, she only looks like she's going to put more space between her and the field, though. You do see 3rd and 4th there, Saunders and Bashirs, trying to build up a little bit of speed.
Banovac still looking strong, though, with 300 meters left.
And here comes Lauren Banovac, Brentwood TC down the home stretch with a lap to go here. Still looking very strong. No challengers for Banovac that we can see of here with 200 meters to go. Friedman now getting ready to get passed by Saunders, but Saunders may have just waited too late here as Banovac heads down the home stretch, clear of any challengers, less than 100 meters to go. Saunders is trying to make a move, just a little bit too little, too late. Banovac making a strong move with about 3 laps to go, and she comes down the home stretch here to take Heat 9 of our girls' mile. just missing that 450 barrier.
So Lauren Banovac, the future Georgetown Hoya, gets the win there in that section, and it's a big personal best. She shaves 6.5 seconds off her previous PB. So interesting that her and her identical twin are actually going to different schools. So Lauren is going to Georgetown. Her sister is going to Dartmouth in the fall.
Yeah, you either have very, very close identical twins or, two people that want to finally have separate lives.
And that appears to be the latter case. So there you see confirmation of the results. Laura Banovac wins it in 4:50.06. Sanders second in 4:52.89. So that means we are now up to 36 sub-5-minute miles as we get ready for our next race on the track, heat number 10.
So could we finally see that barrier of 450 getting broken? Tease it over the last couple of heats here. 4:50.06 there for Banovac, and then prior to that 4:50.99 from Julia Kelly. So this place is just waiting for a sub 450, but perhaps in that first heat we might see a sub 440. Meanwhile here we still have heat 10, 11, and 12 to get through before we see that heat 13 in that seeded heat. And the runners are lined up here. Londrigan we've seen before. Samuelson we've seen before. Vermani we've seen before. Alexander we've seen before. So again, a lot of these athletes we have seen throughout the weekend performing very well here as we're underway. Heat 10 of 13. If you're just joining us now, I'm Mark Davis. I am joined by the legendary announcer, Dave Milner.
I don't know about legendary. But anyway, our pacing lights are set for 4:50 in this one. That's the time to beat set by Lauren Banovac in the heat you just saw. If you're just tuning in, we are building up to heat 13, which is in theory, our fastest race. So if you hang with us for about another 20 minutes, we're going to have potentially a national record attempt in that girls' mile.
So here comes the pack now, getting ready to complete the first 400 meters of this mile. Brooke Samuelson leading, but a lot of the field bunched up right off her shoulder. Many athletes running in lane 2. So all up in there with Samuelson, Voikin, Alexander, Londrigan, Reed, Wasserman. A lot of talent there up in front in this girls' mile.
So pretty swift opening pace. We were about 71 through the opening 400 meters.
So coming down now here, 5 laps to go in heat 10. Samuelson still leading this. Voikin, Blue Devils Athletic Club, right off her shoulder.
So Samuelson from Baldwin, Missouri, just outside of St. Louis, was leading that, but now Voikin has taken over.
I tell you what, Voikin ran very strong in the 2 miles, 7th overall, 10:03 for 2 miles. So you have to say she definitely has a strength. It's just, is she rested and recovered from that race? And right now, she's at least putting it to the test here, pushing the pace here now, halfway through in 2:23, 2:24, not much faster than our previous heats.
So Canadians have been well represented here, and Voikin is continuing that trend, the Toronto athlete leading the way. When they come around the home stretch here shortly, they'll be 1,000 meters into this mile.
And this is where we've been seeing the moves. And a little bit of a stumble there. Somebody might have gotten up on somebody's heels. It looked like that was Samuelson that paid the price for whatever happened behind her. And she stumbled out the lanes 3, 4, and 5, grimacing a little bit as she came by us. Meanwhile, clear up front is Voikin, clear of that danger.
Well, now Emily Reed from Mississauga Track Club has come up to join her countrywoman. So it's the two Canadians from the Toronto area, 1 and 2 right now. And now Emily Reed from Mississauga Track Club is moving into the lead.
Yeah, both those athletes were just ahead of Samuelson when all that happened the lap before. And so they're looking really good. Samuelson, who was leading earlier, not looking good anymore. And like you said, it's Reed now out in front of Voikin, her countrywoman.
So joining the broadcast after these miles over will be Olympian Kate Van Buskirk, who grew up running with the Mississauga Track Club, the same club that Emily Reed, our current leader, is in right now. So Kate's going to be jumping up and down beside the track.
And here comes Reed down the home stretch here, getting ready for the bell lap, well ahead of Voikin, Wasserman, and Samuelson. Samuelson seemed to recover a bit from that mix-up and is building up a kick here going into the backstretch, but it may not be enough to catch up to Reed here, who got a lot of distance, but Samuelson is trying there. You can see her just in the background, passing over Wasserman and Voikin, but it's not going to be enough here. Emily Reed, Mississauga Track Club, coming down the home stretch here to take Heat 10 and just under 450. I called it. I knew this would be a sub 450. And my friends from Canada did not let me down. 4:49.89.
A 72.1 final 400 meters for Emily Reed, 4:49.89. Big personal best for her. Brooke Samuelson from Missouri came through for second, 4:52.99. And then Sloan Wasserman from New York was third in 4:53.43. So there you see confirmation of the results. Emily Reed from Mississauga, Ontario, your winner in 4:49.89, our first sub 50 performance. All right, Mark, we are up to 45 sub 5 performances, about 2/3 of which have been first time under that barrier as we get set for heat number 11.
Well, now that 450 has been broken, I think now it's really going to be about how many girls are going to get under 450 when this is all said and done, because we still have 2 heats to go before the magical seeded heat. And many, many names again that we've heard throughout the weekend. Kleins, Zolosi, Garmer, Alvazi, Grundel. A lot of athletes that we have already seen perform well on this track this weekend at these National Indoor Championships.
There you see Garmer in your picture right now. She ran 10:19 in the 2 miles a couple of nights ago.
So we're off and running here. Heat 11 of 13 in the girls' mile.
So our pacing lights will be set to 4:49 for this one.
So the athletes now will come together there from the upper tier to the lower tier. And everybody jostle a little bit there for their position. And it's Casey Dingman, Lake Norma, who will take the early lead responsibilities here She also ran the 2 mile earlier in the program, finishing 50th overall, running 10:41. And they come down now after 400 meters. The majority of the pack all together here after 400. Dingman still leading there.
And
Zalosi.
Dingman taking it out pretty fast. They're about 70.8 through the opening 440 yards. Remember that first split you see on your screen is a little bit long. It's 409 meters, but it's Dingman from North Carolina, Shaloshi from Ohio, and then Caitlin Casson from North Carolina. Those are the top 3 right now, and then Jaslyn Garmer from Tennessee tucked in behind.
Yeah, sometimes you see in the mile, you'll see where the start line is, and they'll put little cones, which are actually each technically 440 yards split. And sometimes you can get splits off of that. But really, for our timing, we're just looking at as soon as the start and finish line of the normal of the races, and we look at those 200-meter splits each time.
Yeah, I'm trying to eyeball 440-yard splits because I feel like they're a
Yeah,
little bit more
that's
meaningful
hard. That's hard.
to spectators, and it's a little easier to do the math that way. But to your point, I've often put down cones inside the rail so that I can see them when I'm calling races. But now it looks like Jaslyn Garmer has moved into the lead.
Yeah, I mean, we still have athletes running a lot of this race in lane 2 because everybody's still bunched up here, and that is Jaslyn Garmer up in front. Zalosi, who's been in second the whole race, remains in second.
So we're about 223 high through 880 yards. So running 447, 448 pace. That would be a personal best for Garmer. Her personal best 450 was recorded last month in Nashville.
I tell you what, I like Zalosi, strength athlete, 9th place overall in the 2 mile the other night.
Yeah, so these two up front were actually slugging it out a couple of nights ago. They
Yeah.
were 9th and 13th respectively in the 2 miles. So now we're getting a fight number 2 between these two. So it's Garmer and Shaloshi.
Also up in there, Klein, Jicha, and Lynch. So there's other players involved in this as we get ready to count down the last 400 meters. Now, Marley Klein, as I mentioned before, now taking the lead here.
And you picked Shaloshi earlier. I think that was a good call because now Marley Klein's moved in front, and Shaloshi just seems to content just to sit behind her right now and just bide her time.
Well, no matter what was going on early in the race, Zalosi always seemed to react in a way of just holding that position, making sure she doesn't get in a bad position, and now getting ready to go here with a lap to go. She tries to get up on the shoulder of Marley Klein. She's probably going to wait here to the back stretch before going around or coming right off of this curve. And right off that curve, just like I called it, Zalosi now taking the lead, looking very good here with 100 meters to go. Klein not completely out of it, but Zalosi now starting to pull away and getting yard after yard after yard of distance between her and Klein, coming off the final turn, down the home stretch. This is going to be a very solid time here, definitely under 450. 448.72 unofficially.
And that's a new personal best for Sophia Shaloshi. Her first time under 450. She's a very established 2 mile runner, but that was her best mile of her career. 448.69, a 34.8 final 200 meters. And it was Caitlin Caston that came through for second, clocking 450.14. And there you see the move by Shaloshi down the home stretch, powering away to the win.
Yeah, I think just from the get-go, while everybody was just moving around, Zalosi just held her position, held her composure. And when you can do that early on in the race, you're going to have so much more. Because this is, I mean, right on the cusp of being a lactate threshold race. At the 1,000 meters being that pure, 800 to 1,000 being that pure lactate threshold type of race. But a lot of times you can go into that lactate by making these aggressive moves, sprinting and moving around and jostling around. And when you can just keep yourself calm, pace yourself, patient, keep the heart rate low, keep your mind steady, you're going to be able to make that big explosive lactate style move at the end and win the race.
Yeah, Shalosi ran a very composed race, never really veered off of the rail, never made any big moves until it was time to make her big move.
Right.
To move into the front and win the race. So great effort by her. So as we get ready for our penultimate heat of the girls' mile, heat number 12. So a lot of these girls have ran in the low to mid 440s. There you see at the front of your shot, that's Callista Gama. You just saw her twin sister Jaslyn run in the previous heat. Callista has been the better miler this year. She's ran 4:47, and she's the top runner in the state of Tennessee so far this season. So she's going to come in as one of the favorites. We also saw one of the Ladder sisters, I'm blanking on her name earlier. Now we've got her two twin sisters, Remy and Iris, running in this next section.
We also got the sibling Bashirs running in this. So
also keep an eye out.
Siblings who live together run together.
Keep an eye out for hip number 2, Mackenzie Skelly. She set the middle school national record here last year. Now a 9th grader from Penn Charter High School in Philadelphia.
Part of that 4x800 meter team that got second overall, running 8:55. So definitely has some speed there, Skelly. I also like Macy Wingard there, 6th place in the 5,000, so you know she's got the strength.
Well, speaking of strength, Wingard is perhaps the best steeplechaser in the nation. 2,000-meter steeplechase, not often contested, but she's one of those runners that does take it pretty seriously, runs 3 or 4 a year, and last year she was a national leader in that event, I believe. Also, keep an eye out for Larkin Johnson from Tennessee. She's the state champion for Tennessee in the 800 meters, so if the pace does lag a little bit in the middle and she's in the mix at the end, she's going to be dangerous.
So getting ready to complete the first lap here. And your pick there, Skelly, Penn Charter, taking things out very respectably there in about 33 seconds for 200 meters, officially 34.79 for 209 meters. And my pick, Wingard, right on her shoulder.
So you got the steeplechaser and the phenom freshman slugging it out up front right now.
So they come down the home stretch here, and Skelly definitely pushing the pace there. Wingard holding on. Allison Wasson, the senior, up in there as well.
So Mackenzie Skelly leading the race currently. She's the number 2 freshman in the nation. She's already gone 4:49.50 this season.
So they'll come around here, the 600-meter mark, 1,000 meters to go. It almost seems like kind of Skelly, every time she's coming off the turn, tries to pick it up a little tiny bit, and then the crowd kind of catches back up on her shoulder again. So she's making a little bit of that burst every time she's coming out of the turn, but she's not shaking Wingard or Wasson or the rest of the field for that matter.
35.9 for that most recent split. So they're running about 4:45 pace thus far. Just to give you some context, only 9 freshmen ever have broken the 4:45 mark. So could Mackenzie Skelly become number 10 here?
Allison Wasson seemingly looking a little bit itchy there to get around Wingard on that home stretch there with 4 laps to go, but it still remains that order. Skelly, Wingard, and Wasson coming through the 800 meters right around 2:20.
So eyeballing a 4:40, 4:41 clocking here, and you can see everybody's gathering around Skelly. They're content to let her do the pace work right now.
And now that is Wasson now moving up into second place, going around Wingard. It's also Danielle Graham, the taller runner there in 4th place. Still anybody's race at this point. Nobody's really made a big move, but this is where we see that big move with about 3 laps to go, maybe 2.5 to go.
To me, Skelly looks in control here. I think she's happy being in front. She's used to being a front runner. She's a 2-miler. To your point earlier, Wingard has that steeplechase strength, but she's sort of tucked in the rail there, and she probably needs to get off the rail. Otherwise, she risks getting trapped here.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. I don't like the position that Wingard's in now with athletes now coming around the outside. By the time she makes a move, it may be a little bit too late here. 2 laps to go here for Skelly, still leading anybody's race here. You literally have 6-7 athletes all within a half a second of Skelly as they go into the backstretch here with about a lap and a half to go.
So Wingard's still trapped on the rail somewhat, and then Callista Garma has moved to her outside, blocking her even further. Skelly, to me, is just dictating this, and I think she's ready to respond should a real threat arise.
So here they come down the home stretch for the bell lap there. And that is...
It's Carly Lamott.
Carly Lamott, who we hadn't even spoken about, making a big move there on the home stretch. Now down the back stretch, she just blowing away this field, but it may be a little too soon. Garmer now, Skelly going backwards. I believe that's Callista Garmer now coming around the outside. That is Callista Garmer, and Lamott may have gone just too much, too soon. Callista Garmer, Knoxville, Tennessee, will take it.
And that's
waiting for that time to come across. I saw 4.4, so I don't think they broke 4.40. 4.46.
It's a new personal best for Callista Garma. She shaves about 3/4 of a second off her previous best. That's number 15 in the nation. It's a big personal best for Carly Lamott, who blew that race wide open on the last lap there.
Yeah, it was a very aggressive move there. But, I mean, it was a lap to go, but it was just so aggressive when you still had so much amazing talent in there in Wingard, Wasson, Skelly. Skelly was starting to go backwards a little bit after having to lead that entire race. But with Wingard in there and Wasson also up in there for most of it, it was just Garmer waited nice and patient, didn't really make too strong of a move until the very back straight, and that ended up making sure that she won our second to last mile. It doesn't necessarily put her up very high there compared to when we're going to see in this next race, but it does put her up at the top of the list there at 446.72, just ahead of Lamott's second place finish, 447.16. And those are both U.S. number 15 and U.S. number 17 for the seniors, respectively. And many of you now may be just coming on the broadcast, excited to see what we're expected to be an amazing girls 1 mile seated section final, and especially another chance to see Zhang, who just absolutely lit this place up. Lucy Zhang with that 2 mile time. And we will, Katie Zhang in this field, Abigail Hennessy, Paige Shepard.
All right, so here are our runners. Annika Swan from Chicago is going to kick things off, the 12th grader. She was 14th here last year. Next up, another Illinois runner, Sunny Weber. She was 6th in the 2 mile here from Sandwich, Illinois. So she'll be wearing hip number 2. Right, wearing hip number 3 from Raleigh, North Carolina. There you see her, it's Caitlin Estep from Raleigh Catholic High School. Sorry, Cardinal Gibbons High School. She was 3rd in the 800 yesterday from the B heat, an impressive run by her. From West Virginia, wearing hip number 4. She was 5th in the 5,000 earlier this week. She's run 4:47 so far this year. That's Mason Fletcher, just a 10th grader. Wearing hip number 5 from Exeter High School up in New Hampshire. It's Alexis Paterna. Ran at 4:54 back in December. From Regina, Saskatchewan, it's Hannah Gates, a University of Michigan commit. Eliza Schwass from Scottsville, Michigan will wear hip number 7. Ran 4:44.88 last year outdoors as an 8th grader, the youngest runner in the field. Maggie McCormack, fresh off the 4th place in the 2 mile on Friday. She's gone 10:01 for that distance. She's going to be a Florida Gator in the fall. She's from Bayshore, New York. Mallory Weller, 3rd in the mile New Balance outdoors last year in Philly. The top returner from last year's race here, where she was 6th. So Weller wears hip number 9. Next up, hip number 10. Keep an eye out for her. This is Katie Zhang, smashed the national record for 2 miles the other night. The pride of Taze Valley High School in Asheville, Ohio. And she is the big X factor in this one, I think, Mark. Wearing hip number 11 from Union Catholic High School in Scotch Plains, New Jersey. She's part of the national record-setting DMR team the other night, where she split 4:41. That's Sophia Thompson. And next up, from 45 miles west of here in Westford Academy in Westford, Massachusetts, Abigail Hennessy. She was 2nd in the 2 mile on Friday, clocking 9:52. She was 7th in this event last year. And last, but certainly by no means least, another Union Catholic runner, Paige Shepard, looking for a hat trick. She already has victories in the DMR and in the individual 800 meters, an event she's ran 2:01.50 at. But she's also ran a 4:33.67 a mile. So on paper, I would say this is between Shepard from Union Catholic, Hennessy from Massachusetts, and a Katie Zhang from Ohio. Your thoughts, Mark?
I just love that spirit that Zhang had. I mean, just smiles, and she just dancing a little bit before the introductions. You could see her there on the start line, almost kind of like, yeah, let's go. I mean, so full of confidence when you break a national record. Seemingly out of nowhere, though, she did run about 7:42, 7:43 prior to that. 9.
But it's been an incredible, meteoric rise from her. I mean, if you look at her results from last year, she was running in like 10:20s and 10:30s, and I'm not even sure she'd broken 5 minutes. It seems like she's come out of nowhere this year. And that 9:42 she ran at the Ohio State meet, completely solo.
Yeah. Well, she ran completely solo the other night as well. I mean, she had a lot of lapped athletes, but you see her on the line there just kind of like, yeah, let's go. Let's go. Let's get this thing going. Give me another victory.
I don't want to over-talk about Katie Zhang.
Yeah.
She went at 4:41 and then 4:37 into her 2 mile national record.
Yeah.
So you've got to think of 4:35, 4:34 is easily within our wheelhouse, and that would be a new meet record.
So we are off here, our seated heat in the girls' mile. I'd like Sophia Thompson's also coming off a national record DMR run. So again, a lot of confidence in a lot of these athletes that are in this field. It's just going to be a matter of how much of that 2 mile effort is in Zhang's legs.
So we do have a pacer, I think, for this one, set for 2:18. But yes, Mackenzie's pacing this at 2:18. But I would not be surprised if Zhang just goes ahead and does her own thing.
Well, it looks like she's chomping at the bit already just on the shoulder of our pacemaker, as she goes through in 32.61.
Wow.
So that was probably right around 31 something for the first 200. And again, if she races like she did yesterday in that 2 mile, this is going to be another blistering time. And already she's going around.
Now, hopefully Mackenzie can rise up and see what's going on here, adjust the original strategy, and help out Zhang for as long as possible. We'll see what happens. You can't even see the pacing lights in our shot anymore. They're set for 4:34. That's the meet record. But right now, these two running in the 4:25 range.
This is an incredible already early run here from Zhang. It really will just be a matter of how much she still has in the tank after that spectacular 2 mile. You see her running on the outside rather than right behind Mackenzie. And again, you also see her touching her wristwatch, just like she did in the 2 mile. She's literally keeping splits for herself in this race.
I almost feel sorry for our Pacer McKenzie. This is not what she signed up for. She was supposed to go 2:18. All of a sudden, she has Katie Zhang chomping at the bit right behind her, and she has to rise to the occasion and help out Zhang for as long as she possibly can. Hopefully the crowd get into this and help both of them out because they're way ahead right now.
I can't see Zhang waiting much longer here. I don't know if she'll wait until McKenzie goes off the track or she'll just go around, but she's literally running on the outside in lane 2, running a lot of extra distance. Also, again, still reaching down and touching her wristwatch to keep her splits. And there goes our rabbit, and it's now all Zhang to do the work for the rest of this, and she's way ahead.
So we are 2:14 through 880 yards, so eyeballing 4:28. But she's the kind of runner that's strong enough to negative split this. We could see one of the best mile times of all time.
And coming down the home stretch here with 3 laps to go, Katie Zhang looking to do the double here at the New Balance National Indoor Championships after an absolutely spectacular 9:37 2-mile national record. That was Mary Kane's record set about 13 years ago that she broke, and she's still well ahead of this field and possibly too far ahead with 2 laps to go as she gets ready to come down the home stretch.
I do think we're probably going to see a meet record. So we're coming up to the 3/4 mark. The meet record is 4:34.55, and then you can see those lights are right behind her. That's the ghost of Sadie Engelhardt, who has that meet record at 4:36.36. But way ahead right now is Katie Zhang, looking to get the double here. She's already got the 2-mile win under her belt, and this is going to be a massive personal best if she can keep this rolling.
Hennessy trying to lead the charge here, going on a lap to go, but it is all Katie Zhang. This is really a coming out party for a very special athlete.
4:01 at the bell mark.
4:01 at the bell. She's just behind those pace lights, but she's well ahead of Hennessy here. She goes into the backstretch. She's got to hold on here. She needs to dig down deep because Hennessy is coming on very strong here. Final turn, it's not going to be enough. It's not going to be enough for Hennessy. It's all going to be Katie Zhang doing the double here at the New Balance National Indoor Champions, now your mile champion. Wow, 4:35.03 unofficially, 4:35.02 officially, and what a double for Katie Zhang.
And that is a meet record for Katie Zhang. It's a massive personal best, and that is the 6th fastest in history. Only Jane Hedengren, Sadie Engelhardt, Mary Kane, Alexa Ephraimson, and this year Blair Bartlett have ever run faster than that.
And look at that, the smiles on her face. The other day when she came across in the 2-mile, it was like this shock, and then it was this. It was this, yep, I did this. I did this. I've been putting in the work. I came out here, and I showed people that now I am a name to reckon with. Not only in the indoor season, but now you got to take a look at what she's going to be able to do in the outdoor season.
What an unreal talent. When she did what she did in the 2-mile, there was this look of disbelief on her face. A little bit less so, but still that same look of shock on her face. What have I done?
See her coming down the home stretch here to take the victory very comfortably. Again, reaching.
She stopped to watch early.
Stopped to watch a little too early, so she's not going to get an accurate split there. But here she is coming across the line. Again, a little less shocked. And so now we're going to hand off to Serenity Douglas and Katie Zhang.
I'm speechless, honestly. All glory to God. Like, I don't know what just happened this weekend. I was in mile, and here I am. Here you are.
Now, how did you use the 2-mile win as motivation for this one?
Yeah, so honestly, I was just like, okay, it's just running around a track. What am I doing? Just do it. Like, I want to feel tired. That's what I want. That's what I work for. So I was going to push myself to the limit today. If I passed out, I passed out, and I didn't care.
If you passed out, you passed out. Nobody cares. Congratulations, Katie. You got enough energy to say hey to the crowd? Let's go. Let's go. Go, Katie!
I tell you what, there are there are companies out there right now chomping at the bit to get a hold of this young lady, because that is everything track and field needs. That spirit, that gumption, that pride, yet there's a hint of humility of talking about how shocked she was at what she's accomplishing here. But I tell you what, that personality and that ability that she has is everything track and field needs in this, not only in this country, but globally.
So there you see Katie Zhang holding that finishing tape that says records are made to be broken. She just broke 2 meet records. She has a national record, and I think she just gave the interview of the meet.
Hey, it's just running around in circles after all, Dave. I mean, what the heck? If I fall, if I drop, I drop. If not, whatever. But that idea, that mentality is so great for the sport. And just all congratulations on an amazing weekend there for Katie Zhang. And what a great double for the 2 mile and the mile for girls running. I mean, she talked about the other day about how much Mary Kane inspired her. Just think about all the young middle schoolers and even youth runners in the stands now that are going to literally be talking about Katie Zhang for days, months, and years to come.
Especially in her home state of Ohio. I mean,
can you imagine her going back to school this week?
Hey, guess what I did this week in Boston?
I don't know what you guys did for St. Patrick's, but I just happened to go out to Boston, Massachusetts, and manhandle a lot of talented athletes, but break a national record, break meet records, and really just put on such a great show. And all congratulations to Katie Zhang. Congratulations to all the other athletes. Again, we should mention Abigail Hennessy. Valiant fight there at the end to come up second in 4:36.74. Caitlin Estep, Paige Shepard in third from Union Catholic, 4:38.29. And just really solid running there. Great show for our milers. And next up, we're going to get the track set up. They're going to bring the banks down now as we get ready for boys and girls 60-meter finals. So it looks like we're going to take a look back here at the finale of the girls' shot put. Neufer and Rivera. And these 2 final throwers, that was Hannah Neufer. And then here is Sophia Marie Rivera. So that was her top throw there, 14-17 meters, 46.6 for the win. Just 7.7 meters ahead of Neufer. So congratulations to Sophia Marie Rivera from Efrat, Pennsylvania, with the new U.S. number 16 throw, new PA number 3 throw. And the senior closes out her indoor career here in high school with the championship. See the results there up on the screen for the girls' shot put that just concluded earlier. So we get some shots here of the track at New Balance, this beautiful facility that is fairly new here in Boston. It's only been open for about 2 or 3 years here. The national championships used to be held over at the Reggie Lewis Center before now being moved over here to this beautiful big arena. And I think it's just been phenomenal. You've got the much more space. You've got 3 pits out here, or 2 pole vault pits, and you can run high jump pits both at the same time. You can run pole vault pits both at the same time. You can run long jump and triple jump at the same time. You've got this amazing facility. We saw the shots from the shot put and the weight throw yesterday down below us. And it's really just an amazing arena, huge screen, the technology, the timing. I mean, the visuals here is just absolutely spectacular for these fans to be a part of.
And you've got all this natural light pouring in through the windows. The Reggie Lewis Center, it's a fairly dated facility. It's a bit claustrophobic in there. The air circulation isn't great. I know from announcing at Reggie Lewis Center, you end up with that dry hack. I can't imagine how it is for the runners.
Yeah, you get the hack that you get similar to Madison Square Garden from Reggie Lewis, and the sound system originally there. Not to bash on Reggie Lewis, it's not great. I've announced there. I've had to bring in my own equipment. Here, I don't have to bring in anything. We've got this beautiful sound system. We got guys playing music, and we got Devontae down in the infield with a mic, and everything sounds great, and it just flows really good here. And I'm always thrilled to work here at the track at New Balance.
2 years ago, we were actually bouncing between both facilities because the NCAA's was being hosted here, and then we were at Reggie Lewis Center, and then we did Sunday at New Balance after 3 days, and we had to move everything over. It was a really interesting transition going from NCAA's to New Balance Nationals for that last day.
Well, we're just waiting now. What they're doing is essentially they're lowering down just past the finish line for the sprints. Prior, when they had the shuttle races earlier this morning, they had both sides down, which is a rarity here at New Balance. But they'll leave the one side up on the second turn. But on the first turn here, they're lowering the track down flat so the athletes can run straight through the finish line there. You can see there now how the track's laid down, and that whole New Balance National sign is a big padded area for the runners to run into. And as fast, even as some of these high school runners are running, that padding does not stand a chance because these athletes are barreling down, especially those 60 meters that we're getting ready to see here. We've got finals in both the boys and girls 60 meters. That'll then be followed. We'll take some time to set up the hurdles, and we'll have our girls 60-meter hurdles and followed by our boys 60-meter hurdle finals. That'll follow up. They'll bring the track back up once they clear the hurdles and after those events, and we will wrap things up today with our boys and girls 200-meter finals as well as our boys and girls 4x400 meter relay. So things are really coming to a head here at the National Championships, a crescendo, I should say.
And AC Serenity Douglas on your screen, getting the crowd hyped up. We have about 10 minutes until our next event, the Boys Championship 60-meter final.
Yeah, we're trying to, obviously with the final, we don't want to rush this thing at all. I mean, these boys and girls have been getting ready for the pinnacle of the season event for them, and they need to be given as much time as possible and not rushed. And so we're definitely going to make sure that we're ready to go and give them a little time, get the crowd built up a little bit here. But again, like we've seen and I've talked about before, some of these key athletes, I mean, all of these athletes are in the final are excellent because they've been dwindled down from hundreds and hundreds of athletes down to just 8 athletes. Wyatt Lee, Prather, maybe Boykin, those athletes that are in the middle, that's most likely you're going to see a winner out of one of those 3 in lanes 3, 4, and 5. And they've earned the seeding to be put in those lanes 3, 4, and 5. That way they can see everything that's going on both sides of them. And I really fancy Wyatt Lee, the Flying Angel from Canada, Flying Angels Canada. I'm just going to call him the Flying Angel from Canada. But I tell you what, I think he is the person to beat there. Mackay Prather is going to be very close there, and Boykin is definitely going to be a player in the boys 60.
I agree with you. I think Wyatt Lee is the favorite coming in. He's got the fastest personal best. He's run 6:66. That was in the Canadian Senior National Championships just 2 weeks ago up in Toronto. He holds numerous Canadian under-18 and under-20 records. Comes from a rugby background, which is interesting.
Well, I think what's also very interesting is our favorite on the girls' side, Siani Nguyen. Not only is she in this final, but she's also leading the finalists in the 200. So she's got to run this final in the 60 hope the hurdles take plenty of time.
Yeah.
Hope they take plenty of time bringing the track back up for the 200s. And then hope they take a lot of time introducing the boys 200s and running the 200s and maybe run a fast time and the crowd go crazy before she's got to get back on the track and try the double.
And likewise, she has the fastest personal best at 7:29. She's going to be heading to University of Florida in the fall.
But you also don't want to count out Lee Peters. I mean, she has put all her eggs in one basket here in the 60 meters. She doesn't have to worry about a 200 later on.
Those two will be slugging it out for the next 4 years, with Wynn heading to Florida and Peters heading to Tennessee. So they'll be waging battle in the SEC.
Yes, they will be seeing each other a lot.
For a little while.
They're seeing each other a lot. And possibly a third player in there, Cameron Tatum, Michigan Mustangs. She's also going to be running the 200 later on in the finals. So you've got a few of these athletes that are going to be racing soon, and then they're going to be battling again in a distance almost 4 times what they're going to get ready to race. But meanwhile, you can see the shot here of our finalists in the boys 60 meters. Just getting things set with their blocks and their starts. Some last minute starts here for them. Make sure everything's smooth.
I think while we got this little bit of downtime here before things build to the crazy crescendo of the 4x4s, we should take this opportunity to thank all the meet staff, Cooper and Dave from Trials of Miles, everybody at New Balance, all our officials, and the what looks like hundreds of volunteers without whom an event of this size would not run as smoothly as it does. We have 6,000 athletes competing here this weekend here in Boston. So this is a massive undertaking, putting on a meet like this over 4 days.
Absolutely, 100% of the credit goes to all these officials and volunteers, meet staff, because you're not only just dealing with the 6,000 athletes, you're dealing with thousands of coaches and tens of thousands of parents and friends and family who are all here to support, and everybody's got, emotions running high. You're at a national championship, and it's a lot to manage, but they do a great job here. Again, Cooper Knowlton, and I want to take the opportunity to thank you and the rest of all the announcers that I've had a chance to work with here today. Michael Twist, Serenity Douglas, Devontae Ford, even Andy Downen. But again, of course, Dave Milner here by my side.
And Kate Van
for
Busker.
the next couple. Kate Van Busker, of course, who again has a deep root of knowledge, having made the Canadian Olympic team there.
And then Trevor Fulkerson has also been on that Runner Space feed too. So it takes a village to do a production like this. As we get set now for the boys' 60-meter final. All right, so running in lane number 1, that's Creed Weishunt from Texas. Ran 6.78 in the semifinals from the little town of Yantis. He's a 12th grader. We've got 8 runners made this final. So Creed is going to be in lane 1. Next to him in lane 2, that's Manny Martin from Clayton, North Carolina. Came in with a PB of 686, is whittled down to 676. Anthony Boykin is next to him in lane 3. He comes in having run 675. And there is Wyatt Lee. He's probably our favorite. He's gone 666 from Canada. And he was our fastest qualifier from the semis, clocking 672. Next to him is Makai Prather from La Plata, Maryland. PR'd in the heats. Went 673 in the semis. He's probably the most serious threat to Lee, I would say. Will Jacobs is next. He runs in lane 6, went 675 in the semis. Ron Calder the second from IMG Elite will be in lane number 7. And from his arch rival school, Montverde Academy, down in Florida, that's Miles Outerbridge. an exceptional 200-meter runner, coming down to 60 meters here. So those are our 8 finalists. On paper, Mark, you would think Wyatt Lee comes in as the favorite, with maybe Makai Prather offering the sternest challenge.
Yeah, I think, they're very similar in ability, so it's really going to come down to which one executes. And really, in this type of event, in a 60 meters, with this shorter period, execution is everything. Everything has to be right. From the moment that the starter says, on your marks, and they sit down on the blocks, everything needs to be executed perfectly. And if Lee can do that, I think he can take this title.
So the meet record 6:59 set by Isama Singha 3 years ago. Lee has the fastest personal best at 6:66. He's really the only one I think can challenge that meet record.
See Lee there, almost last to get down into the blocks, and that might have been things going a little too long here. So the starter is going to ask them to get out of the blocks here, and we're going to do this again. Sometimes that's a good thing, sometimes that's a bad thing. To have to go through that might release some of those nerves that are worrying you right now, or it could actually create some. Because again, we've had plenty of false starts at this meet. Athletes' nerves just getting ahead of them. But again, all eyes on lanes 3, 4, and 5. Boykin, Lee, and Prather. Oh. That was Martin falling ahead a little bit. And that is going to be a red card for Manny Martin in the final. He kind of smiled about it once he did it, and it almost kind of seemed like when he looked at Boykin, oh, my bad. But unfortunately,
the crowd did not like that. We're getting boos from the home stretch.
But hey, you know what? I was saying this yesterday. Sometimes you want to give them a break, but at the same time, they need to learn. These athletes need to learn, because it's not going to change when they get into college. If they go pro, nothing is going to change, and you don't want to happen this on a bigger stage, an even bigger stage, NCAA championship, Olympic trials, Olympics for that matter. So you got to learn now to keep your cool.
So now we're down to 7. Take 2.
Still want to look at lanes 3, 4, and 5 here. Lee in 4. Oh, Lee got out.
Wow.
That was so close. But it's Prather.
Prather gets the win. 6:68.
Oh my God, by 1/100th of a second, Makai Prather comes up and runs the new U.S. number 9 and takes down the favorite, Wyatt Lee. Wow. Hey, we said that was a factor. Calder as well, having a great race there. Calder the second, 6:71, runs a U.S. number 14. He had a really good race. Boykin, I was a little surprised to see Boykin that far down the list. But Makai Prather coming on at the very end there. We're looking at the replay here. Can't quite see the angle from it, but Prather just to Lee's right.
I think Prather just had a slightly better lean. He
threw
his arms behind him, his shoulders forward.
Yeah, and sometimes it's just about a timing, about where your leg's coming down if you're able to lead. And now we're going to go down to the track with Serenity Douglas interviewing our champion in the 60 meters, Makai Prather.
Thing that you got going on, congratulations. You came in with the fastest qualifying time. You did really well in the semifinal, and now you did the final, the ultimate thing. You won. What was your head going through some of those rounds?
I just wanted to get out, have confidence with myself and win the race. And like my coach told me, it's me versus me.
It's you versus you. How are you going to celebrate 6:68? Some college athletes are running that.
I'm going to go to Dave & Buster's later.
He's going to go to Dave & Buster's later. All right, y'all, let's hear it again from Mekhi Prather.
All smiles there for Mekhi Prather. Wonder if he'll get some credit there at Dave & Buster's if he does show up to celebrate his New Balance National Indoor title there. But what a great race there for Mekhi Prather, taking down the, I wouldn't say heavy favorite, but favorite in Wyatt Lee.
Agreed. It was a great run. Just a perfectly timed lean in those final 2 strides to win by just 1/100th of a second. All right, you see our 8 girls lined up there for the Championship Girls 60-meter final, our next race on the track, as we lower the lights and introduce our runners. Kicking it off in lane 1 from Pickering, just outside Toronto in Canada, is Elizabeth Tennis. She's heading to Ohio State in the fall. She ran 7:42 in the semis. Next to her in lane 2 from Washington, D.C., has a PB of 7:37. She ran 7:41 in the semis. That's Janaea Brown. Cameron Tatum from Michigan occupies lane 3, a University of Illinois commit with a 7:40 in the prelims. Sayani Wynn probably comes in as the favorite on paper. Ran 7:31 in the semis, also in the 200-meter final. She's got a personal best of 7:29, the fastest in the field. In lane 5, that's Lee Peters from Winter Garden, Florida, 7:35 in the semis. She's going to be heading to University of Tennessee in the fall. Zoe Holt runs in lane 6. She is just a 9th grader from Charlotte, North Carolina, attends Bradford Prep, 7:40 in the semis. Skylar Cunningham from Atlanta is in lane 7. She's got a personal best of 7:40. And Nina Kaye Abogai from Metro Cobras Track Club is in lane 8. She's from Sharon, Massachusetts, not too far from here.
I've biked through Sharon, Massachusetts often. Beautiful area. No, again, all eyes on the middle lanes there. Tatum in 3, Wynn in 4, Peters in 5. And I see very similar to the boys' race, Wynn being the heavy favorite. But I also like the idea of Lee Peters. I think Lee Peters is going to have a really good race here.
Yeah, the only 400ths of a second separated those 2 runners in the semifinals. Wynn is the favorite on paper, but I think Peters is going to offer the sternest challenge. So our winner in the boys' race came out of lane 5. Will we see a repeat from Peters?
My heart tells me Wynn. My head tells me Peters. Again, look at lanes 3, 4, and 5. And they're off here. Wynn's looking really good here, real strong out front there. Could she hold off? And it looks like she does. Sayana Wynn, 7:24, and Holt comes up for second, 7:25, to end up getting ahead of Lee Peters, 7:30. So great race for Zoe Holt to come up in second place, but it was all Sayani Wynn with the title, 7:24.
So Wynn gets the win, as we predicted, but Zoe Holt, a little bit of a surprise factor there.
Indeed.
Placing second. That 7:25 vaults her to number 4 in the nation this year. You saw Wynn got a fantastic start, was never really headed. Holt came through in the last 20
Holt
meters
there
really
in
strongly.
lane 6. Wow, what a great race. Really came on strong. Right after that initial drive phase, Holt just started picking up more and more speed, and it was actually her who was the only one that was going to challenge Sayani Wynn. And what a great race there for Siani Nguyen. And so now we're going to head down to the track with Serenity Douglas as she talks to our new champion, Siani Nguyen.
Miss Siani Nguyen, your last name is perfect for it because all you do is win. You won New Balance Nationals outdoors in the 100 as well. Now you're winning the 60 indoors. To what do you owe this success?
Well, when I came here when I was a freshman, I lost. I got rolled. I got violated. It was bad. So, this year, I wanted to redeem myself, make younger Siani proud, and that's what I did.
That's exactly what you did. Now, what's next for you?
I have the 200, and I'm excited. University of Florida, go Gators.
All right, y'all, let's hear it again for Siani Nguyen.
So a couple of very fast 60-meter
So we're now going to take things
there.
over to Trevor and Kate as they set up the track here for our 60-meter hurdle finals.
Appreciate it, guys. We will keep the speed rolling, certainly, as we close out our final day here. The 60 meters did not disappoint. We'll continue on here on the straightaway with the high hurdle finals. Well, already some drama leading up to these hurdle finals.
That's been taking hurdles on, putting hurdles on, taking hurdles off, back and forth, and as well making sure that they get all stacked up and put back away and what have you. And so after these sprints, we've now got these hurdle finals, and then they'll have to take them back off again as we then get ready for those 200-meter finals. But yes, next up on the track, our girls 60-meter hurdle final. Unlike prior where we go boys-girls, this time we're going to go girls-boys because it's a little bit easier to bring the height back up for the boys in the second race here. But we've got another fabulous, explosive power race here in both our girls 60-meter hurdles and our boys 60-meter hurdles. Again, all eyes on the middle of the track in those lanes 3, 4, and 5. Jasmine Jackson has been having a spectacular meet where she actually jumped out and ran the shuttle hurdles, which was a surprise this morning.
Jasmine Jackson ranked number 4 in the nation, but let's introduce our 8 finalists to you right now. Running hip number 1 from just down the road in Natick, Massachusetts, that's Emanuela Edosian. So there you see Edosian, the local talent, all smiles. Next to her in lane 2 is Micaiah Barnes from Suwanee, Georgia, just outside of Atlanta. Ran a big personal best qualifying, clocking 8:43. Kira Montague from Pickering, Ontario, occupies lane 3. She went 8:36 in her semifinal. Jasmine Jackson, number 4 in the nation this year, just 15 years old, a 10th grader from Winslow Township Track Club. She's in lane 4. Next to her in 5 is Jordan Ham from Chicago, Illinois. The senior went 8:30 to qualify for this final. Daisha Brunson from not too far away in Elk Grove Village, just outside of Chicago. She went 8:37 to qualify. Lauren Woodall from Marietta, Georgia is in lane 7. She went 8:52 to make this final. And on the outside, from North Carolina, that's Sailor Edwards from Run U Express, coached by Brashawn Jackson, a 400-meter hurdle legend.
Yeah, I think, again, you know, run a keen eye on those lanes 3, 4, and 5. Montague, Jackson, and Ham all coming in here very differently. You got Montague, who is basically putting, as I said before, all her eggs in one basket in this one event. Jordan Lamb, conversely, did the long jump and triple jump and had to go through all these rounds. And then you got Jackson, who surprisingly jumped out into the hurdle shuttles earlier this morning.
Well, Jackson went 8:21 in the semis.
Well, she's the heavy favorite, of course.
Right.
But we were just so surprised to see her in the hurdles. Here we go, folks.
Jasmine now ranked number 3 in the nation.
And they're off clean here. Jasmine Jackson looking well there. She's being challenged, though, just to her outside right. And that might have been Jordan Ham. And it is.
Wow.
Jordan Ham, 8:18.
That is a new national lead, 8:18.
Wow. So another bit of an upset there. Jordan Ham over Jackson, though, again, Jordan Ham came in with her own excellent credentials, but also a very heavy weekend, having done the long jump and triple jump, and then gone through the prelims, semifinals, and now the finals in the hurdles.
So Jordan Ham, the future University of Wisconsin Badger from Chicago, came in with a personal best of 8:38, leaves Boston with a shiny new personal best of 8:18, and she is your national champion.
And we see here on the replay, Ham got out really solid, was already up on Jackson, and then just slowly starts pushing away. As you see, I think that, couldn't see who that was in lane 2 who went down. And that's unfortunate to see there in the latter stages of the final. But again, really strong lean there from Ham as well to secure that win.
Yeah, I think that was Barnes that went down, but what a run by Ham.
Look at Ham's even like she wasn't quite sure.
And Jackson ran 8:20. She probably thought that would have been enough to get the win.
She probably thought it would be enough. And under normal circumstances, but again, Ham coming in right there, you see other results. 8:18, 8:20. And Dozian not quite up in there at 8:40, but it was definitely an amazing race there between Ham and Jackson. And now we're going to go down to the track there again with Serena Douglas interviewing our champion, Jordan Ham.
All right, y'all. Not only did we see Jordan out here killing it in hurdles, but we also saw her jumping as well. She does it all. But you were telling me that this has felt like a redemption for you. Why is that?
This really felt like a redemption for me because last year I came and did horrible, and I didn't have a good season last year either. So coming here and genuinely like PRing, I've done everything to keep my body right, eat better, drink a lot more water, get more rest. I've literally done everything to prepare myself for today. So the fact that I just like, everything just paid off, it makes me feel so like appreciative right now. I feel so happy about this.
Well, huge congratulations for that. How are you going to use this win for you, 8:18, that's blazing, to encourage you for outdoors?
I mean, I really, honestly, big shout out to all the girls I ran against in that final because they are the exact reason I was able to PR the way I was. I always appreciate competition or anything because it makes me push harder than I am and makes me go farther than I'm supposed to be. I was not expecting an 8:18, but I just did that because of those girls. So, I mean, just appreciate my competition and see them as not only rivals, but as friends and apprentices, too.
I love it. Well said. All right, y'all, let's hear it for Jordan Ham.
What a great way to finish off the weekend there for Jordan Ham. Didn't do too well in the long jump and triple jump. Finished 36th in the long jump and 16th in the triple jump. But clearly, this was her event. And she's taking home the gold here at the New Balance National Indoor Championships.
So we're getting to the closing stages of this meet. We have the 200 meters left. We have the 4x4. We've had some incredible races so far. It's all fast twitch from now on, though.
It is. It is. It's all about the speedsters. Once those mile races were done, it's now going to finish off with the excitement and speed and what I really think is such a core of track and field, because these sprinters don't just sprint. They long jump, they triple jump, they high jump. Some of them even throw. And so really the vitality, I think, distance runners are great. Obviously, I'm a distance runner. I love distance running. But there's only 2 or 3 events, that are in track and field. But in track and field, you've got sprinters doing the 100, the 200, the 400, the 4x4, the 4x2, long jump, triple jump, high jump, sometimes pole vault and throws. So it's great to see these athletes shine here at the end of this meet. And the next event on the track will be equally exciting, folks. So please continue to stay tuned here as we get ready for our boys' 60-meter hurdle final. And really, if you look at our favorites there, Josh Hamblin, Zacchaeus Brox, and Avante Earl, all of 3 of these athletes, especially with what I just said, all 3 of these athletes have put everything in to just this hurdle final. And so no other events for them, no sprints, no jumps or anything. They've put everything into making this final and trying to win it.
Interestingly, Mark, I see nobody in lane 8 right now. Christopher Lawley from IMG Elite was supposed to be occupying lane 8. I do not see him down there. It does look like he is a scratch. So down to 7 runners.
Well, the problem is I think Lawley was the athlete who pulled his hamstring there right at the end for IMG Elite. They won the shuttle hurdle race earlier this morning, and he pulled up with a hamstring at the end. So it was a serious doubt that he was going to be able to run the final here with that bad of a hamstring injury. He came out to get interviewed on the track in a wheelchair. So he still said it was the greatest day of his life to win a national title, but unfortunately that was going to knock him out of these hurdles. So we're going to be down to 7 athletes here in the final instead of 8.
So coming into this weekend, the meet record was 7:59, set 3 years ago by Abdul Saisavan from Atlanta. But in the semis, we saw the meet get broken by not 1, but 2 athletes. Zacchaeus Brooks clocked 7:55. Avante Earl clocked 7:59 out of Michigan and Texas, respectively. That mark by Brooks was a U.S. number 1. And he's going to be the runner to watch. He'll be in lane 4. You see him just walking back to his blocks there. And then Avante Earl is likely to offer the stiffest challenge, and he's right next to him in lane 5. So as always, our top protagonists in those middle lanes, lanes 4 and 5. As you get ready to lower the lights here, and we'll introduce you to our now 7 finalists for this boys 60-meter hurdles. Running in lane 1 for Dunbar Track Club is Kobe Johnson. He clocked 7:81 in those semifinals. Next to him is Shmar Gamble. So there you see Johnson. Gamble from that sprint powerhouse in Washington, D.C., Archbishop Carroll High School. He went 7:74 to advance. Josh Hamblin, all the way from Utah, is in lane 3. In lane 4, our aforementioned pre-race favorite and now meet record holder, Zacchaeus Brooks. He's heading to Ohio State in the fall. He's from Novi, Michigan. Avante Earl from Houston also went under that previous meet record, just a 10th grader, age 16. He's in 5. In lane 6, it's Evan Williams from Indianapolis, went 7:71 to move on here. And to round out the field in lane 7, it's Cyrus Saunders from Pendle, Pennsylvania. So Brooks, you would think, is the favorite.
Yeah,
we've already had one upset in this event.
Yeah, I mean,
on the girls' side.
A couple of upsets already in these sprint / hurdles. So yeah, you got to think again. The decent favorite there was Brox, but Earl, nothing to lose as a sophomore. I mean, only something to gain. I mean, Brox is the one with the outgoing senior that's probably got the biggest target on his back, and that's not always necessarily a good thing. So gosh, again, my head says Brox, but now my heart a little bit says Earl.
All right, I'm going with Brox all the
All
way.
right, okay. Oh, this is all Brox. If he can keep it together here. Wow.
Wow.
Now that is a dominant performance there. I don't even know why I bet against that. Meet record 7:44 for Zacchaeus Brox. Wow. That was probably one of the most dominant finals we've seen in at least the short sprints.
That was one of the cleanest races I've ever seen by a high school hurdler. I mean, on the boys' side.
Second fastest all time.
Only Trey Cunningham has ever run faster than that. He has a national record at 7:40.
My goodness.
Trey Cunningham, of course, went on to be one of the top hurdlers in the world.
Silver medalist in the World Championships in the 110 hurdles.
Look at this. It's a perfect race. So clean. So smooth.
And again, that's what I was saying. It was like if he could just keep it together, everything is clicking. Wow. Again, here's the finish right here. No one near him. 7:44, and second place was 7:72. In that short of a distance, that's a huge distance between first and second. And this time, 7:44, that would have actually won the NCAA championships, which was 7:45, by just literally a little bit.
I mean, albeit with a slightly shorter hurdles, though, right?
Slightly shorter hurdles, but still the time. Wow, just absolutely impressive there from Zacchaeus Brox. We're going to head down to the track and talk to this young man with Serenity Douglas, your champion of the 60-meter hurdles.
All right, Zacchaeus, congratulations. You looked absolutely fantastic out there. Now, what was going through your head and what was your mindset as you were going through the rounds?
Through the rounds, I was just trusting the Lord, really just coming out here, make sure I give all my glory and give my best. So that's what was just going through my mind the whole time.
Now, something we have to bring attention to. With boys hurdles, the height goes up in college. You're an Ohio State commit. 7:44 is pretty nice. You ready for that new height?
Yes, ma'am, I'm ready. Keep working.
All right, now, who is here supporting you?
My mom, my dad, my coach, they over there somewhere. Obviously, give glory to the Most High. My coaches at home, Coach Jeff, Coach Hanuka, and my teammates too. Chance, Damani, Liam, and Jamar. I got to thank those boys too, man, that helped me to get here. So, yeah, those are the people who've been supporting me all along.
And how is running at a meet like New Balance just challenging you and hopefully going to propel you with your collegiate career?
It just helps with all the pressure that New Balance puts on people, allowing you to keep a head, a good head, and just being able to come out and perform under pressure. So being able to do that, I know I'm ready for the next level.
All right, well said. All right, y'all, let's hear it again for Zacchaeus Brox, 7:44.
Wow, just what a great kid. Thanking mom, thanking his family, thanking his coach, thanking his friends, thanking his cousin. I mean, just what a great way to finish off your senior year here with such a dominant performance there in the 60-meter hurdles.
Yeah, it was a fantastic performance. Well, this is the Mark Davis and Dave Milner show is now over. We're going to get ready to transition to Trevor Fulkerson and Olympia Kate Van Buskirk, who are going to bring it home for you with the 200s and the 4x4s to finish out the day.
I can't believe the weekend's over for me. I don't know what I'm going to do tomorrow without any track and field here at New Balance. Just want to thank all the folks here at New Balance. Thank everybody for watching here. Continue to watch. We got some amazing 200s up for grabs. And, of course, round things out with our 4x4s. Trevor, Kate?
Well, we appreciate it, guys. And, Mark, you can always go back and watch on Athletic Live. You know, you're going to have to watch some replays of the New Balance Indoor Nationals here. But Trevor Fulkerson here, joined by Kate Van Buskirk. And the speed continues, Kate. We'll go from the straightaway out to the oval now with these 200s and then the 4x4s. But we've seen some all-time times already today, and we could add some names to the top 10 list here in the final events as well. We'll be up next will be the boys 200.
Yeah, Trevor, it's great to be with you again here on day 4 of New Balance Nationals Indoors in 2026. Can't believe I'm calling 2026. And again, I've had the privilege now of calling 4 consecutive New Balance Nationals Indoor Championships. And It's been magic every single time. As you mentioned, we saw some records go down earlier today in multiple events, both on the mid-distance and the sprint side. And if you can believe it, some of these sprinters will talk about doing double, triple, quadruple duty in some cases. We've got a number of our top performers set to go in those 200-meter championship boys and girls finals coming up in just about 17 minutes time that had just thrown down some fabulous performances on the straightaway with the 60. So again, no rest for the wicked, as they say, Trevor, and it's going to be a barn burner of a way to close things out on day 4.
Well, as we saw some drama leading up in the various sprint events in either the prelims or the semis. That's kind of how it goes, Kate, as you see you have to survive and advance, and that is what it's all about, is getting to these finals. For the 200s, of course, we'll run 2 section finals with 4 athletes in each. But what an experience. Talk about this, Kate. You said yourself you've been here for a number of years. These athletes try to come back every single year if possible, and New Balance does such a great job, all the meet management here as well. But those pictures are going to live on in infamy. The fans are loving it too. 5,000 plus fans can fit in here at this track at New Balance. But what an experience all around.
It really has been, and I think, having done this for 4 years in a row now, one of the things that remains consistent is starting from 4 years ago, every single year, I say, I can't believe that we're going to have this many records go down yet again, and it just keeps coming. So those records meant to be broken here at New Balance Nationals. As we've been saying all weekend, these athletes at the peak of their ability for the indoor season. And then, I've had the privilege of just kind of chatting more casually with a lot of these runners after their events or in between rounds, and they've been saying that this is the meet that sets them up to be their very best at outdoors too. So of course we got lots of excitement coming as we move to that bigger 400-meter oval into the spring, but we are not done with all of the magic here on the 200 bank track at the track.
Well, magic is right, Kate. I mean, we've seen already. How about that race from Quincy Wilson and Jaden DeLeon the other day? Incredible. And we talked about it in the prelims. You and I were able to call those prelims. I said, hey, keep an eye on Jaden DeLeon from the house. Quincy Wilson, I don't think they're going to make it easy on him. But talk about iron sharpening iron. He's really kind of raised the bar for everybody, but they're not intimidated. That's what we love about these championship meets.
Absolutely, yeah, so well said, and a good call by you. But just seeing the form, the composure of De Leon to know that he was ready for something big. And that is really what happens here, is that you get, we've been saying it a lot this weekend, you get the championship style experience while you're still in high school. So you learn to compete with the very best in the country and around the world, and you get to do it all in Boston, and then again, of course, moving to Philadelphia for the Outdoor New Balance Nationals in June, the 3rd week of June. But yeah, I mean, when Quincy Wilson sets a bar that high, or you've seen some other superstars. We saw Katie Zhang break down 2 meet records in the 2 mile and the 1 mile over this weekend. We've seen 3-peat attempts with athletes coming back from the SMR into the 400, into the 60, just trying to do everything they can to really take advantage of a great weekend of performance. Those are the marks that are going to be set to inspire the future superstars. So yes, Quincy Wilson is one of the biggest superstars here, but he's creating an atmosphere where so many other athletes can say, you know what, I'm not that far off, and I want to be just like you.
And hey, if he can do it, so can I think is the mentality. As you said, the atmosphere is incredible. Credit to Katie Zhang, not just a meet record, a national record as well in that 2 mile. And talked about the legacy moving forward. I think it's so great to see the legacy looking backwards as well. When we talk about top 10 lists, or even just recent times, when saw some of those fastest times there from Brock, say, oh well, second only to Trey Cunningham. And if you're not familiar, you say, well, who's Trey Cunningham? And you go look him up, right? Mary Kane, that record that went down the 2 mile that Katie Zhang broke. You say, hey, I'm not familiar with her. Let me go look her up. And for those of us that are perhaps a bit more seasoned, let's say, in the sport, have been around for a while, appreciate those folks, but also can point to how just impressive it is to put your name on, well, either a top or in the top 10 list for some of those marks in the various events. So really, really exciting to see. We will, of course, see Quincy Wilson later on, at least scheduled to be in that 4x4. They set the national record last year, went under 3:10, did the Bullis boys, for the first time in high school history. Could they perhaps challenge their own national record? Again, I don't think it's going to be made easy for them, but the depth is so incredible. on that team, the depth of the race as well. And while we've got a few minutes here, again, we're looking ahead to the 200 finals on both the boys and the girls side. And the 4x4s will be timed section finals, so we'll settle in for a number of 4x4s. But Kate, we mentioned a couple highlights. Give me a few more. This is day number 4, our final few hours here of incredible track action. What would you say are some of the highlights of this weekend so far for you?
Well, I love some of the battles that we've seen right to the line in the mid-distance races as well. You know, it's not just the sprinters inspiring other sprinters. They're also inspiring some of those mid-distance and distance athletes. And, you know, I'm part of this fantastic. We both are a broadcast team, and the days do start to meld together a little bit. For instance, I was doing notes yesterday for the miles and thought, oh, right, there was a 5,000 this weekend. You know, I kind of forgot about that, but we saw some really strong performances there as well. You know, I come from that mid-distance background. That's always going to be one of my favorites, but also seeing some of the jumpers taking, you know, double duty on the long jump and triple jump runways along with the sprint straightaways. And really, this is what it's all about. You know, a great shot here of the crowd still mulling about. A couple seconds ago, we did see that podium that the athletes can take their photos on if they're lucky enough to be a finalist in their event. And it just is an incredible opportunity for each of these competitors to be able to, again, put down their top performances on the day and then get some photo ops for it. Trevor, I know that maybe we're a bit, both of us, too seasoned to maybe feel comfortable saying this, but like if it doesn't happen for the gram, does it happen at all, right? So those
That's
crowns,
fair.
I mean, I was hanging out with a few parents of different athletes just at the local restaurants here in the area of the track at Boston, and they, you know, they set their crown down from their kids' race on the bar, on the table, and the whole place would just be asking questions. So there was clearly a lot of excitement around, you know, family members and friends of each of these athletes as well.
Well, and that's what I was going to say is the something interesting there for our officials. Check it out. But yes, the pictures, of course, they go up on Instagram, TikTok, whatever the case may be. But how about those backpacks we saw as well, the crowns, all those different kind of physical indications of success here. And there's a lot of pride with that. You get that New Balance backpack. I'm a West Coast guy myself, so I think of, you know, the Arcadia gear as well. And I'm hoping, I'm hearing,
Trevor.
Yeah, I'm hearing that we can hopefully maybe get me one of those backpacks. I wasn't fast enough, Kate, to earn it myself, so maybe the side
You're
door.
You're going to get a backpack?
I don't know.
Guard it with
I'll
your
put it
life.
in my contract. I'll put it in my contract here. But I would wear it with as much pride as these young athletes are. But like you said, just so much fun getting to be a part of it. And as we are around, there we go. There's a look. And talk about they talk about the drops, right? The fashion drops. And you can see the, what, for a phone or a GoPro or something there as well, the holder. But it's the New Balance drop. Hey, what's the design this year for the backpack? Yeah, those are going to be prized for a long time to come.
Absolutely. You know, I was lucky enough to get one of those from New Balance Nationals outdoors a couple of years ago, and I wore it to death. These are, they stand to the test of time. I'm not knocking the quality at all because they are very high quality, but I used it for everything. Every time I traveled, every time I flew to a meet, I would use that New Balance Nationals backpack, and it got to the point where it was just pretty much destroyed in the space of a couple of years. But, you know, everyone would ask about it, and as we've mentioned, you know, I'm from Canada, and there's a lot of Canadians representing here, and no matter what meet I was in on either side of the border, everyone wanted to know what was the story behind my New Balance Nationals backpack.
You know, that's actually a great point, Kay. I need to, I've got a plain backpack right now. I travel a lot as you do, and maybe having a New Balance backpack will spark some conversations. I think you probably have been in the same situation. It's a small world in track and field. You might be on a plane somewhere, and I see somebody or going to a meet. Hey, are you going to USA's? Hey, are you going to New Balance or whatever the case may be? And you end up talking, and, you know, it really is a small world. You make a couple connections. You can see Katie Zhang getting her picture taken for the second of her double golds this weekend. A meet record after that meet and national record in the 2 mile. But what a coming out party for her. I mean, Kate, talk about that. She last year, I think, was, what, 69th or something in the race, and now has the crown and the national record in the 2 mile. What a story.
and some swagger to go with it, rightfully so. I was fortunate enough to be trackside when Serenity did the interview there with Katie after that 1 mile performance, and she said, I was just going for broke. I've never had so much fun. And she said, I didn't care if I passed out at the end or whatever happened. I was just going to give all of myself because this is such a fun environment. We've talked about this a lot too, Trevor. It's like the mix of professionalism or quasi-professionalism, as it were, with these high schoolers, and then also just really enjoying the opportunity, enjoying the experience, and being able to look back on those memories for years to come. And I think Katie Zhang was a really beautiful embodiment of that duality.
And I'll pull on that thread a little bit. We talked about this the other day, but I like how there are the middle school and the freshman contingents, because you're able to kind of get it's a positive feedback loop. Let's put it that way. It's not, quite the big stage just yet. Of course, we'll see some freshmen in this 200, but the fact that you can go out there, have pretty much that same experience competing against folks your same age, as opposed to maybe going out and getting blasted and thinking, hey, I'm just not that good. Well, no, it's a progression. Track and field is always, a system of minor improvements as much as possible. So I think that's a good way of framing things. You get the experience, you get the backpack, you show, yes, I'm one of the best middle schoolers or freshmen, whatever the case is in the country, and continue to build up. I liken it perhaps to champs down in Jamaica, where the different classes and they're able to build up through that, and everyone is held in high esteem because you're racing people within your same couple-year age group.
Yeah, that is such a great point. And again, a big nod to the folks behind the scenes being thoughtful about that development pathway and, making sure, again, there's those middle schoolers, those freshman races. We talk about long-term athlete development, LTAD, and this is a real nod to that. And, you can move up into the older age groups if you're feeling like you're ready for that, but there's something there for you if you're not quite prepared to move up to the championship racing. But we are about to see championship racing here, Trevor, in the form of our finalists in our boys and girls championship 200s.
The track, as you have said multiple times, Kate, is hot here in Boston. The warm-up area is massive and just so great for these athletes to do what they need to do. And at this level, it really is becoming, if not elite, certainly knocking on that door. We're looking at some potential sub-21-second clockings here in the boys' 200 meters. And those prelims really whet the appetite here. Again, 2 sections, 4 athletes in each. And I think the favorite certainly has to be Zamari Sanders. Seems to be focusing all of his efforts here on this 200 meters. One of those athletes, Kate, that ran a couple races outdoors already this outdoor season, if we could call it that, comes back inside. But, man, he is in fine form.
He sure is, and he threw down that fastest time out of the prelims for this boys 200, 21:07 his time. That was a new U.S. number 7. And again, we'll just remind folks that if you've been tuning in throughout the weekend and we've been saying, so-and-so had the second fastest time in the country, that was coming into this weekend because that record and ranking book has been rewritten many times already.
Zamari Sanders, part of the fun thing is pointing out where they're going to go next year. We saw the NCAA championships, of course, this weekend, and some representatives that have been here at this meet made a big impact at the NCAA level. Here we go with section number 1 of 2 for our timed finals. This will be lane number 3 from Enloe TC, Anthony Boykin, in section number 1.
We just saw him place 6th in that 60-meter final, the courtesy of Raleigh, North Carolina, looking to throw down a podium performance here in this 200.
I don't know that his age is 0. It might be a little older than that. Michael Walker Jr. will be behind him, but Anthony Boykin, as you said, doing double duty here, feeling the vibes. His legs are ready to roll. This is Michael Walker Jr. of Gary Steelers Track.
And that is the pride of Hammond, Indiana. He ran a big PB in the prelims, 21:22, improving on his 21:95 coming in.
Just 16 years old. Well, this young man, Stephen Lyon of the St. James Academy, another athlete that we saw in the 60, the freshman 60 setting that meet record. Jordan McNeil now will round out the field out there in lane number 6 for the All-American project.
and he ties Walker Jr. with a 21-22 coming in. It looks as though we do have a late addition, though, moving up from heat number 2. This is going to be Jamel Wilmot.
And I think, in fact, we're just introducing everybody at once. You're right, though. Jamel Wilmot scheduled to be in section number 2 and lane number 3. This will be Javon Legister for Marauders, another athlete who's been coming up through the ranks, just 16 years old. We saw his name on some of those meet records, the middle school freshman level as well. Well, Amari Sanders perhaps is a non-starter, which means this young man, Miles Outerbridge of Montverde Academy, the Houston commit, will have to be the favorite now, Kate.
Oh, you got to think so. 21:02, his outdoor PB from New Balance Nationals Outdoors last year. Just placed 6th in that 60 final. Represents Bermuda on the international stage, and the stage has been set for these 2 very fast and capable sections of our championship boys 200 finals.
We want to focus on the athletes that are here, of course, but conspicuous in that absence, just final word on Zamari Sanders. Hope everything's okay. I believe he scratched the 60 earlier as well, so outdoor national champion last year. Hope that everything's all right with him, but we'll focus on the athletes that are making it to the line. So one more time, Anthony Boykin, Michael Walker Jr., Stephen Lyon, and Jordan McNeil line up here in section number 1. And if you're not familiar, the indoor, where we set things up, 2 sections, timed final, which means that you can win out of either section. And again, if you were watching the NCAA championships, we saw that happen a couple of times on both the men's and women's side. So it is very, very doable, especially now with this race perhaps a little bit more wide open and the lack of Sanders. So they will race to the line and race the clock to try to take the overall victory.
Such a great point. That's why you run every race as if everything is on the line, because that's exactly what's going to happen here. Keep your eye on 5. Lyon comes in with the fastest time in this section from the prelims at 21:15.
Meet record here is listed as 20:48 from Issam Asinga of Montverde back in 2023. I'll let you decide if that's your meet record or not. Boykin, Walker Jr., Stephen Lyon, and Jordan McNeil. Once around the oval here at the track at New Balance in Boston, our first section of 2 as Lyon out to a great start. Stephen Lyon now will have his hands full on the inside. That's Anthony Boykin coming back from the 60. They are going to take it all the way to the line. Lyon will get the nod here and sub 21 seconds. 20:90 for the St. James Academy TC athlete. Stephen Lyon is on fire. He loves it as Boykin goes under 21 seconds as well. 20:96, only worth second.
Unbelievable battle right to the line there, and Lyon rewarded with that 20:90, a U.S. number 5. He is happy about it, and for very, very good reason. The St. James Academy Track Club exponent leading Boykin, who we just saw again in that 60, coming across also sub 21, and we knew it was going to be hot from the start, but there you see in lanes 3 and 5 the battle very tight between those athletes. Just a little bit of a head bob, rocking and rolling, but getting the work done in lane number 5 for Stephen Lyon. And the 9th grader is going to come away with a win and the time to beat as we head into our second and final of these timed 200-meter championship boys finals.
Talk about setting the bar, 20:90, and again, overall we'll compile these results. 20:96 for Boykin. What a race, and you've talked about it throughout the weekend, but pushing each other on to higher heights indeed. We'll have 3 athletes now in this second of 2 sections. Jamel Wilmot, Javon Legister, they're in lane 4, and we'll see if they move them up. I don't know. They've done that a couple of times. Miles Outerbridge goes out there in 6, as we said, from Montverde Academy, who's produced so many great runners over the years on both the boys and girls side, but he seems very, very well prepared, although I don't know if that was his best performance in the 60.
It does appear, Trevor, as if we may have had some switching up of the lanes here. So Outer Bridge, I believe, has moved into lane 5 there. Again, just doing a good job by our officials to keep things nice and tight in contention for this small but mighty final, with Wilmot in 3, Leicester in 4, and then Outer Bridge, who was meant to start in 6, is going to be moved into 5, I believe.
Yeah, that's thrown us for a loop a couple of times in those prelims, even in 400 or different events. But it is the right thing to do. We talk about how it makes such a big difference. There's certainly preferences outdoors and softer curves and all that, but indoors it can really, really exacerbate things. But our favorite, again, coming in will be Miles Outer Bridge at Montverde Academy.
21-14 for him out of qualifying, and he has just seen 2 guys go sub 21. He knows exactly what he needs to do to get to the top of this podium.
Finalist outdoors in the 200 meters. He's been here before. Outer Bridge will try to improve that placing as he comes around on the outside with Leicester on his inside, running step for step. Wilmot with a good start as well. And into this home stretch. Look at the patient running from Jamel Wilmot now into the home stretch. It's going to be close. Outer Bridge on the outside, but I think it's lane number 3. Jamel Wilmot, he takes it 21:08 and a very close second section. Outer Bridge second in 21:14, but that means, just like we saw the NCAA stage, that section number 1 in the timed finals will give us our winner and our second placer as well.
And you know, I have had, again, the privilege of waiting for these interviews before, and this is why they hold the winners from the first section. Anything can happen, and it's far from the first time we've seen this go down. You see how excited his teammates are there. A huge run for the youngster Lion, and he's going to take it from the, on paper, slower of those 2 sections, but looking strong and large and in charge there for Stephen Lyon of the St. James Academy. It was a good start in lane number 3 there. And it was Wilmot who kept pouring things on right to the line. His arms go up, but I think almost right away, Trevor, he just had the sense that he hadn't quite thrown down enough to be able to claim the top marks of the day. When you see 2 guys break 21 in that opening section, the bar is set awfully high, and it was a tall ask. Wilmot will have to settle for 3rd.
Well, hey, we just got done extolling the virtues of having a freshman section or the middle school, things like that. But some of these guys, they don't even need it. Lyon, the freshman, takes the overall championship 200 meters. And Stephen Lyon of the St. James Academy takes the 200 meters here for the boys, as we're going to go down from downstairs and hear from Serenity.
I got to call you out. You almost left the track because you were in heat number 1. You thought, my job is done. No, you always wait around because you are the winner and you are only a freshman. How does this moment feel for you right now?
It's a blessing. I want to thank the man up top, God. He put me in this position for a reason, and I executed like I was supposed to.
You absolutely did. Now, you won the freshman 60 already yesterday, and you came back here and won the 200. Did you use that as your motivation today?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I knew the 60, it was going to be a hard race. There was a lot of good competition out there. But as long as I follow my race plan, and execute my training, I knew it was going to be successful.
You're a real fast freshman. Now, what you told me before the interview started was just like Quincy. Okay, so what's next for Stephen Lyon?
We'll have to see.
We'll have to wait and see. All right, y'all, let's hear it again for Stephen Lyon.
The 200 meters does not disappoint. Confirmation there of those results. As you can see, anytime you're dipping under 21 seconds indoors, so impressive. We see 2 athletes do it here as Lyon takes the 200 meters to go with that freshman 60-meter crown. Plenty more to come from that young man. Certainly exciting outdoor season on deck for him. Well, in our final individual sprint and final individual race overall, it will be the girls 200 meters, same setup. Kate will have section number 1, followed by section number 2. But hey, it's must-see TV on section number 1 as well. As you can see, you can't fall asleep because you never know what's going to happen. As we take a look now at our qualifiers, 8 athletes looking through the gauntlet, whittled down from all of those preliminary heats. You can see first up will be Brianne Barnett, Vitesse Track Club.
Barnett headed to the University of Virginia from New York and looking to improve on her time of 23.95 from the prelims.
Barnett will be in lane number 3 in section number 1. The Montfort Academy, well represented as always in these sprints. Deja Reed will line up in lane 4.
She's the top returner from last year, still just a 16-year-old, part of that meet record-setting 4x200 meter relay team the other day.
This young lady goes in 5. Cameron Tatum of the Michigan Mustangs.
7th in this final last year, looking to improve on that.
Rounding out our first section will be Janiah Brown of the House in lane number 6.
From Washington, D.C., she won the Circuit Philly in the 60-meter earlier this season.
And that's going to be Zoe Holt of Bears TC going in lane 3 in section 2.
Youngest in the field, just placed 2nd in that 60-meter final.
Skylar Cunningham, another familiar name here, ATL Zoom Athletics in 4.
Another 60-meter finalist. She was 6th there from Georgia.
Talk about those 60 finals. Oh, well, we're showing Vanessa Waite here, Powerhouse Athletics Track, another multi-talented sprinter.
Ran 7:44 as a PB in the 60 meters earlier, a 23:28 at her best for outdoors in the 200.
And this will be our favorite coming in, Siani Nguyen. As you can see, the senior, can she chomp down on this 200 field as well?
Yep. Winning is in her name and in her blood. She won the 60-meter final just a few minutes ago, has the fastest time in the 200 out of the prelims, also the defending champion in the girls' 100-meter at New Balance Nationals Outdoors 2025. Headed to Florida, chomping away for another victory.
As you can see, the Gator Pride already starting there for Siani Nguyen, but we'll start with our first section. Again will be Brianne Barnett, Deja Reed, Cameron Tatum, and Janiah Brown. Well, the meet record is an incredible, otherworldly, let's say, Kate, 22:33 from Adeja Hodge. And if you fell asleep and forgot about Adeja Hodge last year, she didn't compete but came back strong. Just won the NCAA Indoor Championship for the University of Georgia, helping lead them to a team title. She went even faster over there in Georgia. Well, in Fayetteville, but running for Georgia, 22:33, the meet record.
Going to be very, very difficult to get any of these athletes close to that. Of course, many of them would be very thrilled just to go under that 23-second barrier, but don't count them out. We saw Stefan Lyon take it from section number 1. What are we going to see in section 1 of this championship girls 200 final?
It's Barnett, Reed, Tatum, and Brown racing each other and racing the clock, and it's a good start on the outside for Janiah Brown of the House.
Janiah Brown looking to hold off the advantage, but she's under some pressure now from the inside as the field comes charging.
Here comes Cameron Tatum in 5, and Deja Reed now trying to come downhill. Cameron Tatum is going to give her all she can handle and swim on home. Cameron Tatum's headed to University of Illinois and would love to challenge for a top spot here, 23:35, top 5 mark in the nation as she overtakes Brown in the final straight.
That is a big, big improvement for Tatum on the time she threw down of 23:75 in the prelims, against 7th overall in this final last year, and now taking top marks. And with only 4 athletes set to go in our second section, that means that she's already improved nicely on that performance from last year. Strong start out of the blocks all the way across the board, but Tatum really looking full of vim and vigor into the final 50 meters here, able to hold off the charge from her outside, windmilling the arms a bit across the line, but doing just enough to hold off Brown, who had that great opening half of this section.
Well, that is an absolute personal best for Cameron Tatum, who, as I said, is headed to the University of Illinois. Not looking ahead too far, but they were, top 3 or 4, I believe, NCAAs as well with field events. So Coach Giovanni Small of the sprints there will team up with Coach Petros Kiprianou. And she'll be joining a great squad there in Champaign. We'll move now to our second section. Zoe Holt, Skylar Cunningham, Siani Nguyen will be the favorite there in lane number 5, and Vanessa Waite on the outside, just a 10th grader in lane 6.
Yeah, we've seen lots of great performances from Wait, and she does not have to wait much longer to show what she's made of here in this final section. We do have a very quick update for you that a new national lead was set just about an hour ago by Mia Maxwell out of Texas, running 22:84. So that is going to be a big time to look for here. Again, 23:35, the time run by Tatum out of section number 1, but she's going to have to wait very impatiently because there is some monster talent on display in this quartet in our final section of Championship Girls 200-meter finals.
Can't let off the gas here in these timed finals. As we saw, section number 1 gave us our top 2 spots on the boys' side of things, and here for the girls, well, Siani Nguyen, as we said, would love to make it a double gold afternoon. Lines up in lane number 5. Got the whole gamut here. Holt, a freshman, Wait, a sophomore, Cunningham, a junior, and Siani Nguyen, the favorite, is a senior. She goes in lane number 5. Good start on the outside for Vanessa Wait, a powerhouse athletics track.
Well, Nguyen just taking a moment to get up to speed after that dominant performance in the 60 meter. She took top marks there, looking to make it a two-peat, and she is well on her way to that accomplishment.
Here comes Siani Nguyen down the home stretch, and she is going to take it. Watch the clock. It will be quick, and quick enough, faster than section number 1. All she does is win, 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 no matter what. Siani takes top marks here after winning that 60 as well. Vanessa Wait comes through for second.
Oh, and she can finally smile and relax a little bit. Again, that quick turnaround between the 60 final and the 200s. Again, having gone through the prelims, the semis, the finals for so many of these races. A lot of these runners, again, coming back from double, triple, quad duty in the weekend as well. And that means that Cameron Tatum's time from section number 1 is going to hold up for the second fastest of the day, but it was all Siani Nguyen right to the line. Absolutely no contest here. And makes it the double, coming back from that 60 dominant performance just about, 30 or 40 minutes ago, and closes things out in style here in our final individual event of New Balance Nationals indoors. So it's Nguyen, Tatum, and Wait.
Well, Nguyen gets the victory here. Again, headed to Florida, and plenty of sprint talent down there in Gainesville as well. She'll join an incredible legacy of sprinters for the Gators, and we will hear from Siani Nguyen once again, who's with Serenity after winning the 200 meters.
All right, the perfect song. All right, for Nguyen? All right. And they stay there. Okay, Siani Nguyen, we are here yet again because you won the 60 and then you won the 200. How did winning that 60 just give you the confidence to come out here?
You know, it just made me feel great. I just wanted to end the day with a bang, and I did.
And you did. Now in the 60, you mentioned how it wasn't the best for you competing at New Balance all the other years, but now you have finally found your rhythm. So how will you continue to use this rhythm to go into outdoors?
Well, I felt great. I trusted the process. You know, everything happens for a reason, so anybody out there that's confused why it's not them yet, keep your chin down, keep hustling, and it'll be you.
All right, love it. Well said. All right, on that note, let's hear it again for Siani Nguyen, the two-time national champion.
All she does is win. Well, as you can hear it there, all she does is win, and double gold afternoon. Not a bad Sunday, Kate, for Siani Nguyen coming out here to Boston.
Oh, and I love those words of wisdom coming from that, very accomplished and now wise athlete, being able to say, if it's not your time yet, just stay patient, keep your chin down, keep working hard, keep wanting it, and it will be your time eventually. And it was surely time to win here on day 4 of these New Balance Nationals indoors at the track at New Balance Boston.
The sprint action will continue as we've closed out now our individual events, and we'll move to the 4x4s. These will be timed finals as well, meaning we'll have multiple sections and plenty of sections indeed. We'll have our first section of 19 set here, and it will be, as you can see, Severna Park, Plymouth Whitemar Colonials, and Bloomfield TC on the outside.
So 19 of these sections, Trevor. Lots of action yet to come, and we should keep in mind that the meet record was thrown down last year by Bullis. that very strong quartet, breaking the 3:10 barrier, running 3:09.44. And of course, Quincy Wilson, the anchor for that team, Homer, the opening leg. And we're going to work our way from slowest to fastest based on seed time through these 19 sections.
That 3:09.44 meet record, the national record as well. You mentioned Cameron Homer. Well, he's kind of been playing second fiddle to Quincy Wilson, but making his own name certainly over the last couple of years as well. Bullis squad always runs deep. We'll talk more about them as we continue on, but one by one we'll march through these 4x4s and providing drama no matter what. We'll be racing each other and racing the clock. You can see Severna Park, they're in 4 in the all pink, as they will assert themselves over the first couple hundred meters here and take that pole position. Just 3 teams here, so not quite as busy of this 4x4, but still could be plenty of contact, Kate. Indoors, it's always a gamble.
That it is. And again, we call them small but mighty fields. You know, each one of these guys, regardless of whether they think they're going to get themselves onto the podium, they're looking to put down their biggest performance of the season. And again, go out with a bang, go out with some glory here. At the first exchange, a really tightly matched combo there between Bloomfield and Severna Park, just 0.03 of a second separating their opening legs.
Both under 50 seconds, and you can see Severna Park having to run wide now as Bloomfield TC. Connecticut holds the inside line. Long strides for the second leg, now moving past Severna Park into the lead. As they come around, well, you mentioned it, Kate, but the top marks of the country getting reset all weekend long here and across the country, so we'll do our best to keep everything notated. You can run fast from anywhere. We always say it. We'll likely see some times that are run in early sections that then get surpassed even later in this same competition. But now well clear of the field, that's Severna Park, who's hands off first.
Severna Park has really opened things up here in that blazing pink kit. Love to see that. It's easy to keep your eye on. And this is a monster leg here for their third runner. Again, they have opened things up by about a 2.5 second, almost 3 second advantage here as they come into their final lap of this leg. And Bloomfield and Plymouth now in a battle behind.
Severna Park was 50.6 on their second 400 meters, and it's a challenge when you're being challenged, I suppose, running with somebody. It's a challenge when you're out in front sometimes, too, because you're racing the clock. There's nobody there to push you, but they know, every athlete does, that the teammates are relying on them and that it's all about racing that clock here in timed final. Severna Park goes sub 50 seconds once again on that leg, 49.5 for their third leg.
Yeah, and I think that made all the difference. And this, you know, not an unfamiliar tactic. You see these runners, especially some of these guys who are developing a little more physically, running way out on the outside of lane 1 just to give themselves the chance to, you know, not have to run too tight a corner. But into the final lap now, 2:52 unofficially on the clock, and Severna Park absolutely dominating this thing.
They know that they will have to run quickly if they will they want to put their name high on the list when all is said and done. But Severna Park Track Club is going to take this one. The fatigue feeding into the legs here of their anchor, but they will be right at 3:20 and change. 3:20 again for easy math. 50 point across the board. 50.9 for the anchor carry as Bloomfield TC comes through at 3:26.47 to kick things off here for the boys 4x4.
Well, again, this a sort of sigh of relief, I think, for a lot of these runners who know that they've had to save a little bit of themselves for the relay. But as soon as you cross that line and you're done, you are done, not only for the weekend, but in most cases for the season. So able to really just soak in the final couple hours of enjoyment here at the track at New Balance Boston. A beautiful shot of this incredible facility. Trevor, man, would I have loved to have raced in a place like this in high school.
I was going to say, Kate, you might be starting to lace them up here. At least go get a workout in on this great track.
Oh, I don't know about that. I think getting some sleep in, it's, you know, it's kind of a marathon in itself being part of these teams, but always a pleasure nonetheless. But still some good support in the stands. And again, if you're joining us on our live stream, we appreciate you tuning in throughout this weekend of incredible magic here in Boston.
And if you know nothing else about track and field, you can certainly enjoy a 4x4. We love the electric energy that really permeates this facility here, the indoors, just bringing everything in, bringing everybody closer, concentrating the energy, whether it's nervous or otherwise, of the athletes, spectators, fans, coaches, and support squads as well. You can see our start list now for section number 2. And as you said, a lot of these athletes coming back from other events and looking towards this, but like we talked about, Kate, there's always something left when you got a stick in your hand. You might find a little extra jolt of energy.
Well, and you have your teammates' glory on the line too. You know, that's really what it comes down to here is every single one of these guys and gals giving all of themselves to the bigger mission of representing their school, their community, in many cases their state. It's no small amount of pride on the line here as well.
Scheduled here in section number 2, Corning Track Club, Amherst Steel, Archbishop Carroll, Nyack TC, and Bishop Hendricken.
And this is a bit interesting for me, Trevor. I know we're still awaiting confirmation on that, but Archbishop Carroll, their A team was in one of the fastest sections last year, came 4th overall. Now we are scheduled to see Archbishop Carroll's A team in the 19th and fastest heat. So I'm just wondering if we're getting some sort of shuffling around of things here.
Yeah, worth pointing that out. It does say A team, you're right, but I wonder if that's perhaps the B team or what exactly is happening there. But Archbishop Carroll out of DC, always so deep. They, well, it has to be said, lost a big leg there, and Jake Odie Jordan ended up going down to Texas. But regardless, they've done battle with the likes of Bullis and others over the years, and such a big point of pride for these squads. Individually, yes, but for your state, for your team, and you have that 4x4 feel. Again, track is a team sport, not just on the relay, but even when we score meets as well at conference or national championships. If you know nothing else about track and field, you can understand. Get the stick around for guys or girls who gets there fastest.
So on that note, with things looking to get faster, we are going to have pace lights set, another addition over the last couple of years from a technology perspective to what we're seeing by way of advancements in the world of track and field. Those wave lights, those green wave lights, will be set routinely to the fastest time either of the compiled results thus far or of the time thrown down by the previous section. So in this case, as we have this sort of nervous pause now, lots of time on the track before section number 2, we are going to be looking for those wave lights to be set to 3:20.
Well, and that's a great point, Kate, that we can, the visual aid is a really nice addition, and some folks have different opinions about, you can call them pace lights, but really they're just indicators. I mean, if you ever played Mario Kart, you're trying to chase the ghost, if you will, of the previous lap or the previous heat, whatever the case may be. It's the same concept, and as fans, you kind of see, hey, we got to run faster than this. Especially on the sprint side of things, I think it's more just an indicator rather than a pacer. That's my personal opinion. Everybody's allowed to have their own, but kind of cool for the fans to be able to see what the mark is.
I think that's exactly it. You're seeing that across so many different sports now, with even something superimposed, on the screen if you're just watching from home, and this serving that dual purpose of offering those tuning in both on venue and at home, that visual reminder of where we're at, giving some context. But I got to tell you, for the mid-distance side of things, I did a bunch of high-level pacing towards the end of my running career, and those wave lights were just becoming standard, and they were awfully helpful. You just glance down, and you've got a little indicator of where you're at.
And that's a great point. I mean, we won't go too far into the distance side of things, but there's more value to having a physical, actual person as a pacer, more so than just the light. So it is an interesting debate, interesting discussion, certainly. But regardless, you still have to run the time. So no matter where you land on that, well, as we continue to hurry up and wait here, our top 25 times in the nation are at 3:20 or better. So we saw 3:20 and change there. But just to kind of put things in perspective, yes, we're seeing some fast times this weekend all across the country, and we'll see plenty more to come here over the next hour or so. But those are kind of that barometer, 50 points across the board, that's 320. When you have 4 guys that can do that, that's what I was starting to say with the pride of your team, of your high school, and showing off that depth. That means we didn't just get lucky with one mega talent. It means we have a program and we have a culture of speed that we can provide for athletes to get to stick around.
Oh, such great points, Trevor. Love all of that. Completely agree with it. And speaking of high level, we get another beautiful view of that facility, and this is a bit of a delay here, just waiting for some more information about what's causing that. But it's notable because it's so rare. All of the folks keep things so tight behind the scenes here to keep those races running on time. The level of, again, quasi-professionalism. One race goes, gun to tape, and then the next race is set to go, thanks to all of the diligent work of those making sure that, things run like clockwork here.
Well, and to be fair, we kind of like to have it both ways sometimes, as we like to keep things moving, but we're getting word that they're perhaps just doing some reseeding, some live seeding. It's the end of 4 long days, and, well, if you're in the track world, we've seen some funny memes about running away from coach of the 4x4. But what they're doing, we believe, is reseeding so that we have more of the athletes, more of the teams in condensed heats, so there's not folks running in a section with 1 or 2 teams.
Yeah, and again, even if we do have to wait a little bit, to your point, Trevor, that's going to be to the benefit of the fans and the runners themselves. They're going to make sure that they have the best opportunity to stay in some high-level competition, and then it just keeps things entertaining, keeps it interesting. And in some ways, we talk about, in the audio world, sometimes the lack of sound makes the sound even more exciting, and I think we might just be applying that a little bit here. Make us wait because it's going to be worth it. That sort of blank space can create the color later on.
Well, while we have a minute, we'll take a look here at last year's national and meet, of course, record that was set by Bullis.
Quincy
You'll notice
Wilson has the baton.
A bit of a challenge
off.
early on. They end up winning
And there
by
he
5
goes.
seconds or so. The inimitable style of Quincy Wilson coming around well clear of the field and racing that clock. And he did his job and more, as it was Homer Lambert Abrams, who's a great 800 guy as well. And Quincy Wilson coming around here with 200 meters to go, going a little bit wide there. Whoa, a bit of an obstacle course. But to close out a New Balance, boy, that's going to be something we're going to miss saying, isn't it? Quincy Wilson coming around for the final carry on a 4x4 to close out New Balance Nationals. He's been so dominant, picks up the 4-peat in the Open for this year. And again, looking back at this national record, incredible run last year from Bullis. Could we see something special this year again, Kate?
3:09:44 for that national record, Trevor, and I love this. I was trackside when that happened last year, and watching the entire Bullis team celebrate, but watching what that meant to Quincy Wilson. He is the king of the 400, but again, he just puts on a show for his quartet no matter what. And you got to think, he knows this is now his last New Balance Nationals indoors. He's going to have one more crack at Glory Outdoors, but came in with the 4-peat in the individual 400 this weekend, and certainly wanting to make some fireworks go off in his final event of New Balance Nationals indoors. We applaud him and his team and can't wait to see them on the track in about 17 more sections.
And lest you think that the Bullis squad has been depleted, they've already run 3:12 this year, but certainly the eyes have always been on the New Balance Indoor Nationals here. We'll looking to show out like they always do. Can anybody stick with them? That will be the question that we will answer later on as we continue now. This will be our second section. It's scheduled, I believe, now to be Bloomfield, Plymouth, Corning, Archbishop Carroll, and Amherst Steel. So as you can see, that's the point. Okay? We rearranged some things, condensed, so we'll keep it all moving now, but making sure that we have full fields, and this is what we love to see. It can be a bit of organized chaos, let's call it, as we will have 5 teams in this section down there into Bloomfield with the early lead.
Yeah, Bloomfield really opening things up. You can see the tall striding form of their lead leg. 23 high, I think that was unofficially coming through the opening lap, and a pretty equal amount of daylight between him back to second place, and then again equal distance back to third, and things starting to get reshuffled down the backstretch of this opening leg.
Well, talk about being condensed, but trying to stay out of trouble, in fact, getting out in front, running all by themselves. Watch these handoffs, so important. A good, clean one there, but sometimes the look back, the turn, there's a lot of bodies. There's the inside rail. A lot can be happening. It's a little easier when it's spread out like this, but Bloomfield out in front, 50.2 on that carry, as Plymouth Whitemar will give chase just a couple of meters back.
And you can see that Plymouth is just staying ahead of the top of those green lights. Again, that pace light set to 3:20. And so our leader at the moment for Bloomfield, capitalizing on that 50.25, as you said, Trevor, from his opening leg. But now not only is the competition catching up, but so are those wavelights. Got to keep the pedal to the metal.
As if they needed any extra push, but you're giving everything you can. Here are these 4x4s. Bloomfield out in front now, extending long strides. Good clean handoff. Give credit where it's due. Good handoffs on both of those second to third legs. Here, 51.0 for Bloomfield, with Plymouth Whitemar about a half second back.
Bloomfield keeping that advantage strong around the opening 100 meters or so, and in fact, probably opening things up a bit. This is where he may just glance down, not feeling the physical pressure of another competitor, but knowing that those wave lights are now nipping at his heels and just starting to pass him. He's going to have to keep things really strong here. 51.06 by the second leg. He's going to have to run in the 50-second vicinity if he's wanting to stay true to those lights as he approaches the final 100 meters.
320, such a barrier here in the high school 4x4. Anytime you dip under that, really starting to get into your running, and I kind of like that the lights are right there at 320 from that first section, although we're fading a bit now. Watch the handoffs once again, good and clean. Step into the anchor leg. Bloomfield TC in the all black with Plymouth Whitemar Colonials giving chase, as those two will head into the final 400 meters and less than that now for the final time here in section number 2.
And almost a completely even third leg for our Bloomfield and Plymouth Whitemar athletes, 52.19 to 51.19 to 51.25. And pardon me, I need to correct that. That was a much faster run for Plymouth Whitemar. So that's why we're seeing things packing up yet again. Kudos to Amherst Steele as well, 50.98 on that leg, but it's a two-man battle as they enter the final stages here and trying to hold on to pole position up front. It's going to be tough work for Bloomfield.
Holding that inside line is Bloomfield, making Plymouth Whitemar Colonials go wide, but they will do just that with more in the tank and not bother our top time. But regardless, a quality run as Plymouth Whitemar Colonials get the victory here, 50.5 on the final carry, 3:24.12 as they take victory.
So early days still, but that means that Severna Park Track Club is going to hold on to top marks with a 3:20.44, and again that huge margin of advantage thrown down in the opening section, and Plymouth Whitemar is going to have to settle for second at the completion of 2 sections.
Well, and we'll keep an eye on the top, of course. We expect to see the fastest times coming from that final section. Anything can happen, as we've seen really the last couple of years at the NCAA championships as well. Indoor racing is chaotic, but we'll keep an eye also on the top 8, Kate. I mean, getting on the podium is such an impressive feat, and it's happening in real time. No prelims going to finals, so you really don't know until everything is said and done, which is why you got to go pedal to the metal all the way around, all the way through the line. As you take a look there at lane number 2 here in section number 3, Bishop Hendricken TC. We have Nyack TC, Lions TC, Union Catholic TC, and Falconer Frewsburg on the outside.
Please get the attention of the podium as we recognize the top 6 athletes in the girls 60 meters.
Union Catholic with a quick start there as they are away here in section number 3. Again, the time to beat, 3:20.44. So looking for our first sub, 3:20. That's 50 points across the board. This one's going to be busy at the break. Pole position going to be grabbed by Nyack in 3.
And the Lions sitting close behind them, those two top teams in their black kits. But yes, to your point, a much tighter contest all the way through this opening leg here, as we have some company on the outside there as well in the green and white, and now swinging wide. I mean, this is what you don't really want to be doing if you're trying to run the shortest line, but trying to just find space are the Falconers now into second position at the first exchange, but they're going to be trailing our leaders by a not insignificant margin there. Again, some pretty swift opening legs in the 50-second vicinity for our first two sections. And now a big opening first 100 for this second leg for our leaders.
The gap is 10 or 12 meters, and you'll notice the ebb and flow with those lights. That's another thing that kind of gives you an idea. As humans are not robots, and we ebb and flow, or negative split or positive split, whatever the case may be. So gives you a little bit of idea. They're well ahead. They're a little bit back. That is where they try to land, that 320 mark. You can see the gap beginning to close a little bit. It was a sub-51 second clocking for Nyack to have that lead, but you said it, Kate. Falconer came up strong, and they will now hand off 1, 2, and 3 here. 51-2 for Nyack. It was Lions TC coming up with a sub-51 second clocking. They're the two doing battle. Falconer now trying to close the gap back in third.
Just again trying to find his position on the outside shoulder of our leader is the third runner for Lions Track Club. Surely buoyed on by that sub-51 clocking by his teammate. But this is where just holding that inner line, we've talked about it through so many of these 200 and 400 meter races, even the 800s really throughout the weekend, that even if you're feeling like you have a little more strength, maybe you're tying up a little bit less than the person in front of you, it matters not, because the amount of energy you're going to have to expend to go around the outside can be your undoing. And here's another challenge being mounted as I say that into the closing 60 meters or so.
Lions and Nyack doing battle. They will hand off, and the handoffs are good, but it matters so much how clean it is and how quickly you can take that advantage if you have one and close the door, if you will, get out in front, the outgoing runner. But if you're not familiar with the 400 meters, maybe you're a 200 runner coming up, maybe you're kind of a utility guy that hasn't run a lot of indoor 400s, or even an 800 runner, somebody that hasn't worked on that strategy, Kate. Again, it's so impactful where you make your move. You climb the hill, run wide, straightaways are short. It's a tough thing to do. That's why it's so impressive to see who comes out victorious from the battle, as we have still Lions and Nyack going step for step.
Yeah, you've used the term patient running a lot throughout our coverage this weekend. I think it's a combination of patience and intuition. It's going to be right to the line. Oh my gosh, Lions look like they had it. But we are going to have to await confirmation there, because that was incredibly close all the way across that start-finish line. And I think these athletes don't even fully know yet who was able to take that at the end. And I was starting to say patience and intuition. You have to not only, have that level of maturity to wait and time that perfectly, but also kind of feel out how your competition is going to react as you put some pressure on from behind. So it does appear that Lions is going to get the very slight nod. They went down to thousandths of a second there, 3:24.52 for both of those teams, and a tight battle between the individual legs. 49.89 the time for that anchor leg for Lions, 49.63 for Nyack. But neither of those teams running fast enough to assert themselves at the top of the compiled results. That title still is held by Severna Park Track Club at 3:20.44 after 3 sections.
Last year it was 15 teams that dipped under 3:20, such as the depth here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals, led of course by that national record by Bullis. So we will just as we shake things out, likely get quicker and quicker, and move on now to our next section. As you can see, St. James Academy TC, Toms River East Forge, St. Augustine Prep, and Generals out there in 6. But once again, kudos. Yes, it was a minor delay, but kudos to meet management here, making sure we have full fields. That is absolutely what we love to see. And it's not just the battle out front, Kate. We talk about sometimes, maybe a team's well clear of the field, but the battle can be for the minor places regardless. They're all racing the clock, school records on the line, all sorts of things on the line here.
Little inner look there to one of our teams on the inside. I believe that's Notre Dame, and Mulkey leading things off for him. So, yeah, you talked about the minor spots being under strong contention as well. Pace light's still going to be set to that 3:20, as was thrown down in our opening timed final.
Well, this is one of the most highly anticipated events, I will say, at any track meet. We close things out with the 4x400 meters. And talk about a war of attrition, you know, seeing some non-starters as teams, certainly the 4x4, but non-starters, sometimes empty lanes later in a meet. I mean, 4 days, multiple athletes doing multiple events, showing off that depth. You have to come in with a few extra bullets in the chamber if you, you know, you just got to be ready for any occurrence to make it all the way through here. Make sure you have a good squad coming to the line in the 4x4.
Yeah, again, to your point, the endurance of the individual, but the endurance of the squad, showing the depth, showing the ability to hold on. Again, not just physically, but mentally. It takes a lot to get through these reps, to be able to recover, come back, and dial in and prepare yet again for another race. So that can have a cumulative effect for sure, and we're seeing the least tired athletes, let's say, because they're certainly all tired heading into these 4x4s.
Off and running, it's Irish Elite, Toms River East, Forge, St. Augustine Prep, and Generals. St. Augustine Prep with a good start, already out in front, but on their inside, Forge is moving ahead here, long strides. That's what it takes sometimes indoors, a little bit of time to get going for the taller athletes. But a good settled in position now for them in second. St. Augustine Prep continues to lead.
And for Forge, I believe that is set to be Flowers leading things out. St. Augustine Prep, it's Macario. And now things really stringing out up front. A big advantage here to our leader as the battle is developing behind for second, but it's going to be a big opening leg here and a comfortable leadoff position by St. Augustine Prep. 48.92, Trevor. Well, that's what made all the difference in that second lap.
Front loading this one. Will they have the legs to back it up? St. Augustine Prep with a 15-plus meter gap on the field, racing the clock here, but they are well ahead of that mark that was put down in section number 1, to be well ahead of that 3:20 pace as well.
Appears like it may be a bit of a switch up of the order there. I think that is Jacob now into the second leg. He was set to go third, but doing well for his team. And just, you can see him starting to tie up through those shoulders, the upper body getting a little punchier as he can not only see the wave lights slipping away, but start feeling some pressure from behind. He's going to maintain the advantage at the exchange, but the gap has been diminished significantly between our leaders, St. Augustine Prep, over the rest of the field. And I believe that is still the Generals in second, I believe, and now our leaders back up on those wave lights, just clipping away at them from the front.
Yeah, that's the ebb and flow as they continue to. I think we'll get all squared away there on those splits as well. And we'll say, Kate, I mean, worth mentioning that we do our best with the information provided. Of course, with the relay card, sometimes those names get switched up. Sometimes the order gets switched up as well. So none of that is gospel, certainly, but we do our best to identify everyone as the handoff now will come on the final leg. Very, very strung out here in section number 4.
Yeah, huge leg there, 49.67 for the third runner for St. Augustine Prep. And we've seen this accordion kind of go back. And we talked about stretching out and coming back together. I think that's what we're seeing as our legs were 48.92, then 53.23, then 49.67 for these opening 3 legs of the St. Augustine Preps quartet. And well, again, running blind up front, that's not always an enviable position to be in. He's got the wave lights, does our closing leg here, but he's under some pressure now from behind, and the charge, the cavalry is coming.
Trying to Forge ahead indeed. Forge there coming around the bend here for the final time as St. Augustine Prep into the finish. They will hang on. They led for really all of this race, and they will take the victory. 3:23.06, 51.2 on the final carry. Forge comes through for second, 49.0.
Yeah, big run there for Forge's anchor leg, and that helped them get back up into the conversation. Not quite enough to overtake the leaders of St. Augustine Prep, and that time for them of 3:23.06. Good enough for second in the compiled results, but still, what a solid 2.5 seconds back, really, from Severna Park that put down that monster time in the opening section. So this is why, again, you run the race on the track, not on paper. And St. Augustine Prep understood the assignment, got up to the task early on, and have not been surpassed by time thus far. And it is relatively early days. Confirmation of times there, 3:23.06 for St. Augustine, Forge 3:23.26, and then 3:25.11 for Toms River East. That is going to slot them down into 8th overall in the compiled results, but we are only at the completion of 5 heats now of 19. Excuse me, correct that to 4 heats as we head into our 5th heat. And that time to beat and the pace lights will stay at 3 minutes 20 seconds.
Well, again, talk about depth. So impressive to see not just A team, but some B teams here as well, as we see Union Catholic TC. They're listed as the B team down there in 2. Penridge TC, Jackson TC, St. Benedict's Prep, and South Kingston. A lot of, we've talked about athletes from across the country, Kate, certainly, but there's some regional pride here as well.
Oh, anytime you got someone from the home state and certainly the home area, you got to believe it makes a big difference. We've seen, athletes shouting out about 27 family members at one time when they, win a race in those post-race interviews. So there's, yes, lots of pride on the line for the locals.
So into the blocks now for section 5 of 19. Scheduled to take place here for our timed finals in our final event of our final day here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals, and a very quick start for St. Benedict's Prep. Already out there in lane number 5 trying to perhaps take that pole position, but now here comes lane number 4, Jackson TC, who will assert themselves coming around the bend. And we'll try to take that break first. They will do just that.
And we'll try to get some confirmation on the competitors individually. We got the relay cards, but not necessarily the exact order, as things have been mixed up. It's a really tight contest between our top 3 right now. And I'll just take this opportunity to thank all of our team on site, because as we talked about those relay cards, Trevor, you're remote and doing a great job calling it from where you are. I'm on site, but not really trackside. But we have a whole bunch of hardworking folks behind the scene who are going to get those relay cards as we speak from our top performing sections, so that we have accurate information for you as things keep moving along. But as things stand right now in this 5th section, that was a 51.46 opening leg for St. Benedict's Prep, just less than 0.2 of a second ahead of Penridge, 51.64, and it is those 2 teams with Union Catholic still in the mix at the completion of this first lap of the second leg.
Continue on, as you said, Union Catholic giving chase, the pace lights giving chase as well. And nothing is given here. It is all earned as our leader trying to hold off the challenge. Vela Barzi for St. Benedict's Prep will be surpassed now. Union Catholic will hand off first, but can they keep the advantage? And they do, yes, sliding down. Sometimes you'll see that advantage come at the handoff, but then if you don't assert yourself out in front, then the inside runner can maintain that position. But Union Catholic did well to get that lead, and they'll have the inside rail here.
Again, a great example. You can see Union Catholic maybe not turning over quite as fast as St. Benedict's, who is outside, but because he's running the shorter distance, he's able to absolutely remain in control here. That was a big second leg there for Union Catholic, 50.74, and that got them back into strong position up front. And now a little bit of a fade down the backstretch by St. Benedict's Prep. They're working really hard, but keeping themselves in the conversation. Penridge and Jackson as well. And, you don't want too much excitement in these races because the traffic can get a little cagey at the exchanges. But at the same time, we're seeing a really excellent contest develop here.
Oh, I was just about to say that the handoffs have been really good as well. And then a baton goes down. Was that Jackson? No, Jackson's there in the pink. Well, St. Benedict's Prep, I think, in fact, was the team that dropped the stick there. We'll confirm that. But out in front, Union Catholic TC. Chases Jackson there in the pink, as we said, but Union Catholic leading the way and opening this thing wide up.
Yeah, really unfortunate there for St. Benedict's athlete. We hope they're all right. We saw them on the infield, but all eyes now to the track and the ever-extending lead of Union Catholic. They're surely going to run away with this thing to the line, Trevor.
Yeah, in fact, coming up for second, I believe, was St. Benedict's prep there that dropped that baton. Am I correct? Very, very impressive gather of that stick and getting back on track. But regardless, it will be Union Catholic taking it 3:26.11. St. Benedict's prep does come through for second, 3:27.93.
So again, apologies and a correction on my part there for South Kingston Track Club, the ones that went down. And again, we hope those athletes are all right. So I hope I didn't jinx it there with talking about how much traffic you can have in tight quarters, especially for some of these guys, these high school boys in particular, who really, by all rights, have developed into young men. They are powerful, big athletes, strong competitors. And when there's that much speed in tight quarters, it can sometimes be a little bit of a recipe for disaster. But thus far, that the only athlete who's gone down. We hope that remains the case. And we'll move into our sixth section. But now, again, just taking a look at those compiled results, so impressed by Severna Park Track Club, who's maintaining the lead out of section number 1.
Well, that's why we don't take anything for granted. Sometimes we say the faster sections and we anticipate perhaps an incremental lowering of the times or the winning times in each section, but that's not always the case. You still have to do it on the day. So we'll see here in section number 6, Newburgh Elite, Garden City Track Club, East Rochester TC, Ryland and Friends in 5, and JR Tiger Elite. Okay, starting on this bank is another thing that can be a challenge with the stick in your hand if you're not used to the hill.
Absolutely, yes, and a good opportunity for these athletes to get practice at these, we talked about it earlier, this hydraulic track that can rise and lower to the needs of each individual event.
And in 4 there, it is a quick start for East Rochester TC. That's Sean Lewis out there in front trying to hold on to his advantage. You can see out on his tail the rest of the field, but Sean Lewis for East Rochester TC will try to hold him off. And that's Ryland and Friends who will come up to just hand off ahead, but it's going to be very, very even. They have to go wide, and it's so important, that handoff positioning, especially since you're going straight into the curve. And now settling in, as you can see, East Rochester TC. Sean Hogan here giving that inside lane, a bit surprising, now taking it back. Well, just a tease there for Ryland and Friends as East Rochester TC with the pink on the front of their jersey. Sean Hogan with the carry for them. And now look at the push in the all-white for Mason Fidel of JR Tiger Elite. Mason Fidel with the longer strides. Fading a bit. He'll hand off second, but he did very well to move his squad up into second place. And contention here is now their third leg will come through. JR Tiger Elite was 51.8 on the first carry, but it was that second carry that really put them in contention. And they will go into the lead now. Look at the long strides. 50.99 on the carry for JR Tiger Elite to bring them up into second. But again, the gap now growing for JR Tiger Elite. And Justin Briggs on the carry there, coming back from the sprint medley relay. Striding home as JR Tiger Elite will take the advantage and look to extend it But behind them, things shaking up a bit, although all eyes will be on JR Tiger Elite. Newberg Elite, who has moved up into second with the red kit here. JR Tiger Elite leads in section number 6 of 19. And they will head into the final lap well clear of the field. After that first lap, broke it wide open. And on this final carry, Avery Craig will look to bring it home for JR Tiger Elite, himself already having run on the 4x2s, the SMR, and the 200 open prelims as well. It'll be just north of 320, which again means that our leaders continue to be Severna Park at 320.44, but credit where it's due, 48.5 on the final carry there for Avery Craig, who's had a busy weekend. Checks the clock, catches his breath, and a little bit of congratulations from his squad there. And hey, a win's a win. Nice to get a section victory regardless of the time, but certainly the teams will all be looking to crest the podium here. Get a chance to be on that top 8 for our New Balance Indoor Nationals. We'll continue marching along now as we look to section number 7 of 19. As you see confirmation of section number 6. Well, as if you need to be reminded, but Bullis is our headliner. They will come in our final section here on the boys' side of things. Still, the girls' championship 4x4s remain to follow as well. Section number 7 now, Reuters Valley Project Track, Tigers Club, Pulaski County, and Penn Charter. Once again, so great to see all of these lanes being filled. In lane number 3 there, Valley Project Track Club there in 3. Well, we've seen some quick moves early on. They haven't always worked out in the long term, but who will get to that pole position first is the question, and it's a solid start, it looks like, on the outside from Penn Charter. Don't let the stagger throw you off, though. Now here comes some smooth running down there in 2 from Reuters. But it is, in fact, our outside lane, Penn Charter. Penn Charter will have that pole position and come around in first position with under 100 meters remaining now. They've done well to string it out. Didn't go out crazy fast over the first 100. That's always the temptation. Penn Charter with just a bit on the field. As you can see, maybe 10, 12 meters. Well, make it 20 as they continue to press on. Penn Charter leading the way. Christian Downs out in front for his final go-around, coming back from the 4x2 as well. So many of these athletes doing double, triple, quadruple duty as Christian Downs of Penn Charter starting to feel it now. The Reuters were right behind. It was 51-1 on the first carry for Penn Charter, and now Downs fading, feeling the bear on his back. He will fade even further. Here comes Reuters. And look at this strong finish there from Pulaski County to bring them back into contention out of nowhere. Well, a quick first 50, let's say, now for Tigers Club out there in 4 in the all-black. They're going to go all the way to the lead. Coming through a 50-point high on their previous leg. It was 51-2 from a Reuter, so this one is anybody's race. Now settling into their running here. They continue on 207 as they will take the final 200 now for this penultimate leg, but the advantage goes to Tigers Club as they are well clear. Anything can happen over the final 500 meters of this race. Who's going to tie up? Who is going to find an extra injection of pace? That is always the question in these 4x4s, and especially with teams so evenly matched. Lane number 4 is Tigers Club. 49.6 on the carry for them. Tigers Club out in front. Reuters Valley Project Track battling for second, but it is a battle for the minor places as Tigers Club leads the way, continuing their dominance in this 7th section. Coming around for the final time, Tigers Club, David Brooks on the carry here. Ran 50-25 in the 400-meter open prelims, ran on that 4x2 as well. Trying to close things out in style for Tigers Club, picking up a win here, and they will do just that into the final straight for the final time. Tigers Club, and anchored home by David Brooks. They will take this, and again, just north of 3:20 by a couple of seconds, 3:23.15, but a fine 49.0 for Tigers Club, as we will now catch our breath as they do and continue looking ahead for section number 8.
Nice piece of running by each of those athletes, but look at that, 50-79, 49-69, 49 flat for those last 3 legs for Tigers, and that really helped them open things up and bring home a win. Again, it is going to continue being our winners from section number 1, who are going to hold top marks. Severna Park Track Club, no one has gotten close to them. That 3:22.32 for Junior Tiger Elite out of our last section, the closest that anyone has been able to come, but still almost 2 full seconds back on our leaders.
The momentum continues for section number 8 here, as Radnor TC, West Orange, Brockton Boxers, Osborne Park TC, and Mass Perry are our competitors here. Down there in lane number 2, Radnor TC will come into the break in a fine position.
Radnor looking strong at the cut-in, but now just chomping his stride a little bit from behind. I believe that was Mass Perry Track Club's leader. And now it's a real race being broken open here. 2 up front, 3 trailing. It is 2 races in 1. Again, we're getting close to sort of the bulk of this group of sections. This section number 8 of 19. And a really, really good battle between those two, but a nice final surge on the outside leading into this first exchange there. Waiting for confirmation on the times, but out like an absolute lightning bolt, our leader on our second leg, or Osborne Park. 49.90 that opening lap, for that opening split for them, 50.73 for Radnor Track Club, but breaking this thing absolutely wide open, and just wondering if maybe he's gone a little too hard in that opening lap. We'll see what can be held on to here by Osborne Park's second leg.
Well, we have seen it all over the years, going out too fast and dying, and also some squads rising to the occasion. You can see the battle here behind, and we haven't mentioned those lights in a couple of sections, but ahead of that pace now is Osborne Park. And I guess they'll hand off right about even, will Osborne Park.
51.23 for that second leg. So a nice piece of running for them. And again, 3:20.44 the time to beat. And our leaders having to do it the hard way by themselves up front, only with the pace lights for company, but they're starting to elude them now, as our third leg for Osborne Park continues his campaign, but he's got some work to do to stay with those lights and stay with that top pace.
And again, Kate, I love that it's at 3:20. I mean, it's just such a nice round number. It tells you exactly where you're at. Yes, it's the leader. Yes, we'll see some faster times later on, certainly. But in addition to just the back and forth and the battles that we love on the individual races, kind of have that master list, if you will, that's being populated as well. So still clear of the field. As you said, it was 49.9 on the first 400 for Osborne Park, 51.2 on their second carry. Slowing a bit there, 53.6, but so too the rest of the field. So they're still within striking distance, I suppose, but that opportunity wanes ever more with every step. 200 meters remaining.
Yeah, and things have slowed a bit. You know, I know you love those sort of round numbers. I do too. 50 and change is what each runner would have to run. Well, we saw 59.9 for that opening leg for Osborne Park, then a 51.23, and then a 53.62. So well off of the pace needed right now in order to get themselves into contention here. And again, a big gap back. Sometimes that's not always the best thing because you don't have a lot of pressure to keep you honest to the line, but It is going to be 3:25:45 unofficially there, Trevor, for Osborne Park with a 50-69 final leg.
You need 4 strong legs, but as I've said, getting a section win, still no small feat here at the New Balance Indoor Nationals. These are some of the best teams in the nation that are coming together here. I like the shades there. Kind of a throwback Fifth Element, right? Like it's a retro and a futuristic look. I like that. Style Reviews with Trevor and Kate continues here on Runner Space as we have section number 8 concluded. Osborne Park taking a clear victory, 325-44, and we'll move now to section number 9. Lower Merion Athletics, Riverdale Baptist TC, Hawks Track and Field, Crozet Crew, and Rockville TC will be your competitors as we are quickly away now in section number 9, wasting no time. Move on to our 9th section here with the 5 teams ready to duke it out.
Well, and if you're going to have to run blind on the outside, you better go for broke from the start, and that's exactly what we're seeing from our leaders on the outside, courtesy of Rockville Track Club there. Rockville with a big advantage at the cut-in and holding on to that ever-growing daylight between him and a charging quartet from behind. Rockville, and I believe that's Barif taking things out for Rockville. He was set to be their opening leg, meant to hand off to Davis. And now this is where, again, you don't know whether it depends on the athlete. Do you want to be the chaser or do you want to be the chased? It is a predator and prey situation. Rockville just trying to grit it out and hold on for that pole position at the end of the opening lap, and the opening leg rather, 50-95 for them. Might just be worth noting, the splits there for that leading group right now, 49-36, 50-61, 49-57, 50-91. That's what it took to run that 3:20:44. That remains the fastest time of the day.
Davis here for Rockville on the carry, coming back from the sprint medley relay, but he has his hands full with Hawks Track trying to hawk him down, and they will do just that, coming around right into the curve. What a well-timed move from Hawks. 51-1 on their first carry. They'll come around into the lead and be well clear of the field. Might be a little bit of traffic handing off behind them. But a good aggressive handoff there. You absolutely love to see it. It's a smaller margin of error indoors, but they walked that tightrope very well, did Hawks, and they will take the advantage and continue on 51-2 on that carry.
Not necessarily one of the fastest times we've seen, but that is an example where Hawks seem to be picking things up in the final stages of that second leg. Often in the 8 and the 4, Trevor, we talk about who can die the least. It's not about who's accelerating, because very often you're not accelerating as the fatigue mounts in those lactic-induced closing meters. But that was a really strong run for Hawks to keep themselves at the top of the mix. But now it looks like Rockville has asserted themselves up top.
This is the ebb and the flow, the back and the forth, the waxing and the waning, if you will. But now clear of the field. Look at the battle there for second. Well, some cheeky running and some shoulder bullying perhaps as well for our second placers there. Rockville out in front, though.
Yeah, and Riverdale Baptist with, again, those broad shoulders, making good use of them, and he is now the de facto pace setter for the charging duo behind. Those three really pouring on the steam down the home stretch for the penultimate time. Rockville knows they're going to be under pressure. They've got to hold on and just try to stay as composed as absolutely possible.
The hunter and the hunted, as you said, but now coming on strong behind them will be a challenge being mounted in the final stretch. Every step closing down this final race as Rockville TC is going to take it. 50.07 on the penultimate leg, closing in 50.2 for their anchor, 3:24:45. We've talked about times being grouped together here, Kate, and we're seeing a lot of that kind of in that 3:21 to 3:23, 3:24 range.
Yeah, and again, that's showing that these guys are well matched again on paper and then putting it down on the track that way as well. And I got to say, you're seeing a little bit of the carnage there. Those athletes splayed out on that recovery part of the outside of the track. That 400 can really hurt no matter what, but especially, again, if it's your third or fourth event of the weekend. But yes, to your point, closely matched on paper and on track are each of these sections. And for Rockvale, that was 3:24.45, enough for them to move into 7th. Only 2 teams under 3:23 so far, and we are moving into 10 of 19, so we're over halfway through here, Trev.
And the action continues ever onward, and again, we take a peek forward to what will certainly be one of the highlights of the meet. Another possibility for a national record. We've seen a couple already throughout this weekend, and New Balance Indoor Nationals always delivering, and we could potentially be on national record watch once again at the end of these 4x4s. But as we look to section number 10 here, Eastern Elite, Sunbury Big Walnut, Speed University, Timber Creek, and Quakers. It is Quakers that, well, they will have some company, but Eastern down there on the inside.
Yeah, I was going to call it the same way you were. That looked to be Quakers with the advantage, but just kind of, again, bullied a little bit, to your word from earlier, just outmaneuvered as Eastern now with that very strong upper body and fast charge, maintaining their position at the lead. Starting to tie up a little bit now, but Eastern Elite making their way towards the line in first. It's going to be a clean handoff for them, and then almost completely in tandem behind them, Timber Creek and Sunbury Big Walnut with very close finishes too. So 51.34, 51.80, and 51.87 the opening splits, and a little stumble there. Again, as you just have to, you've used this term before, Trevor, one misstep and it can make all the difference. You have to be almost perfect in these races and learn to do it through fatigue to avoid disaster.
Positioning so key indoors in general, but certainly for our competitors here. As you can see, Frederick Jonikin trying to surge past, and he does, having been overtaken, the Eastern Elite athlete early on. Now on this leg, doing battle with the rest of the teams here. He will hold that lead position. It will be challenged, but he'll hand off first. Oh, not the best handoff, and look at what they've given up. And there's some bullying once again, some battling. Going 3 wide perhaps, trying to pass on the backstretch.
In that burgundy kit, Eastern has been successful just about every time of holding on to the best position. So even if they have to, put their elbows up a little bit, defend their space, and make sure that they're staying out of trouble, that's what they're doing. I'm sure that was part of the coaching strategy, but now really smooth gliding form on the outside. I believe that might be Timber Creek trying to overtake for Eastern Elite. And so too into the mix, Sunbury Big Walnut.
Well, this one is too close to call, as they will come around and hand off for the final time. Eastern Elite surging back there, as you said, in the maroon. Sunbury Big Walnut fading now, but Timber Creek Quaker still in the mix as well. So here we go on the final 400 meters. This one will be a hotly contested final 400.
Now 3 has turned into 2 as Eastern trying to make another move. My coach used to call this musical chairs. You don't want to have too many lead switches back and forth because sometimes that is just wasted physical and mental energy. But Eastern overtaking now for Timber Creek as Chalmers for them tries to hold on to something special here. It's going to be a tight piece of work down the back stretch. Eastern has taken the advantage on each of these legs, even for a lap. So completely asserting their dominance now into the closing meters. But again, this is where it comes down to who's going to die the least, because both these runners tying up in a big way.
Ashton Gage on the final carry there will bring home Eastern Elite to victory in section number 10. Well, don't always see it this way, Kate, but Severna Park still holding that line there in from section number 1, 3:20.44. Nobody really has been close, almost 2 seconds separating them from the rest of the field.
Yeah, certainly not something you see on a regular basis, to your point, but really exciting when you can lay down the gauntlet in the early days and then just really challenge. I mean, it's kind of a cool spot for these guys to be in. I'm sure that they're, as a quartet, maybe they've done a bit of a cool down, maybe not. They probably don't have a whole lot of racing left in this indoor season, if any, so maybe just enjoying now being spectators on the sidelines, but it's got to feel good for them to watch team after team fall short of what they accomplished in that first, and again on paper, slowest opening section.
Into The blocks now for section number 11 of 19. As I said, it was 15 teams last year that dipped under the 320 mark. A couple right at 320, and we still await our first breaking of that barrier here. But the thing is, when you have so many sections, and I understand if you're waiting to watch somebody in particular, or just as a fan, or waiting to see some of the faster sections, totally understandable. But that being said, every slice of this competition stack, if you will, is so tightly bunched, so condensed around the times, the talent level, because you're going to have somebody near you because there's so many people and so many teams contesting this 4x4.
Yeah, so well said, and we're bound to see that again here, that fast charge in lane number 4 by the Wallingford Panthers, I believe that is, who are trying to make up the stagger, but a good charge on the inside now as well, and apologies, things have been switched up a little bit here, and we're going to see, again, another really tight fight as Haven chases down our leaders at the cut-in.
Yeah, always mixing things up on us, but scheduled B, Gonzaga Eagles, Boston Jesuit, Deptford Township, Wallington Panthers, and Wizard TC. As once again, nice to see a full field here, especially on a championship weekend. And look at that out in front. Gonzaga Eagles TC will hand off first as Wallington Panthers will come through. Well, they'll be perhaps a little bit behind there in third. That certainly can change, but still, pace light set out there to our leading time, 3:20 and change.
All about energy distribution and knowing yourself. Again, not getting too antsy about the fact that maybe you have the lead with the stick at the start of your leg, but now we're seeing that enormous opening lap for our chasing athlete, and he is going to overtake on the outside. Again, not an easy thing to do, but if you're going to do it, you have to do it decisively. That is Cameron running for his team on the second leg, and now putting himself into the shortest distance around the top of the track and coming around into the end of this third leg.
They will hand off in the lead, but still 1-2 as you see Ash did his job, and getting out of the way there, that can be part and parcel of the challenge sometimes as well, even once you're done handing off. But Gonzalez out in front for our leaders here as Gonzaga leads the way. Sorry, Wizard TC in the all-black there, but the battle step for step. Gonzalez and Fritz duking it out. Now Gonzaga comes out to the lead here in the purple. Gonzaga Eagles making their move.
Cat and mouse, musical chairs, whatever you want to call it. This is a lot of back and forth between these athletes, and Gonzaga not wanting to give up a single inch here. They've got to just be thinking, look, we've seen so many of these heats go down where they have not bettered that opening mark. Of course, that's what they want to be able to do. Another clean exchange there. And for Gonzaga, they opened with a 50.07. Next leg was 51.21 and then a 50.98. And Wizard with a 53.43. That made the difference there between those two teams. And still on the pace lights. And we've not seen, a ton of these runners be able to hold on to the pace lights well into this stage of the race with a bell to go.
Edward Fritz, who gave his squad the advantage there on the penultimate leg, Gonzaga Eagles. But now the purple team, they're being overtaken by the magic of Wizard TC coming around the bend here. Watch that clock again, racing the lights as well. Can they finish strong? Wizard TC finding just enough magic to come through and take the victory in section number 11, 3:21.12. That'll be our second fastest time. Well, is that split correct? 46.8?
That is hard to believe, but if it is, what an incredible run there. It's being announced as such, and that is likely why we've seen that time that's come closest so far to our leaders at 3:20.44, 3:21.12, courtesy of a 46.80. Are you kidding me?
Well, that was Cameron Snyder, and again, perhaps the only reason we hesitate sometimes, Kate, we've seen sometimes some things can be a little wonky with the time, and it's so many different things going on, and not to take anything away from that young man. And he ran 48.0 in the 400 Open, so let's give him credit where it's due. Cameron Snyder closing things out on a big, big high note on a very fast final leg for Wizard TC. We continue on now with section number 12. Dobbs Athletics Association, Golden Eagle Elite, Upper Moreland, TC, and Farmington Track Club.
Tightly matched again. It appears to be 5 teams down to 4 as Oxen is not in the mix. Although they are there, Oxen leading things off. So they have been listed as a DNS, but don't believe your eyes always. Believe what you actually are seeing on screen, not necessarily on the page. Oxen trying to hold on to that shortest line on the inside, but has now been overtaken by Martin, and Martin running there. I think that's Manton for Farmington Track Club.
Ian Manton trying to hold the line and feeling it now. You can always see when that knee lift starts to fade. Oxen still there in second. They will hand off second will Oxen as Farmington Track Club will have the advantage, but here comes Oxen now barreling ahead.
Tall, powerful athlete there on the second leg for Oxen. Again, looking really smooth. He's got long limbs, but keeping them nice and close to his midline. Again, just such a comfortable looking runner. He's going to be under pressure now. 2 teams behind him still holding on tightly. Second and third, don't count out fourth either. But again, forcing them to swing wide, that's what you want them to do, because sometimes just the mentality of that, of thinking, oh, I've got to try to overtake from the outside, and you see the momentum being lost. You've talked about the hill of a track, of an indoor bank track, and having to rise up that hill, losing a little bit of steam can make a big difference.
Upper Moreland will hand off first, although it is in lane number 2, but no matter. They slot into the lead, but now here comes Oxen once again with a surge past. You can see Patterson trying to make his move on the backstretch there as Clark surges ahead in the all-black kit. And it is going to be Farmington leading the way.
Splitting things wide open now. And Oxen working hard to hold on. It is Clark and Patterson. We've seen this pattern repeat time and again in these 4x4s, being relegated back into second spot as he tries to make his move on the outside as Oxen. It is going to be denied, but now he is finding another gear as Clark ties up into the final exchange and Oxen out like a shot in the night. They are right at the tip of the front of those pace lights, which again still sit at 320. Can you believe it? Going back 12 sections now, or 11 sections to our first of 19.
Well, Oxen opening it up wide open as you can see Jones on the carry here. And look at that gap. Battle for second. Jones with the carry. Well ahead of the lights. Could this be our first sub 320 clocking? It looks well on its way as Oxen TC will come around the bend and into the home straight for the final time, just running away from those pace lights. It will be sub 320. Oh, ever so close. 320.11, 49.2 on the final carry, but it is our fastest time of the day.
Close indeed, and again, it's got to, I think Severna Park probably knew that their time was going to fall eventually, but what a fantastic job of holding on to it through more than halfway through these timed finals, again with several quartets capable of doing some magic and some damage here at New Balance Nationals indoors at the track at Boston. But Oxen, fabulous set of racing there, and they were awfully tight. Again, 49.36, 50.61, 49.57, 50.91 for Severna Park, 50.85, 49.87, 50.20, and 49.21 for Oxen. So you like to see that consistent performance being thrown down, and they're rewarded with top marks.
And away we go in section number 13 now. You can see Western Carey, Carolina Cavaliers, A and B teams in 3 and 4, along with TC and Newton North. So North Carolina getting ready to duke it out here.
Well, the Carolina Cavaliers is a name that we've gotten really comfortable saying over the years here at New Balance Nationals indoors and out. And an interesting, sort of tactical thing could be going on here. I know that they're not particularly close on the track right now, but when you've got teammates, folks that you see turning up at practice time and again in the same race, sometimes there can be a bit of a team tactic at play, although at the moment this is a one-team race up front.
It's Longwood extending their lead, 50.5, running right on those pace lights. Once again, easy math, 50 point across the board would give you 320 flat. Longwood TC with a surge there at the beginning just pushes ahead of those lights. Not always going to be even running, of course, but Newton North, Carolina Cavaliers giving chase. Longwood, though, leading the way.
Longwood looking strong, happy to take on the charge from the front. It's meant to be Reed, Gibbs, Laney, and Tillman for that quartet. And now under some pressure, you can see things really tying up for Gibbs up front. And this is going to be a big pass by Newton North. They wear hip number 6, and they are into the advantage position as they approach this exchange.
Cabral moving them into pole position as Cabral of Newton North does his job and then some. They will lead the way behind the lights, but still with a battle on their hands as Baudry now with the carry. Here comes Longwood once again in the green.
All 5 teams very tightly packed here. This is going to be, I think, set up to be one of the closest races we've seen thus far. Each of these athletes staying out of trouble at the moment. Pretty equal distance separating them. As I say that, at the back of the pack, I believe that's Western Carey looking to find position, but everyone gearing up now to put themselves in strong position into the home stretch and slingshotting around. It is the faster of our 2 Carolina Cavaliers teams, and look at the big stringing out now into that final handoff.
Dax Chapman, final 60 meters or so, really brought it home, dipping under 51 seconds there on his carry. Now opening it up wide open. Carolina Cavaliers are out in front and, giving chase to themselves. Carolina Cavaliers A and B team end up out in front. They will run 1-2, which is the A, which is the B team. I'll let you decide that, but those 2 squads going back and forth here on the final 200 meters. Well, what a display of depth it would be if the Carolina Cavaliers can go 1-2. Amari Barrow perhaps went out a little too hot, or did he? He's going to time it wide, going a little wide. And he will lead the way for the Carolina Cavaliers. Well, the B team, in fact, beats the A team. Cuthbert's in there representing here on the track club side of things. 3:23 and change for the B team. He's saying, hey, coach, maybe I should be on that A team.
Well, to your point, Barrows held on very strong, and a little bit, again, maybe of just some knowledge of what his teammates might be looking to do as he swung wide into the outside of lane 2 to push his competitive teammate, let's call it, from his A team into lane 3 there and run the longer distance. But Barrow comes away with top marks in a 49 and change there for the Carolina Cavaliers.
Off now for section 14 of 19. It's going to be Burlington Township TC, Unity Track Club. Boys from Illinois TC, Christian Brothers Academy TC. And yeah, looks like Windsor's a non-starter. So 4 athletes here for 4 teams. Boy, we are riding that line and then some. We've mostly avoided that controversy throughout the weekend, but might be a little bit too much there, Kate, on the opening leg.
Well, we'll have to wait and see, but Prevost leading things off there. He was set to be their second leg, slotting into the first position for Unity Track Club. Charge being mounted from behind, and again, you can see that proverbial bear jumping on the back of our leader, the lactic tying up, swimming his way towards the finish line, having to swing wide. Interesting that our athletes were set up the way they were there at that first exchange, but Unity Track Club trying to hold on to the advantage, the pace lights ever present, and keeping them honest all the way through this race.
Unity Track Club just under 51 seconds on their first carry. As you can see there, Burlington giving chase, so too Christian Brothers Academy in the purple now swinging wide. So tough. Good move, in fact, from Christian Brothers. And coming all the way around, they will go into the lead, doing it the hard way there, though there really isn't an easy way. As Christian Brothers with Liam Wheeler on the carry, out in front.
Christian Brothers have thrown down some very impressive performances over the weekend. Again, the heads just going back there as the brothers, brother to brother, hands off at the completion of that second leg. 50 flat following that 51.40 opening leg. And now, again, a two-man race. Macklin overtaking now as he swings wide around Brothers.
Jaden Macklin of Burlington Township, TC. Did he time it right or go too early? That is always the question. You can see not giving any quarter behind him is Milan Dimon of the Christian Brothers Academy, now in the purple, right back into the lead.
Demon showing that speed endurance and really leaving the rest of the field in his dust. Didn't freak out when he was passed. Said, okay, you lead for a little bit. I know I'm going to find another gear to come back, and that's exactly what he's doing as he works his way towards this final exchange.
Well, the boys from Illinois are up there into second now. In the orange that we often associate with the Illini on the collegiate level, but you can see Muschiati on the carry past Christian Brothers. We've got a new leader once again.
You're hearing our in-stadium announcer saying, let's wake up, let's wake up. Well, exactly that has happened here. A big final push here by our leaders, and they've opened up an enormous margin over the ever-leading Brothers from the first three legs, but this is a big, big final run, and the lights just starting to fall out of reach for our leader.
This is Anthony Luciato. He's a sub 50 second runner at his best, 49.2 his PB in the open. He will come through and run 48.5 to close things out for the boys from Illinois. 3:21.56 for one of our faster times of the day with Unity Track Club there in second.
And that is going to be good enough for the Illinois boys to put themselves into fourth in those compiled results. And yeah, again, kudos to that anchor with that 48 and change final push towards the line. Well, we're moving things right along. And if you can believe it, we're into our closing, 5 sections now of these timed 4x400 meter relays. We still have the national record holders bolus yet to come, but lots to get to before then, including this next 15th of 19 sections.
Menacing TC, Hickory, Motor City Track, who we've said their name multiple times throughout the weekend. Some great Detroit speed representing there. They go in 5. LaSalle Academy in 6. But on the inside here, look at this quick start. Lane number 3, Menacing TC.
Yeah, no one else in picture right now, and this is a very impressive performance up front by our leaders, looking to really throw down in this 15th section. And now a charge coming from behind. Again, it's all about timing. Has Menacing done too much too soon? Well, they're going to be able to hold on here as they approach that exchange with Motor City, trying to say something about it and keep themselves in contention. 49.14 there, Trevor, for that opening leg for Menacing, and still maintaining, I think, probably the same amount of distance back to our charge from behind, courtesy of Motor City. But as I say that, well, at the halfway mark, Motor City has all but made up that distance. That happened in the space of about 40 meters.
It's never over till it's over, and every leg is its own battle as much as the race is a composite. But Menacing out in front with the easily identifiable green jerseys, just a half step or so on Motor City Track, who, again, we've said really on both the boys and girls side, but they will be in contention here, handing off just about even. You can see settling in now, long strides for the Motor City Track athlete here on this third leg.
Interesting for Menacing there. They had that big advantage in the opening lap of that second leg. Then Motor City caught up to them, and as our Menacing runner felt the pressure, he found another gear. He responded without having to waste any mental energy looking behind or, taking too much stock. But you could tell that he just sensed that there was a threat, and he responded really nicely. That's a lot of maturity showing through. And speaking of maturity, these guys running really well. Trevor, those pace lights completely out of picture at the moment.
Well, we've seen that before as Stetson Turpak is on the carry here, coming back from the 4x2 for Menacing. Wonder if they can stay ahead. It's all about the depth. We've seen some surges in the past. Motor City Track fading a bit now, but out in front, Menacing leading the way.
Ooh, talk about consistency. I like to see this. Minisink needs to hold on for a big final leg here because they have less, or I should say just over 1 second separating their slowest to fastest legs thus far. 49.14 for the opening leg, 50.26 for the second, 50.11 for the third, and now hitting the bell at 2:52 unofficially on the clock. This is going to be a monster run. Again, those pace lights all but left behind.
Barbara on the anchor carry here for Minisink out of Slate Hill, New York. Green jerseys, well, they had their hands full throughout the middle of the race after going out to the lead early. That's Motor City Track trying to hang on for a second, but they will be well under that 3:20 mark. 3:17.29, in fact, 47.78. Barbara on the final carry.
Wow, and again, I was going to say, courtesy of that anchor leg, 47.78. Astonishingly, not the fastest we've seen, and in fact, not even the fastest in that section, as LaSalle closed in 47.12 to really put themselves back up close in the mix. But now we have two teams under that 3:20 barrier. Our first and second teams there, Minisink and Motor City, 3:17.29 and 3:19.92 respectively. And so Oxen from heat number 12 will hold on to the third position right now as we head in with 4 sections remaining. And again, all of our biggest superstars yet to come in those closing 2-timed finals.
Section number 16 here, North Track, Burnt Hills Track Club, West Springfield TC. And Alapin TC and Upper Darby, that's your lineup, full field for our 16th section. Well, it's a battle to the pole position, settling in now on the outside. Upper Darby came from way on the upper side of the track, downhill, still running outside, but trying to push towards the front.
And holding on to some strong position there. North Track trying to say something about it. Now you see a little bit of a, again, clipping of the stride on the outside. Look at how tall and strong that Upper Darby athlete is, and I think he may have just been starting to feel some of the difficulty of having to ride those lines up and down those hills, as you say, Trevor, with that track. But clean and away is North Track. 50-51, their opening leg, and they are right on those pace lights, which again now have been set to 3:17. That is the time to beat. And wearing hip number 4, that is going to be West Springfield Track Club with a really well-timed maneuver there, taking up as little room as he can given his powerful size and asserting himself in the slipstream of our leader, both of them ahead of the pace lights. And now our leader for West Springfield wanting to say something about asserting his team in top position to come away with another sub-3:20 clocking.
Andrew Carson Hall on the carry here as they come around just a couple of steps behind those lights. They will hand off first, and a good handoff it is, as they give themselves a slight bit of a buffer, I suppose, but coming on strong behind him. North Track 50.1 on the carry there, but West Springfield 48.8.
This is where those tactics become so interesting, Trav. Like it really matters whether the coach says, all right, we're going to reserve our fastest runner for the last leg, but we've been seeing time and again that second leg is one of our fastest. And I think, if you aren't necessarily confident in the depth compared to the other teams, you want to give your perhaps slightly slower runners every chance to feel confident with the lead going into the back half of this race. A little jostling there down the back stretch as those runners go shoulder to shoulder, and now the pace lights pulling away as we enter the final straightaway of this third leg.
Well-timed run from Gavin Smith, who has been busy on relay duty this weekend, coming back from the sprint medley in the 4x8 as well. Did his job here. Now out in front, West Springfield continues to lead, but not by much. They're chasing the lights while being chased by North Track there in second, final 200.
Both athletes still looking really strong, and I might say that West Springfield is actually starting to pull away a little bit more. Bit of a tie-up there courtesy of North Track. That allows Upper Darby to enter the conversation again, and doing everything he can is sharp to keep himself in close contention, but really smooth running up front. The pace lights moving away from these athletes.
Yeah, but Nicholas Bailey out in front is able to hang on for West Springfield, and all went south for North Track. They'll end up there in fourth on that final leg. 3:19.21, 48.86 as Upper Darby also dips under 3:20. Look at that final leg, 47.7, and it was Manalapan, who we hadn't been talking about at all until the final leg, because 47.28 on their final carry. Wow.
Yeah, far and away the fastest of those anchor legs. That is definitely one of the tactics where Coach said we're going to put our fastest or most rested runner maybe into that final position. But we now end up with 4 teams sub 3:20 as we move into our 17th of 19 timed finals. Things are set to start cracking down by way of pace here.
Well, scheduled here for St. James Academy TC, will we perhaps see Stefan Lyon? We have Team War, Vandalia Butler High, St. James Academy in 5, IMG Elite in 6. They, of course, will be ones to watch as well, and will likely, and indeed, they will take the pole position, but hot on their heels, St. James Academy.
Well, we expected that this was going to be a close matchup, and that's exactly what it's turning out to be. Tight battle for St. James Academy now as Brown, look at the look of determination. He's just blown through the afterburners. Well, that was almost like he was toying with the rest of the field for that opening lap, saying, I dare you to come with me, but better be prepared for what I have in store. A big opening leg for him as he's going to hand off well ahead of the field. 48.54, that's one of our fastest opening legs. Again, he came out of blocks. That was not a running start.
Bit of a bobble on the handoff there, but St. James Academy able to hang on and extend this lead. Team War in the mix and others, but out in front, no question about our leaders. As you said, fast opening leg. Stevenson now on the carry for St. James Academy, 48.5 to kick things off.
Stevenson looking like he's just starting to slow his stride a little bit. You can see that he's a little heavier through the lower body, not lifting the knees quite the way that he was through the opening lap, but he may have just done enough between himself and his lead leg to hold on to the advantage. It's going to be a much closer call, though, at this second exchange.
Daniel Stevenson held the lead position, but gave up perhaps a little bit of ground, right at 50.1 for him, coming back from the 60 and the 200. St. James Academy leading the way still.
And now Jones is going to try to make the pass here, but denied. St. James Academy continuing to hold that strong position up front. Team War with a 49.29 on the last leg, but St. James Academy have had a very successful weekend and looking to continue that here. They're well ahead of the pace lights. War doing everything he can to keep himself in the mix. But it is going to be St. James Academy, and I believe we've seen a total shakeup of both of these lines, Trevor. A lot of these athletes, and you hope that you have 2 or 3 in the wings.
Zachary Pratt here will hand off in the lead for St. James Academy. And just a freshman there, 15-year-old, quite a carry for him. Coming around, it is the St. James Academy leading the way, well clear of the field. Team War had been going to battle with them early on, but now it is all St. James Academy. They're going to try to close this thing out strong.
Looking to do just that, 2:50 on the clock with a lap to go, and again, no one else in the conversation at all. This has been consistent running for their trio thus far. 48.54, 50.10, 49.86. And now, some traffic behind, but holding on to a strong position up front and unfazed by it. St. James Academy coming around for the win.
Amir Duff, very capable anchor leg. He shows that here as we will see our fastest time of the day. 47.3 on the final carry for him. He's a sub 48-second performer in the open 400 as well. And we saw him in the 200 also, but doing his job and then some. How about another sub 3:20? Well, how about our fastest time of the day? St. James Academy, 3:15.80.
And just for some context there, Trevor, interestingly, last year in this race, Archbishop Carroll was 4th in the overall compiled results at the completion of those 2025 championships, and they ran 3:15.41 to place 4th overall. We've still got 2 sections to go, and we're in 3:15 territory, so really speaks to how things are being ramped up in these closing sections.
So into the blocks now, you see the lineup in section 18 of 19, our penultimate 4x4 here for the boys. Closing out this New Balance Indoor Nationals. It's Walsh Jesuit, Riverdale Baptist TC, Whippets TC, Sky's the limit in 6. I always like that Whippets name, as Whippets, of course, known for their speed.
Absolutely. And they're in lane number 3. He's going to hold pole position at the cut-in. Riverdale Baptist Track Club, but under some pressure from the outside.
When you talked about those results from last year, the thing is, all of these teams in the final couple of sections can challenge that sort of time. They're bringing their best. Like you said, a war of attrition sometimes over the weekend, but so many of these teams have such depth and so much pride on the line. Well, coming through for the first handoff, look at that clock. This one's going to be quick. As you can see that handoff, and it'll count it basically across the line. So 49.0 for Riverdale Baptist TC. Sky's the limit TC 49.3 right there.
Yeah, and a big second leg, at least in the opening stages here for Riverdale. And trying to not only gain that competitive advantage physically, but also mentally, and that is a big, big opening lap for that second leg. I believe that may be Bernie. He was set to be on the second leg here for Riverdale.
Yeah, Glover Jr., I think. I think it's Rodney Glover Jr., in fact, but he was a DNF in the 400 prelims and didn't start the 200, so interesting to see him out there. He did run on that 4x2 that finished 4th. So, showing off the depth, as we've talked about. Riverdale Baptist trying to do just that, 49.18. Whippets TC moves up 49.04. Now look at the lights. We've been talking about it at 3:20, but this is a whole new world.
It is. As we mentioned, it took just a little bit faster than what we saw from the last section. It placed 4th overall last year. Just a little bit slower. We were 2 minutes through the 1 lap to go mark from our last section. 2:01 unofficially here, and now a big challenge from behind. And can the pressure make diamonds, as we talked about, gritting his teeth as Riverdale's leader, but he's going to have to hold off a late charge now.
Yeah, this, in fact, was Bernie on the carry here for Riverdale Baptist, but he is going to be surpassed, and they will have some work to do. As through the lead, Whippets TC running themselves up into the lead past Riverdale Baptist here in our final carry.
Whippets ahead, but not by much. Riverdale has not relinquished very much space back from the leader, and 2 of those teams still ahead of the pace lights. A charge from 3rd now, and very tightly contested. Again, similar times to what we saw from that last section with this bell lap.
So leading the way, this is Olo Colade for Whippets TC. Downington, West PA, they will come through just, well, right even with those lights. 47.6 on the carry there for Colade as he brings his team through. Yes, they will take the overall mark now, 3:15.32 to top the leaderboard.
47.61 for that final leg. Again, fantastic running. Ooh, and we are getting awfully close to the magic hour. This is going to be the completion of our boys competition here at New Balance Nationals Indoors 2026. And this is interesting. It looks as though, again, there's been another sort of combination of things as we move into the magical time in this closing section here, Trevor.
Well, yeah, let's take a deep breath here and really set the stage, set the table, if you will, for this final section. Of course, all timed finals, no prelims or anything, as we were looking at our final event, as you said, and this will be our final section. The current time to beat Whippets TC, we just saw it there in section number 18, 3:15.32. With the St. James Academy not far back at 3:15.80, but really the headlines, deservedly so, belong to Bullis. They go in lane number 5 here, led by Quincy Wilson, but they'll have Homer, Elliott, and Saxton scheduled to be on their carries as well. They set the national and meet record last year, running 3:09.44. They've run 3:12 this year. That's why they have the headlines.
Well, they have occupied pretty much all of the oxygen of our notes, at least. You know, we've got these notes that say meet record, national lead, and 2025 winner. Bullis holds all of it.
Archbishop Carroll's going to go in 3. They have done battle with Bullis many times over recent years and certainly have pride in their own relays. But first it will be Hackensack TC. Wearing hip number 2 here. You see the lineup. Evan and Dustin DeCamber, the twins there. Jaden D'Souza, Seven Garcia. And we've talked about coming back for double, triple, quadruple duty. Well, that is going to apply certainly for some of the elite athletes here. Lining up on the 4x4, that's Hackensack. Archbishop Carroll out of D.C. Well, he set the national record in the 4x2 last year. They are always deep and ready to mix it up with the big dogs. Bergen Catholic Crusaders here will wear hip number 4.
Pride in New Jersey looking to shake things up. They are set to have Siler Bionis as their anchor.
Blazing Bobcats, but the highlight, just like their jerseys are, those glow in the dark, belongs to Bullis here. They will take the spotlight, linking arms. Quincy Wilson, Cameron Homer, and Saxton and Elliott rounding out the crew. But Quincy Wilson, the Olympic gold medalist, of course. If you are tuning in here, you know his story. But like I said, Bullis, not just a one-man show. They set the national record running 3:09.44 last year. First time any high school team has dipped under 3:10, and they are primed and ready.
Well, interestingly, we did hear from the coach about 30 minutes ago that Quincy Wilson was looking to run the third and not anchor leg of this quartet. We'll have to see how things actually shake out again. Of course, this is a fine-tuned machine, so things can change, but the order set as of about 30 minutes ago is to be Saxton, Homer, Wilson, and Elliott in that order. Again, Homer and Wilson first and third in that 400 individually earlier this weekend. And Wilson, the 4-peat individually in the 400, looking to do something really special in his final New Balance Nationals indoors in this relay.
Cameron Homer, we've talked about. I mean, again, what can you say about Quincy Wilson that hasn't already been said? You mentioned some of the calls you've been able to be on where we saw him. I remember being at Penn Relays a few years ago and seeing him, and even just in the prelims of the 4x4s. Wait a second, this kid's a freshman. I mean, he's come on strong from day number 1. But you can see Saxton there will be on the first carry, and you talk about carrying the banner and holding that banner high. Bullis has all the pride in the world. They have the national record as well. They've got the national lead this year, having run 3:12. But I'll mention, Kate, back in the day, Team USA used to run Jeremy Warner, who was the gold medalist and world champ. He used to run him on third leg sometimes. So sometimes we like to mix it up. Like you said, we'll trust Coach Joe Lee over there seems to know what he's doing. Away we go. This is Hackensack Track Club, Archbishop Carroll, Bergen Catholic, Bullis, TC, Blazing Bobcats. That's your lineup here. Can the freshmen kick things off? Zayden Saxton for Bullis. He's got a challenge on his inside from Bergen Catholic.
Oh, he sure does, and this is interesting. Things are going to be kept very honest as Carroll clips his stride. Carroll almost going down, the athlete for Archbishop Carroll, and the 2 highlighter green kits of Archbishop Carroll and Bullis well behind now as they are having to do quite a bit of work with Bergen Catholic maintaining the advantage. But here comes Bullis and Saxton finding another gear.
Zayden Saxton won that freshman 400 meters. He's going to come into the lead and hand off first. Bullis with the advantage. Archbishop Carroll there in second. Remember, those pace lights are set at that 3:15, but this is Homer who has been there and done that, racing with the best. His teammate, of course, Quincy Wilson. They train together every day. Homer out in front.
48.74 for that opening leg for Bullis. This is interesting. To give some context, 47.53 was the opening leg when they set that record. That was followed up by a 47.61, a 48.36, and then that absolutely phenomenal 45.94 courtesy of Quincy Wilson to bring things home. But you have to get it done the hard way when you are the best in the country. And that's what we're seeing here. No contest whatsoever as Homer wakes his way towards the exchange and the halfway point in this race.
46.74 for Cameron Homer. No surprise. from that veteran, as it's going to be Elliott now on the carry. So I think Quincy Wilson, I guess, will take that anchor leg. Will he have someone with him? Archbishop Carroll making their move. It was 47-2 on the second carry for Archbishop Carroll. Well, we almost saw an upset in the open 400 over Quincy Wilson from Jaden De Leon. Could we see an upset here in the 4x4? All the headlines have gone to Bullis, deservedly so, but Archbishop Carroll still in the mix. Archbishop Carroll and Bullis, both with the highlighter jerseys. And this, the final carry now of these New Balance Indoor Nationals. Well, Quincy Wilson will have someone to chase.
That is not a familiar spot for him, although we did see that phenomenal battle in the open 400. And it's going to be an interesting fight now. Two highlighter kits working hard. Quincy Wilson looking to close things out in style in his very last New Balance Nationals indoors. He'll have the advantage at the bell, but he is in close contest now. This thing is not over, Trevor.
We talk about records, but it is not a one-team race. It's all about getting the win here. The time is secondary. Quincy Wilson on the carry for Bullis, the Olympic gold medalist from the prelim rounds in Paris 2024. He will take his team to victory once again. So close. The second time under 3:10, 3:09.62. That's the second fastest time ever. 45:46 for Quincy Wilson. Wow.
45:46, unbelievable. Well, we thought that 45:94 from the record-setting performance was something to scream about. It certainly was, but let's shout a little louder now for Wilson and his quartet. Saxton, Homer, and Elliott, 3:09.62. Absolutely incredible. And what a way to go out. That's got to feel so good. And, you know, I'm not sure I've seen Quincy Wilson look quite this tired before, but he has earned every bit of that fatigue.
And he had to earn every bit of it this whole weekend. It came down to .01 in the 400. It came down to just a couple of tenths here. And credit to Archbishop Carroll. It was very assertive running around. They were not intimidated by the presence of an Olympic gold medalist. This is what we talked about on the individual side as well. And they come through 3:10.01. Remember, last year, the first time any team in high school had gone under 3:10 in the indoor 4x4. Archbishop Carroll there finishing second. That's the third fastest time ever.
So second and third fastest times in history being thrown down on the fastest party on the planet. And you better believe that Archbishop Carroll is going to be thinking about that 3:10.01 and how achingly close they were to joining this sub 3:10 club. Surely we're going to see that in the future. But these guys taking, again, what is a little bit of a more relaxed, I would say, victory lap. But yes, sir, Quincy Wilson with the baton up. Well done to Saxton, Wilson, Homer, and Elliott coming away with yet another victory courtesy of the Bullis track and field program that have just been showing us what superstars are made of for the last several years.
Well, what's incredible, you graduate someone like Colin Abrams, a sub 150 runner over 800, who's been such a big part of these Bullis relays over the last couple of years, running over at Stanford now, and you think, well, can we backfill that hole? You've got Elliott, you've got, of course, Homer, but Saxton there doing his job as well. So, I mean, year in and year out, yes, you've got your core, but to be able to come back and run basically equal time from a year ago with such incredible depth, I mean, just mind-blowing here.
Absolutely. Again, no matter how many superstars you have, whether it's 2 or 3, there's 4 people on a relay team. And again, sometimes you've got a little bit of an injury or a bit of a lag. You got to be able to your point, backfill some of those gaps. And the gaps are very few and far between. But when they exist, they are filled easily by that dominant program.
Well, Kate, I don't know if you have your wristwatch on there measuring your heart rate, but I know mine was certainly elevated here as we close out New Balance Indoor Nationals for the boys side of things, and we'll have that quartet from Bullis down there with Serenity. We'll hear from them as we have so many times before. Well, Quincy Wilson, as you said, has earned all of the accolades, but you see them walking out as a team, arms linked, and they do it as a team. They've done it so many times. Once again, we'll hear from our winning team, Bullis, down with Serenity. I think we might keep things moving with the girls' side of things here for the 4x4s. Again, barely caught my breath. Okay, but we'll hear from that quartet shortly as we continue to march on. Now we'll look at section number 1 of 13 here. Duxbury TC, West Centennial, Williamstown, Nashua North, Springbrook TC, and Blazin Raiders. Same setup on the girls' side of things, marching through section 1 of 13. Away we go. And we'll hear from our winners on the boys' side of things. With Serenity down there, Bullis, second fastest time ever to take the boys 4x4.
Races in your life, we know that. But what did it mean for you to end your New Balance National indoor career with this relay right here?
If I'm being honest, I believed in each and one of these guys. If nobody believed in them, I did. I talked to them, everything. I put my trust in these boys. No matter who got us, I got them. So I'm just happy. It's my last one. I can do it with them. And I'm just thankful for them to be able to run 3 great legs.
And how has New Balance, throughout your career, your 4 years, how has it really helped you to become a better athlete?
I mean, each year it's a new team. And we continue the legacy. I'm just thankful for God. Without him, I'm nothing. And I just know that today, I'm just thankful for my teammates. Yeah.
Yeah. All right, Cameron, I'm going to come to you. You were third in the 400 as well. How did it feel to be able to do a really good on this relay today, especially with your teammate Quincy?
It was a little hard. I'm coming off of sickness, but I'm glad just to be out here with my teammates, supporting them, running with them, because there's no other place I'd rather be with just putting my life on the line for my teammates and for my brother. So it's amazing to come out here and do that.
All right, what do y'all have left to say now? Now that y'all are finally done, how are we going to celebrate? Anything y'all want to get off your chest?
I mean, these two on the inner freshmen. So I'm handing I'm handing the torch to these 3. I wouldn't want to do it to anybody else, so I'm proud of them. And these 2 at the end again, the freshmen. So I'm super proud of them for stepping up in this big moment.
The future is bright, y'all. Let's hear it again for Bullis.
So Bullis, yeah, well, he's given a few of those interviews, hasn't he? Talk about backfilling 2 freshmen, and Homer's still just a junior as well. What a squad that will continue on for Bullis.
And I know we're going to get back to this race at hand, but I do just want to say quickly, Trevor, again, I've had the pleasure of interviewing Mr. Quincy Wilson and his teammates for a number of years now, and watching that young man's development, he has continued to turn himself into a real leader. He was just a 10th grader when he made those Olympic Games and then came away with a gold medal. I mean, the pressure you must feel, but also the increased accelerated rate of development that you go through as a result is on full display. I love to hear the maturity. I love to hear him say, we're going to continue the legacy. Each year it's a new team, and that team is going to stay strong with or without him. Of course, we're going to miss Quincy Wilson on this indoor track at New Balance Nationals. Likely to see him outdoors in Philadelphia in the spring before we wrap out his career with the New Balance scene. But again, another fantastic performance, and I've just started to catch my breath, to your point, as we move through this first of 13 sections of our championship girls 4x4.
I don't know if I have just yet, but it's just been an incredible couple of years for Quincy Wilson and the Bullis squads. Just won an Olympic gold medal. What are you doing next? So, I have summer school, so I'm going to have to go do that. But the fastest party on earth, as you have been saying, continues with our final event now on the girls' side of things, and we will close things out with no less fireworks. Continue to march on quicker and quicker. We've seen all-time times. We've seen national records, meet records, and everything in between throughout this entire 4 days of action. As you can see, the Blazin Raiders. We've had Springbrook here, Nashua North, Duxbury, Williamstown, West Centennial. That's the lineup in this first section as we will start to set the stage. 357.72 for Springbrook TC here.
And they had a really strong second leg there, 57.77. put them in very strong position to be able to come away with that early victory. Blazing Raiders, nice consistent piece of work there too. A fast third leg courtesy of them, 56.80. And so they will sit at 3:59.22. And in these early stages, we do have two teams under the 4-minute barrier. A little glimpse there on the infield of that highlighter green Bullis team, taking all the pictures, putting it on the gram, putting it on the socials, and making memories that will last, I'm sure, for years to come.
Well, and let's set the stage from the broader perspective once again. Last year, Bullis on the girls' side took this victory as well, setting not just the meet record, but the national record as well. 3:35.54 they ran. An incredible time. We'll continue to get things ready for those final couple of sections, but quickly here away, as you can see, Carolina Cavaliers out to the lead. They're in 5, but it's also Kingsway TC, Medgar Evers, Dragon Track Club in 4, then Newington on the outside. This one, though, quickly away, Carolina Cavaliers.
Big opening lap for the Cavaliers, and again, making it look easy, really comfortable running up front for that Carolina quartet. This is meant to be Joyner on the opening leg, and well, she is through very fast through that opening 200, and now keeping things rolling down the backstretch on an absolute mission to hold off the charge from behind. But again, it's going to be a very fast opening leg here. It looks as though our second section will be set to that 3:57 wave lights. That was the time run by our opening section, and right now the Cavaliers well ahead of that pace.
All right, Joyner will hand off well clear of the field, and you're exactly right. Maybe we just need to mind the context, because in the early sections on the boys' side, we saw that 320 hold up so long, maybe longer than we anticipated, certainly, but this pace light may get reset here for the subsequent races a bit quicker. Just 13 sections total here as we move on in section number 2.
Carolina Cavaliers
easy math
to
here.
hold.
Easy math here as well. 4 flat would be 60 points across the board.
Absolutely. And I do appreciate that easy math. You know, there's a reason that I was a person who put one foot in front of another for a living. Math, not always my strong suit, but does not matter when you can turn things on the track, and that's what we're seeing Plock do here. She's the second leg runner for those Carolina Cavaliers in this second section, and things, you know, she's been looking pretty strong, but things have started to slow a little bit up front, and the door has been open wide for the rest of this field.
Kayla Plock will hand off first for the Carolina Cavaliers. Of course, the Cuthbertson, North Carolina crew, as Anderson now with the carry, but Russell giving chase. This one is not over by a wide margin. Carolina Cavaliers leading the way.
You like to see that strong contest between these top two. Carolina Cavaliers with that very long extension through the upper and lower body. She really goes to the arms, and she's holding off the battle from the outside. But as I say that, look, I remember again what it was like to be one of the taller female runners on the track. If you take up a lot of vertical distance, you want to find the line on the straightaway, and that's exactly what we're seeing from Dragon Track Club in their pursuit now towards top position. Oh, and a little stutter step as she regains her footing into this next exchange.
So Olivia Russell will hand off there for Dragon Track Club, having run 57.1 on her carry, and that was what made the difference opening it up. The Carolina Cavaliers always with some depth as well, and so trying to close the gap here. Dragon Track Club leads with Carolina Cavaliers firmly in second. It's a two-team race.
Big run for Dragon Track Club, 57.19. And looking to hold on to all of that momentum is their third runner. This is, I believe, McHugh for Dragons. And now some pressure from behind as third place has started to close the gap a little bit as well. That tall figure of Haller in the pink. And she has made up a big amount of distance to join the conversation, and now swinging, trying to put herself into second.
Yeah, join the conversation indeed. I think hearing me say perhaps that it was a two-team race. Well, what a surge here. We'll wait to see what the final carry is. They'll be just north of 4:01, 56.4 on the final carry for Kingsway. And that is what made all the difference. Haller coming through with a fine finish, and giving us one of the Not quite the fastest time just yet, but that 4 flat barrier still knocking on the door.
Yeah, Trevor, this is one of the fun things about calling these 4x4s is we get really excited about these like really monster legs, right? You might see on the women's side some 59s, 58s, and all of a sudden you see a 56 and you think, oh my gosh, that is a big, big performance. And it is, and no shade to that, absolutely nothing to be taken away from it, except that it shows the reason that we talk about the depth of programs like Bullis, because no matter what, they are going to have 4 guys, 4 gals who can run consistently within a very tight margin of the fastest times in the country, regardless of anything else. So you're not going to see those necessarily superstar impressive times on the individual legs, again, maybe with the exception of Quincy Wilson, but it's about the entirety of the body of work from the whole team.
The exception highlights the rules, or I'm not sure what I'm trying to say there, but the point is I think that when we see an impressive performance, it just absolutely, I mean, it highlights the ridiculous things that we see at these New Balance Nationals. This is a high school meet. We're seeing absolutely just world-class times across the board. It's elite.
It is, and thank you for that reminder, because it's easy to pull away from that, right? And I think it was really helpful to hear Quincy Wilson say, look, 2 of these guys are freshmen. They are barely out of, the middle school locker books. They're barely out of moving into puberty, let's say. So this is, a good reminder for us that while, again, it has the air of professionalism, it is truly a high school meet, and yet it is still a place where we see magic at the level of some of the best in the world.
Well, and an exciting time because we're going to see Quincy Wilson run at Maryland for his college career. As we now have a 3-team battle, you can see out in front, Western Carey, Ocean City coming on, Legacy, everybody's in it. And racing those pace lights as well. This is lane number 3, Legacy, who is coming through to hand off first.
And Coleman for Legacy will make the exchange. She will hand off with a small margin of advantage, and that's meant to be Sinot in second for that team. We'll wait on confirmation for that, but just outside the 60-second barrier. So 1 minute 45 for Legacy at the halfway mark for that leg, putting her 2:01.48 for the team. But this, again, a 2-girl race and another swing on the outside, cat and mouse, in and out, accordioning back and forth. And a good move approaching that line. Again, I know what it feels like to be a tall, powerful athlete. You take up a bit more room on the track. That can work well for you, but you got to find your spots.
Strategy so important on these indoor go-arounds here, especially in the 4x4. Molly Barden now relegated to second for Legacy as our leaders come through. Ocean City Track Club with the advantage. Not a big one, but they will hand off first here for the final time in this 4x4. Number 5 as they have the advantage here. 61.3 on that carry.
D'Amelia handing off to the anchor leg for Ocean City. Legacy there in the mix too. And I believe this is Clevenger for Ocean City, who was meant to be the lead leg, but now taking on the task of being the anchor position. And, a fast charge from behind now too. Again, you can never count out any team in any of these races because you think they're out of the mix and then they just spring their way back in.
And it is not over yet. Alana Clevenger, as you said, had the advantage for Ocean City early on, but now fighting back. This is Western Carey TC. With a well-timed move, and in the final 100 meters, they will come downhill for the final time into the straightaway, and just about the only ones in picture. Well, that was really turning on the final burners. They'll be just north of 4 minutes as well. Could we perhaps see the same thing we saw on the boys' side, where that first section, I spoke maybe out of turn and said we might see it go quicker, but holding on so far.
Well, it sets the table for drama, and that's not a bad thing. As long as most people can stay on their feet and stay out of trouble. I love a good showdown. I love good drama. I love when the bar has been set fast and hard from the outset, and then again those teams just saying, come with me, I dare you. And it's going to take something daring indeed to continue contesting that through the early stages of these races. We're on to section number 4 of 13 now, Trevor.
Again, we'll be looking forward to really, broken record here. Bullis on the girls' side as well, set the national record last year as well, and we'll be looking to see what they can do, take another title here at New Balance Indoors. But the leader in the nation is actually Union Catholic, running 3:41. Bullis has run 3:43 thus far this year. So again, talk about the stage being set. But we look here to section number 4, Winslow Township, Potomac Panthers, Springfield Delco, Minnesink TC, and Powerhouse Athletics. That was your scheduled lineup.
And the Panthers in the top position there at the cut-in. They are going to keep their eyes on those wave lights that will continue to be set to 3:57.72. That was the time by Springbrook Track Club. They are joined only by Blazin' Raiders as the sub-4-minute clockers of the day at the completion of 3 sections. And now just sort of clipping her stride a little bit, or maybe just loping along, I should say, looking like she's fighting off that lactic as hard as she can, is the Potomac Panthers.
59.0 for the Panthers out in front, just a couple of steps ahead of that 3:59 pace light, as you can see, leading the way, but the surge coming behind as the Panthers with a P on their chest will perhaps try to hold off the charge. No, it won't be enough. Coming out into the front, Winslow Township takes the lead.
Whew, that is a big opening lap for Winslow. Again, you just hope that she hasn't done too much too soon. She looks dialed in, she looks focused. That was a big opening lap. And our leaders have not let her go, but in that purple kit, Winslow now with the advantage. Potomac Panthers working hard to stay in her slipstream, and this is where you're starting to see that fatigue mount a little bit. Pace light still behind our leaders, but there, oh, you can just feel that lactic building in the muscles.
Still Winslow Township and Potomac Panthers.
The 400 comes for us all as the Panthers now claw their way back to an even handoff here. Winslow Township still holding the inside line now. In fact, Potomac Panthers surge out in front. It was a solid 58.4 for them. Winslow Township, even the fatigue, still a 57.2 carry for them. So, two-team battle here as they fight for position. Whoa, getting a little chippy, but Winslow Township out in front.
This is kind of a repeat from what we saw in that last leg, except that Winslow not able to hold on for quite as long. They're going to approach 1 lap to go, and Winslow relegated back into second now, as we have yet another lead change. And again, you don't want to waste any energy on the outside, but I love to see these tight fights happening because it's going to keep every one of these runners really honest through the fatigue, not only of the day, but of the entire weekend.
Still the Panthers and Winslow Township.
And as we continue here, this is Potomac Panthers. They will hand off first. I like that shot there. Shows you a little bit of the hill that we talk about. There's some that are even steeper than this, but a good medium, I would say, and obviously a fast track here in Boston at the track at New Balance, just down the road from the New Balance headquarters here in Boston, Massachusetts. But maybe cold outside, but the track is hot indoors. These two going step for step. Potomac Panthers still lead, but Winslow Township hot on their heels.
It's been tight right from the beginning. Joseph fighting Levine there. Potomac Panthers still with the advantage. 57.78 for their third leg. 59.02 for Winslow Township. Again, maybe just having gone out a little hot on that opening lap of the second leg. And now it is Levine trying to open things up a bit, shake that specter of Joseph, who is not wanting to give up a single stride here. Go into the arms and finding another gear. Again, I'm so impressed by these high scores. Oh, to be young, Trevor. This is what it is all about.
Well, they will come through and give us our new fastest time of the day. Just two teams had dipped under that 4-minute barrier. They both came in section number 1. Now here in section number 4 will be the Potomac Panthers and Winslow Township, who, battered, bruised, bleeding, whatever the case may be. They would go back and forth, step for step, blow for blow. But the Panthers come out victorious, 3:54.48, and a 59.1 carry on the final leg.
Yeah, nice set of work there. And again, pushing each other towards their very best. 3:54.48. The time has been set. That is going to be what we're going to see at New Balance Nationals Indoors 2026 by way of pace lights as we move into our 5th of 13 timed finals.
Set to be here, as you can see, Section 5, Southern TC, Lower Marion Athletics, Cavalier Track Club, Remsen, Fairhaven Regional out there in 5, and James Hubert Blake TC in 6. Off and running now. We continue on as we anticipate a squad once again down there in the final sections that has broken the national record at this meet last year. That will be Bullis later on. But a good start on the outside now, coming on strong in lane number 3 is Lower Marion. Lower on the track here as well. But Southern TC is the furthest south, and they will try to hold that line.
And it will just be to the very slight advantage, Lower Marion Athletics taking the advantage there at the cut-in, and now starting to pull away from the purple kit of Southern Track Club. Purple worked well in the last section. Can it work again here? But look at a big piece of work being thrown down by our leader here, courtesy of Lower Marion Athletics. This is a strong performance up front, a battle on behind, but clear daylight being offered to Lower Meridian ahead of the rest of the field at that first exchange, and it's going to be a 58-43 opening leg there for Lower Marion.
Couple of seconds faster than the rest of the field, and that is why Gilroy now on the carry for Gilboy for Lower Marion with the advantage, but again starting to shrink here. Here comes Cavalier Track Club.
Still just ever so slightly ahead of those pace lights. 3:54 the time to beat. And again, we talked about patient running. You've used that term a lot, Trevor, and we're seeing that right now as Cavalier Track Club just working a little bit faster every couple of meters than the leader to get back up on the back of her. And then you can sort of not relax necessarily, but know that you're going to enjoy the advantage of having someone in front of you setting the pace and doing a bit of the work up front. But as I say that, sometimes that can open the door for a third team to enter the conversation. That's exactly what we're seeing at our halfway mark.
And just at 2 flat, Lower Marion 62 low on that carry is what allowed them back into the race here. And James Hubert Blake, TC, making the absolute most of it. That third team you mentioned now out into the lead, with Cavalier still with some work to do. A bit off of those pace lights, like we said, set to our fastest time of the day. And now our two squads pulling away. Lower Marion had the advantage off a great first leg, but you can see that the challenge comes from the Cavalier Track Club now in the dark strip with the pink armband as opposed to the all-pink kit there for James Hubert Blake. TC maybe went out a bit too hot.
Yeah, Ryan doing things really well now as she's going to bring things home for her team and into the final exchange. Nice piece of running there. Cavalier Track Club is going to maintain top marks. 59-59 for that leg, and we are into the final stretch here. 3 minutes and change on the clock. Again, 3:54 the time to beat, so we are off that by a significant amount.
Right on 4 flat pace, if you will, is 2:01, and then 3 flat on the previous 2 legs. So Cavalier Track Club just behind those pace lights, and they will try to finish strong here, well clear of the field. As you can see, the final carry for the Cavalier Track Club after a big move on the previous leg, running 59.5, but it is all about racing the clock. Cavalier Track Club is going to take this one here in section number 5 as we see a sub 4-minute clocking once again. 56.3 on the final carry there for Anderson. What a go around for her. 3:56.94. That's our third fastest time of the day.
Oh, I love that. And, Anderson threw her arms up there. You see a congratulatory hug from her teammates. And I think it really matters that she was able to put down something powerful for herself on behalf of her team. 56-33. I was going to say, as she was approaching that final turn, she was getting ever closer to those pace lights. I think just the bulk of the team not able to do enough to keep in contention for it, but they're going to come away with a 3:56.94, and that's good enough for third on the compiled results at the completion of 5 sections.
Continue to frame things. Again, Bullis ran 3:35.54 last year. That was a national record, meet record, of course, as well. And second was Motor City Track at 3:42. But our top 8, we've talked about making the podium. Penn Charter came through to finish 8th at 3:50. So just to give you a little bit of perspective, and also on the U.S. scene coming into this weekend, 3:54 flat was 25th. So as we look at the times that are starting to roll in here, that gives you a little bit of perspective of where we are in the broader picture. Well, quickly out to the front here, taking this pole position is lane number 5 for our 5th section here. That is Greenwich TC, 6th section rather. Greenwich with the lead.
Greenwich looking really strong. Silver, their lead leg, looking to make it gold at least on this timed final. And she is ever opening that space back to her competitors. Silver, again, a well-timed piece of effort. You can see things starting to slow a little bit as she enters the biggest fatigue portion of this leg. The lights are still there, still close to them, but to your point, Trevor, you made this earlier, and I'm not sure we put quite the fine point on it, but because those pace lights are set evenly to whatever the time is, you're going to see the athletes getting a little behind them as they start to slow at the exchange, and then a little ahead of them, as we're seeing now under some contest by our leaders. So that is Taliba Ruse ahead of Greenwich now.
Taliba Ruse leading the way. Greenwich trying to regain a position here. They are a couple of steps ahead of those lights. That would mean they would give us the fastest time of the day, and we've seen this where the two teams battle. And now back in front, Greenwich TC.
That is set to be Hardwick for Greenwich TC, the tall striding athlete with those long strides powering down the stretch. And doing a good job, has this quartet of just staying in, touch with those pace lights. 3:54, the pace light set to, and now a big move from behind as well. Taliba Ruse not wanting to be left out of the conversation, and now look back to, I believe that's still Union Catholic in third, and now they are looking to make their way around the outside. I'm not sure our leader knew there was any threat.
Union Catholic New Jersey squad, the B team here, is out in front. As we said, their A team has the top mark in the nation coming into this weekend, 3:41.91. Well, we talk about Bullis. They're only second on the descending order list thus far this year, but such is the depth of Union Catholic. They could throw out a B squad here and perhaps win a section. That's what they'll be looking to do, but 3 teams still in contention. Watch the clock as well, coming around the bend. And Talloway back into the lead now. This is going to be close. Greenwich with perhaps a better handoff and just getting the slight advantage, but 3 teams still very much in it.
When you're this tightly matched on paper, you better be technically that much more proficient than the rest of your competition. And as you said, Trevor, it can come down to just these minute changes that you make to gain that competitive advantage over the rest of the field. I'm so impressed by Greenwich. They have been under contest, under threat throughout the entirety of this race, and on every single one of their legs, they show up yet again to keep themselves in the top position. This might be the biggest contest they have, though, because Newton North looking to say something about this and put their mark on the race.
Eliana Daplin of Greenwich trying to hang on and hold off the challenge, really, of all 3 of those chasing teams. Coming back from both the 400 and the 800 and the sprint medley. Busy weekend for Eliana Daplin. She'll close it out with a 4x4, and she will do everything in her power. It will be enough to ensure a win in section number 6.
Yeah, really nice piece of running there. It's not going to be one of the fastest times of the day as a group, but 3:58.30, another solid sub-4 clocking. And look at that, 57.73 for that anchor leg after, like you said, a very busy weekend of competition. So you can't be anything but proud of that. And it was a hard-fought battle from start to finish for the Greenwich Quartet.
And so, as we look about halfway through these 13 sections total, again, so much anticipation for the final section here. And how often is it, Kate, that, I mean, we're just spoiled, and it's an embarrassment of riches, as you have said, seeing the national record holders in back-to-back years that were both set last year. So we'll see that Bullish squad later on as we look now to our 7th section. It's going to be JB Falcons Track, Upper Darby TC, St. James Academy, Chomp City TC, and Blue Hawks.
And as we've seen all the way through thus far, very tight competition across the board, perhaps just lane 2 being let behind a little bit. But at the cut-in, all kinds of traffic. Elbows going up. You know, I've used this term a lot, Trevor, but if you are a mid-distance runner, and I kind of use the mid-distance term like 400 to 1,500 and maybe even the 3,000, and you think that your event is not a contact sport, it means you've not been at the best level, because it is absolutely a physical contest all the way through, particularly on these tight turns at the track at New Balance Boston.
Well, tight turns indeed, and as you said, as you get higher and higher in the level, there will be more and more high-level people around you as well, and that's what we've seen throughout this whole weekend. But racing the pace lights here, Upper Darby and Blue Hawks are right there with that lead time of 3:54.48 that came out of section number 4 from the Potomac Panthers.
And not surprising now to see entering the conversation the St. James Academy. They've been such a strong grouping throughout the entirety of this weekend, and they're sitting themselves on the outside doing a little bit more work, having to run that longer line, but keeping themselves open to a pass if they can just crank through another gear. As I say that, being relegated back a little bit, those opening splits for our top 2 teams, Upper Darby and Blue Hawks, very, very tightly matched, 59.52 and 59.61 respectively for them. And it is those two still sitting against the pace lights around the top of the track and into the straightaway.
Well, it was tightly bunched. Now it strings back out once again. And thought that all 4 teams might have an opportunity. You talk about running against those lights. That's the push and the pull, the accordion as I like to call it, because every leg is different. And so you have really an infinite combination possibility of, well, this was our fastest runner and the slowest runner on the other team and the second fastest and the third slow. I mean, whatever the case may be, but everybody doing their best to keep it close. But as you can see, they're out in front for the Blue Hawks. They've got the lead now. They were right under 2 minutes through the 800 meters, and that's why they're up there just a couple of steps back from the lights.
Yeah, this has been a nice injection of pace, and now it's really a battle on for second, and our leader running completely solo at the moment. That is a difficult spot to be, although you can hear there's still so much noise in stadium. I love this. You know, we're at the end of day 4. People have come and gone, and yet we still got so much encouragement into this next exchange. And that is going to be another strong leg there for Blue Hawks. 59.15 they run for that leg, and that is over 2 seconds faster than the third leg by St. James Academy. So that's why things have been blown wide open here.
Yeah, it's a great point, Kate. We talk about, we take it for granted. Well, the 4x4 closes out the meet 95+% of the time. But why is that? Well, because no matter what, whether you know anything about track and field or not, this is no shade to any of the other events. We love them all, so don't come for me. But my point is, you know, you kind of have to know what the lineup is. If you're watching the long jump, there can be incredible drama there. Other races, of course, as well. But in the 4x4, you don't have to know a darn thing about track and field to know who's in the lead, to understand the push and pull. And that's why everybody stays to the end. And we feel that energy still here as we try to break 4 minutes once again.
And it's going to be awfully close here as Bremer crosses the line. 3:58.30 unofficially for the Blue Hawks. So another nice consistent piece of work. How's this for consistency, Trevor? This is what you aim for. 59.61, 1 minute flat 59-15, 59-51. So again, it doesn't get a lot closer than that when it comes to the depth they foursome, and that was on great display there for the Blue Hawks. And I love the point you were making about you don't have to know much about track and field to enjoy a 4x4. That's partly because of the magic, and also, I don't know about you, but 4 minutes is about my attention span these days.
I like that. It's the perfect combination. And we will continue on here, and all of these teams, we've said it time and again, so much pride on the line, but look at our lineup now in section number 8. West Springfield Scorpions Track Club, Bloomfield TC, Blazing Bobcats, and Nyack TC. That's your lineup here.
Pace lights will continue to be set at the fastest time of the day so far, still held by the Potomac Panthers at 3:54.48. That comes out of heat number 4. And a good move there, Trevor, on the inside in lane number 3.
Scorpions Track Club pushed hard. Well, there's a little bit of a downhill run from our outside runners, but it will be the Scorpions Track Club who takes the pole position.
Nyack just might have been a little overly ambitious in trying to find their way to the lead there. Again, things get a little cagey when you want it too badly, but now you can see, look at the upper body movement of our leader. So Scorpions tying up now, so too the competition behind. It's going to be tight to the line here at the first exchange, and the advantage is going to remain for the Scorpions as they hand off in 57-55. Nice opening split there for our leader. 58-44 for Nyack.
Well, a stinging 57-5 for the Scorpions is why they are out in front. Smooth running here from the second leg as well. That is some confident, good-looking 400-meter form, continuing to extend this lead.
Yeah, that's Harrison, and you're right. Really lovely runner to watch. Just kind of floats around the track, keeping all of that long limbage, is that a word? Close to her midline, but still looking really powerful and doing it the hard way up front completely solo.
Just 16 years old as Jordan Hairston for the Scorpions Track Club. She's coming back from the 60 and the 200, but does her job gamely here on the 400 meters, and hasn't run the 400 open really, so perhaps we'll see her more on some open 400-meter races soon. But she hands off, having run 57.9, and the Scorpions still well out in front.
We're starting to dip into that 57 mid, 57 high territory for a lot of these faster legs, and I love to see that. Again, great consistency for Scorpions, 57.55, 57.94. Fastest of the day so far, though, in this section at least, 57.45 for West Springfield, and they might be closing the gap a bit, but the Scorpions love, again, the jokes that you bring to this broadcast, the wit, Trevor, stinging their way to the lead here. And again, keep your eye on those pace lights as you saw that wide shot. They are well ahead of them. Pace light set for 3:54. That is the fastest time of the day on the compiled results.
Out of Columbia, Maryland, they will hand off just a couple of steps. Not the best handoff we've seen, giving up perhaps a step or two, but just right behind those pace lights now, running back even again. 3:54 and change, our leading time. But talk about good 400 form and long limbs. Boy, my mind goes to Cornel Colo. I don't know, the first thought back in the day. Set that collegiate record a couple of times, but look at the feet underneath her. Great running here from the Scorpions Track Club, and shouting out coach. I mean, I'm not sure who their coach is, but way to get everybody dialed in. The 400 can be tough to hold that form, but they're doing just that.
Buchanan continuing to pull things along up front, but we just saw a shot there of the battle developing behind in that blazing pink kit wearing hip number 6. That is Nyack, who has overtaken West Springfield. So they are making a good set of work here in these closing meters, but no one is going to be able to overtake Scorpions, as you said, stinging their way for home in a new best.
Peyton Buchanan, just a sophomore, comes in having run 55.9. Runs 55.10 here, 55.9 in the open, I should say. The 15-year-old doing her job and then some for the Maryland-based crew. Hugs all around for the Scorpions. And, wow, what a quartet as they give us now our fastest time of the day.
That's such a good point, Trevor, for Buchanan to come away with that 55:10. Sorry, a quick view of the compiled results there. 3 times under 4 minutes, 3:51.72, the best by the Scorpions. And to be able to come away with a 55:10 when you've run 55:9, I know it's a rolling start. It's a running start, so it does make things a little quicker. But to be able to say that you've put down that time, even mentally, knowing that you're capable of something like that, makes a big difference. Saw a great shot there of Quincy Wilson and his Bullis crew as they got those crowns. God, can you imagine how many of those crowns Quincy Wilson has now for Bullis, both individually and as part of the relay? But nice to see them rewarded on this final day at New Balance Nationals indoors.
Well, I think I might have as many, but they're all from Burger King, so don't know that counts the same. But great run there from the Oakland Mills squad, Scorpions, who we saw. Of course, they've taken so many titles indoors and now Powerhouse program continuing to show their depth here. But we continue on now in section number 9, Raider Track Club. St. Anthony's TC, Oberlin Spikes, Titan TC, and Lafayette in hip number 6.
Lewis for Lafayette with the advantage here. There's some pressure mounting from behind and maybe some discomfort on the face of our leader, but she's staying ahead of those pace lights. Again, 3:51.76. That was a big improvement on the previous best coming in. Some traffic there. Not so for our leaders. That's one of the advantages to having that strong pole position from the front. You're not going to have anyone to contest with 57.39. And then a very tight battle, 59 and change across the board for our next 4 teams at that first exchange.
Well, Crump here on the carry for Lafayette. Haley Crump running all by her lonesome. This is her only event of the weekend as the junior comes through and is doing exactly what she is meant to do. As you said, 57.3 on the first carry. She will try to hold that line.
I love that point. So many of these runners, as we mentioned, coming back from multiple events already. But when this is your only event of the weekend, you're probably brought here either as a reserve or as an intentional member of that relay. But you get to have, again, all the glory in the funnest, and I'll go back to my Duke coach, Kevin Germain's term, funnest event of the weekend. And I love that she's coming in with fresh legs and hands off, continuing the momentum for her team. 56.80 for her, fresh indeed.
Well, this Lafayette squad won the Louisiana State Indoor Championship in the 4x4 earlier this year and won the 4x2 as well, and Crump contributed to both of those. So this squad knows each other well. They've run together at championship races and bringing it to the highest stage now, as you can see, coming around the bend. Signer, I believe, on the carry here.
Yeah, I believe that's correct, Trevor. And you know what's really neat is that at that halfway mark, this was almost a full 3-second advantage for Lafayette. That is one of the biggest margins of daylight between teams that we've seen thus far. And into the final exchange, that's got to feel really good. 2:50 on the clock at the handoff. And look, that gap has been extended even further. When you have to 2-box it on the show, that really means something.
Great run from Signer there. 56.7 on the carry, just nearing her open personal best as well. She ran 56.1 as a freshman and 2:11 last year in the 800 as well. A lot of strength on this squad for Lafayette now. Bergen on the carry here. Shelby Bergen doing her part as she has done throughout the indoor season, contributing to that undefeated season in the 4x4 on the Louisiana State Championship and other races as well. Bergen on the carry.
Fast and focused for Bergen, having to go to sort of that muscling tactic. You can see her just gritting her teeth a little bit here. It's going to be a very strong performance. Again, 3:51.76 the time to beat. It's going to be close, Trevor.
I'm really interested to see what her split is here. 58.18. Well, that is way faster than her open PR, and that's the magic sometimes when you put a stick in the hand of a relay warrior. There's a reason they've done it so many times this season. Lafayette giving it to Bergen on the final carry, 3:49.13, and pretty impressive time for our winners here, even with multiple sections remaining, Kate.
Absolutely. Nice tight differential there for those athletes. 57 to 59, and again, like you said, we still got a few sections left to go, but the time has been set down, 3:49.14. So that is going to be the time to beat. That's going to be where the pace lights are set at. So count that. We now have 15 teams under the 4-minute mark. Only one under the 3:50 barrier. Look to get a few more in here in this section, approaching the conclusion of our meet.
Well, and coming into the weekend, that 3:49.13 would put them top 10 in the nation. That will certainly be rewritten over the next 20 minutes or so. But in our next section here, you can see quickly already out to the front, St. James Academy. We also have Motor City Track, Windsor, Guilderland, and Lady Liberty TC. So now starting to get more and more familiar with some of these names that have been mixing it up, not just all weekend long, but all year, and the recent memory as well, well clear of those pace lights.
St. James yet again up front, but looking like they're fading a little bit now. And just again to put a point on that, Trevor, some context, only 7 teams last year at New Balance Nationals Indoors 2025 broke 350. We have this section and 3 more to go, and we're already under that 350 barrier.
When you start talking 340 and less, that's where we're talking top 10 all time. So we have to frame that as well, but we're getting quicker and quicker here, but nothing is given. It is all taken. You can see that Guilderland TC will come through in the lead as they have really assertively taken that lead. Was it too early? That's always the question. St. James Academy giving chase, looking composed as well. Motor City Track back there, you can never count them out from Detroit, but they look to be in a spot of trouble now. So those pace lights we talked about being near the 4-minute barrier early on, now these teams are looking to go sub 350, and that's right where the lights will be at, that 349 that we just saw. They're a bit behind it now, but Guilderland TC and the bright jerseys will have a few steps advantage. No, it's gone. St. James Academy out in front. Big move there from St. James Academy.
Griffin now to the lead, and she is powering away from the rest of the field. We've seen this a few times on the boys' side where it's, again, sort of like you're a tease to the rest of the field. I'm going to hold back a little bit, and then I'm going to start cranking through. You see that little blowout of the cheeks? That means that she is starting to feel the effort here. Maybe she did a bit too much work too early, but as I say that, she looks like she is powerful, and our trail athlete starting to fall off a little bit. 100 meters to go here. It's going to be tight for those pace lights.
Just a freshman coming back from a 58.37 in that freshman 400 meters is Tristan Griffin. She will bring it home in pain, as is the only way to do it in a 400 meters, but handing off in the lead. After a 58.4 leg for the St. James Academy, she opened it up and gave that squad the lead that they have now. So Griffin with a great run belying her young age. She will lead as Guilderland continues to give chase, 58.8 on the previous carry.
Yeah, really nice split there, 58.85 as you mentioned. So they've been super tight. I mean, 58.53 to 58.85. That is the small margin of differential between the first 3 legs for St. James Academy. What can our anchor leg do to bring it home? Those lights, those elusive pace lights, getting ever further away from our competitor, but she's working hard completely solo. And again, the lactic doesn't just sit in the legs. The lactic sits in the full body in the 400, and you're seeing that happen now as she goes to the shoulders.
Cameron Dunbar, another freshman. So St. James Academy might not contend for a top spot here, although they will be under 4 minutes, but seems to be a young squad, and they will be in good hands for years to come, certainly, as Dunbar also had set a personal best in that freshman 400 meters. So St. James Academy peeking towards the future a little bit with some younger athletes, but a solid run from them. 3:54.24 to take section number 10.
And they just do enough work to ever so slightly slot themselves into 3rd overall. Potomac Panthers from that heat number 4. Again, kudos to them. Early days, they threw down 3:54.48. Oh, but my goodness, is the magic going to continue here? Things thinning out perhaps a little in the stands, but certainly not on our stream. Thank you so much for joining us for our coverage. And we're going to keep the excitement rolling here.
This is section number 11, and we have IMG Elite Beat Team, Pathways College Prep, Union Catholic TC, and Team War. This should be a good one in our 11th section of 13 here for the girls 4x4 final event of the day, which means it's the final event of this event. The fourth and final day here. The New Balance Indoor Nationals has not disappointed and certainly will close out with a bang.
3:49.13, the only sub 350 clocking on the day thus far, and that would have been good enough for 7th last year. And that's what the pace lights will be set at. All 4 of these teams well ahead of those green lights at the moment.
Well, Team War was out early with Madison Veal there now. Here come the long strides of Union Catholic just on the front end of those lights, but Madison Veal trying to hold it off. She won't be able to. UC will hand off first. They've been so good in so many relays. I mean, going back years and years. We talk about Sadie McLaughlin, but I mean, they've had so many athletes come through and such depth as Union Catholic goes sub 58.
Two races in one here as our leaders make their way towards this opening 200 meters of this leg. And again, 57.99 for that Union Catholic opening leg there. And now it's interesting, the pace light sitting right on the toes of our third runner, and she is closing down that gap down the backstretch.
And as you can see, Union Catholic opening it up. Now, remember, coming in, Union Catholic was the, or is the, I should say, coming into the weekend, the national leader. We're not sure about who's on that squad, and you know, sometimes incomplete information. So very likely just not running that top squad, but still they are ahead of those pace lights, so they could contend even from this 11th section. We've definitely seen top 8 squads come from various sections, not just the last couple. So continuing on, Union Catholic out of New Jersey leading the way.
Talk about a big solo second leg, 56.65 for Union Catholic, putting her team into a position of being, the better part of 8 to 10 meters ahead of the rest of the crew, and the charge being mounted from behind. Those pace lights getting closer and closer, and this is where you just got to hold on for broke and know that you have to trust in your anchor leg. A push from behind, as that is Pathways College Prep making the move into second.
2:53 at the bell there at the final 400, I should say, for Union Catholic. Our leaders out in front, 58.8 on the carry now. The stick has gone into the anchor leg's hand for the final time. Union Catholic here in section 11 of 13, leading the way and leading those lights as well.
There is no one in sight, as we saw that battle behind, but she will hit the bell, our leader, with an absolute dominant opening lap here. Still ahead of those pace lights. This is where that bear jumps on your back. This is where you have to learn to shake it off. You see 3 athletes running strong behind. But up front, Union Catholic trying to hold on and trying to put themselves in one of the top positions with not much running left. Only 2 sections remaining here. Union Catholic, they're tired. They're holding on. It's a charge from behind.
And it was a national record in the DMR for Union Catholic. I talk about it, not just the 4x4, not just 1 or 2 people, but as you can see, Straightthorn taking the final carry there as they won that DMR, again in a national and meet record. Strayhorn on the final carry for Union Catholic. They come through 3:51.85, 58.3 on the final carry for them. That'll be the 3rd fastest time on the day.
Yep, 3rd fastest time, and another one very close to 3:50, but still not under it. So Lafayette Track Club holds that top mark at 3:49.13. And we are heading into the absolute final stages. Trevor, it's been a tremendous few days of work here. We've got 2 sections left to go. This, our final section before the intros of the Championship Girls 4x400 meter relay.
A-Team, Clayton TC, and Motor City Track A-Team. Once again, it's a lot of familiar names here as we we'll sort out some logistics perhaps with an extra number maybe making it to the line here. But hey, Kate, I think we'll take the small respite just to catch our breath. As we said, Union Catholic came into this weekend with the national lead. Bullis was only second. I say only, running 3:43 earlier this season, but they own the national record that came last year, and it's something, a point of pride, and then some.
And then some indeed. Seton, Evans for Seton, just again working out whatever those few little kinks were. You see Dave Alfano there of Trials of Miles on the infield. Again, shout out to all the folks behind the scenes making the magic happen here at the track at New Balance Nationals. And we are in our penultimate section of this 4x4.
Well, last year, Motor City Track was second overall, running 3:42.10. Do they have that kind of firepower this year? That will remain to be seen. But Clayton TC looking good there in lane number 4. They'll be out to the early lead. Down on the inside, Elizabeth Seton TC with something to say about that as well.
That's Clayton Track Club.
Wow. What an opening first lap there for Clayton Track Club.
But here comes Seton. Evans, who we saw early on getting situated. Evans of Seton is going to take the lead as she will surge past Clayton TC, feeling it now. But this is the move, and a decisive one, as Dakota Evans of Seton will hand off first.
Nice push there by the St. James Academy. Again, how many athletes do they have? I feel like we've been calling their team name every third or fourth section. Again, shows the depth of their program and now the depth of this race as she will pass Seton on the outside. You just, again, hope that these sprinters don't do too much work too early and dig themselves a hole for the second lap. But looking strong and dominant right now, it is St. James Academy over Seton.
St. James Academy comes in having run the top times already this season. Their squad ran 3:51. That was number 16 in the nation coming in. Wallace here on the carry contributed to that one as well and has run 56.3 this season. So look at the battle behind. Motor City Track coming on now as Seton trying to hold on to that second position, but St. James Academy leading the way.
That's all it takes is one big monster leg, as we saw from Motor City, to absolutely rewrite the order of this field. St. James holding on for the advantage. Motor City now giving chase, and Seton doing all they can to stay in context as Clayton trails, but also looking really strong on this leg. Lots of distance between each of these runners, but a lot can happen in the closing stages.
55.89 for the St. James Academy on the previous leg. 54.6 for Motor City to bring them back into contention as they're there in the pink. But St. James Academy, as we said, top 16 in the nation coming in, and they will try to go even faster than that 3:51 that they ran earlier this year over at the circuit in Philly. They're fading a bit. Watch the clock still as they come around. Can Motor City Track perhaps make a move? They've got the chops as well. This one's going to be fun over the final 400 meters.
Big run there. We saw a 55.89 in the second leg for the St. James Academy. They hand off in the top position just ahead of Motor City, who, by the way, had a 54.63. That was 56 mid across the board for our first two teams. And it's going to remain Motor City trying to absolutely chase down our leaders, but they're going to have to do a big amount of work to make that happen.
As they come around, the bell lap will be advantage St. James Academy, but Motor City Track trying to make one final move, 10 meters or so the differential. As you can see, St. James Academy, you hear the crowd, everybody there feeling the energy as the St. James Academy. McGrath on the carry here, Motor City Track. Can they do it in the final stretch? Long strides, but running out of real estate. St. James Academy is going to hang on, and that is fast. 3:43.64. Motor City Track, 3:44.01. 53.4 on the carry for Motor City, 54.2 for St. James.
Well, you know, that's absolutely not a surprise given that I believe that was Nevaeh Burns on the final leg there for Motor City. And man, has she had a weekend. Second in the SMR, third in the 4x2 prelims, fourth in the 4x2 outright, and a 53 and change leg for her. Man, that is going to be a throwdown to remember.
Well, take one final breath alongside Kate Van Buskirk and Trevor Fulkerson here on Runner Space as we get ready now for the final event, final race, the final section, final of everything here on 4 days of action in Boston. So glad to have joined you throughout this weekend and just enjoyed it as much as you have. Incredible track and field all weekend long. The lights dim one final time. This is the Championship Girls 4x4 final section. We'll kick things off with the Whippets Track Club. You can hear the energy there, the MC, everybody getting excited. That's the squad that will line up there in lane number 2. Now, I'm not handing this thing to Bullis just yet. As we saw on the boys' side, Kate, this is well, we got the Whippets here, and this could be a dogfight.
Downington West High School from Pennsylvania, Sword, DeAngelis, McCormick, and Weitzman will convene that top 4.
Talk about a squad that we have mentioned multiple times on both the boys and girls side. IMG Elite coming up from Florida. They will certainly contend. Winslow Township. Oh, got a little welcoming dance. We'll work on that. Getting coordinated.
Robinson looked to be their anchor out of New Jersey.
This is the squad to watch here. Bullis out of Maryland. We've said over and over. Arundel, Kennedy Brown, Cassidy Hopkins, who was a surprise no-make in the hurdles in advance. She came in as the national leader and will be hungry for more, certainly. Montverde Academy will come up to contend. They'll go in lane number 6 and try to challenge Bullis, the defending champions.
And it's going to be a tight battle, surely, between those two. The defending champs, Bullis, won by 7 seconds last year. Their B team was 6th overall, so that is going to have something to say about the depth of their field. We saw their boys come away with yet another victory just about an hour ago, but Montverde is going to sit on their outside in lane number 6. And they are going to have Hudson as their anchor, a 53.29 exponent at her best outdoors. But before we get to any of that action, of course, we have our first, that is our confirmed list. Pardon me, I was getting just too excited based on that boys action. Hopkins, you can see there, leading things off for the Bullis quartet. Cassidy Hopkins, 54.74, her best.
Well, let's give credit where it's due. Everybody's talking about Bullis. We're doing the same, certainly. But Montverde Academy, I mean, they've broken national records as well in this 4x4 event. Deja Reed has run on some of those, in fact, going back to New Balance Outdoors a couple of years ago, where they went so fast over the 4x4 and just really impressive times all across the board. So the point is, don't crown them just yet. 3:31 they ran back in 2:34. Montverde did. They're also second fastest all time in the 4x4 indoors, having run 3:37 back in 2024. That record, of course, was broken by Bullis last year, winning this race in 3:35.54. That's 53.8 per leg.
Saw a good shot there of Whippets Track Club, Downington West High School. DeAngelis out to a good start, but all eyes are going to be on the outside of the track between Bullis and Montverde.
Can't miss them in the highlighter jerseys, nor the purple of MVA, but Bullis, the defending champions, off the back of a national record last year. It was Lynn, Brown, Rothwell, and Sutton. Well, no Sydney Sutton this year, but look at the inside now with perhaps a cheeky move from lane number 4. That's Winslow Township.
Yes, and never count them out of the conversation. Arango, Jackson, Acaro, and Robinson. And again, the diminutive finger of Arango there doing good work to put herself right on the inside, run that shorter line. But here comes Bullis and Montverde answering the call.
Bullis in Montverde, just like we saw Bullis duking it out on the boys' side with Archbishop Carroll, but they're programs that year in and year out have such incredible depth. Great start. 55-0 for Bullis out of the blocks, 55-5 for Montverde Academy. Fastest time of the year, remember, coming in, 3:41.
55.07 for that opening leg for Bullis, and she did a lot of that work through the back half of that leg, biding her time and then unleashing the beast, as they say. That beast continuing to open up over the rest of the field here as Bullis tries to repeat what happened on the boys' side, and the fact that they are leaving runners in their absolute dust shows again the depth and the level of competition of this program.
Well, Winslow Township trying to claw back, but Bullis holding the line as of now. That pace light well back. This is the cream of the crop. Montverde eating up some track, but having to go a little wide. Bullis all yellow top to bottom as they will hand off first, but not by much. Here we go. Good handoffs, a stretch there, but getting every inch of it there on the handoff. And another great leg, 55-0, 150 through 800 for Bullis.
Nice set of running there, but again, if you're going to hold yourself to the highest standard that you've set for yourself as a team, we should mention that 55.07 and 55 flat falls a little short of that 55.37 and 53.31, the opening two splits through the halfway mark when that record was set.
But it won't matter as it's just a back and forth. Like I said, can't crown them just yet one way or the other. This is Nakira Hudson, who ran on that meet record 4x2. And comes in with all the confidence in the world. Hudson on the carry here, made a big move. Bullis fading now.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be an upset. Hudson, maybe I shouldn't say that. We knew that she has, again, got some national records behind her, and she is trying to hold on a late final charge here for Bullis. But Montverde with the advantage at that exchange, and that was a big, big run for them, 55-10, courtesy of Hudson for Montverde.
Well, Nakira Hudson's heading to South Carolina, and she'll have some great competition there. And you can see Montverde and Bullis going step for step now. Bullis, the defending champions. Montverde with pride on the line. Bullis into the lead here with 200 to go, just over 3:10. Is that Arundel on the carry?
That is Arundel, 52.99 outdoor PB. Well, if you want someone to be your anchor leg, this is exactly who you want to be in that position. This is going to be a phenomenal final barn burner around the top two turns. Both athletes fading hard, but trying to hold on for glory, Trevor.
Maya Arundel, just a freshman. Well, you talk about the Bullis program being in good hands. It is going to be quick here. And that will be the fastest time in the nation thus far. 53.9 on the carry there for Arundel, putting the stick in the hands of a freshman. Light work, she says. Plenty more to come from this squad, certainly outdoors. But what a run, and it was not easy. Montverde comes through for second. 3:42.08, back and forth. We could not have ended on a better note.
And again, all the kudos in the world to that Montverde Academy quartet who worked hard to try to keep things honest, and honest they did. They come away just outside top marks on this season, but to your point, Trevor, Bullis, that 3:40.55 is going to eclipse the national lead of 3:41.91 set by Union Catholic earlier this season. It will be outside their meet and national record, but it matters not. They came away with the victory, and this was the leg where it all happened. Arundel totally blew apart the field. She is such a gamer. She fights so hard all the way to the line, and that's again what we saw here. 53.93. I mean, that is going to stand the test of time for a while as a relay split, and she looks, again, uncomfortably smooth doing it. Now the excitement sets in. We have closed out the fastest party on the planet in fast fashion indeed yet again here in 2026. Trevor, what a performance.
Well, Bullis has earned that celebration, certainly, as the excitement is contagious. Fastest party indeed. And they will, like I said, really set the stage for outdoors. And Kate Van Buskirk, Olympian, you've been with us all 4 days, and it's been an incredible weekend. Closing thoughts, a couple of highlights here from Boston.
One of my favorite things year after year is to be able to say, I can't believe how many national meet and personal best records go down, and yet we saw that on full display again. From the mid-distance to the sprints, we didn't talk a lot about the field, but we saw some stellar performances there too. The field was set, the track was hot. Trevor, it was an absolute pleasure calling yet another set of some of the best performances in the country and in the world here at New Balance Nationals, and I can't wait to do it all again very soon.
Absolutely. Well, we never disappoint. So from Boston, Massachusetts, the track at New Balance played host to these 2026 New Balance Indoor Nationals. I'm Trevor Fulkerson for Kate Van Buskirk and all the team here at Runner Space. Thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.